I should leave, 'cause you're driving me mad. You burn like a fire. I'm so goddamn naive. I keep coming back, 'cause you're taking me higher. Higher than I've ever been before. Then you let me down again, close the door. I know I should leave, 'cause you're driving me mad. You burn like a fire. Now you're calling again, sugarcoat everything, but it doesn't make it sweeter. We wake up in my bed, I forget what you did, but it doesn't make things easier. You make my head again. I believe in every word you say, baby. Now you're calling again, sugarcoat everything, but the truth still tastes as bitter. I know I'm a fool, here we go again. I think I might lose it. I try playing it cool, but you have your ways. You know what you do. I'm higher than I've ever been before. Then you let me down again, close the door. Yeah, I'm such a fool. Here we go again. I think I might lose it. Now you're calling again, sugarcoat everything, but it doesn't make it sweeter. We wake up in my bed, I forget what you did, but it doesn't make things easier. You make my head again. I believe in every word you say, baby. Now you're calling again, sugarcoat everything, but the truth still tastes as bitter. But the truth still tastes as bitter. But the truth still tastes as bitter. Now you're calling again, sugarcoat everything, but it doesn't make it sweeter. We wake up in my bed, I forget what you did, but it doesn't make things easier. You make my head again. I believe in every word you say, baby. Now you're calling again, sugarcoat everything, but the truth still tastes as bitter.
When the sage brings the rite of spring, moaning dove and the sparrows sing. Through the light that the sun will bring, reborn. Thoughts are creeping on the wall. Swallowtail heeds a northern call, and the last of the frost will thaw, reborn. In the warm of the spring, I recall everything once more. Heavy air and the smell of rain, muddy grasses across the plain, red-winged blackbird soft refrain, reborn. In the warm smoke. In the light of the sun, everything and everyone reborn.
Alrighty, everyone, welcome back to another day in week 4 of BPL season 7 here. I'm here with Blank.
How's it going? Good to be here. Another solid Sunday evening of Overwatch action ahead of us.
Oh yeah, we've got fantastic matches going on all of today. A-League is fully stacked here, but first we're gonna look at the matches because there's a lot that's happening. I mean, you can see here we've got like 9, 10 basically matches today. That's a lot.
Yeah, it's another, just like yesterday, which also had its fair share of bangers and upset in the middle as well, I noticed. But yeah, just a full slate. You're going to need 3 tabs to keep up with all of it at some point, but those are 3 tabs worth having, I'd say.
Definitely agree with you there, Blank. Got a lot of cool matches today, but to start it all out, we do have Chungus Fungus versus Camp Half Court here. 2 teams finding themselves around the middle to bottom of the standings. But if we go back a little looking at these teams' match history, what can you kind of tell me? Like, what's been going on? Why are these teams here?
Well, they're both kind of in the middle of our Ash division here in BPL Season 7. Both of them fighting for slightly better playoff positioning, obviously with the double elim format that we've got going on, which we'll talk about shortly. So Cam Halfcourt ahead by just 1 win here. But I mean, at this point in week 4, every single win can completely shake up the seeding here, which really, really matters for who you're going to be playing against in the weeks to come.
Exactly, especially with now that every team knows the final 2 teams that they're playing against here, Camp Halfcourt and Chungus Fungus. It's do or die time. Technically, it's do or die time, as we can see that we've done a little bit. And based on the previous matches, I mean, Chungus Fungus here, you're not that upset about your final 2 opponents. You got Seal the Deal, just came off of a really strong win, really good job from them, and you've got Grin Reapers. So this match, pretty important. Your next matches, you're also looking at trying to figure out what you need to do to win. And on Camp Halfcourt side, you've got Campfire Song, a team that always goes to that map 3, but has not looked weak at all. And Corrupted Guy is arguably the best team in Ash Division. So this is kind of like you really need this win if you're Camp Halfcourt.
Yeah, definitely. This is the time to get one on the board, and not to mention they've been on a bit of a slide recently. They've lost the last 3 in a row. So if there's ever been a time to right the ship, it's certainly right now. Last loss coming in versus One S'more as well, who also happened to beat our opponents in Camp Halfcourt in the past. But here's that double elim bracket we were talking about with our 2 divisions here, Ash League and Aspen League. A bit of cross-play happening in the play-ins as we kick it off.
Exactly here. Looking into this, so a little bit of an explanation. I know off immediately looking it be a little confusing, so here's a little bit of info on it. The way it's going to work is that the top 2 from each side will immediately go to the playoffs. Both 1 and 2 from both Aspen and Ash will go into it. They will get that past play-ins bye, which is what every team should be gunning for at this point. 3rd place will go immediately to the 2nd round of play-ins and will play the winner of that 6-7 of the opposite side of the bracket. 4 and 5 will be in that 2nd round, as you can see looking at the graphic, and they will play the opposite seed of their thing as shown. And unfortunately, if you are that bottom team, we will have to be saying goodbye to you before the play-ins and playoffs happen. So you really should be looking to bounce out of that 8th seed. This is what every team needs to do. Whether or not you're 7th or you're 3rd, you're just trying to make sure you aren't 8th right now.
Definitely, and we're also seeing the implications of seeding, right? Like, it completely determines who you're playing in pretty much your first match here. It's not one of those cases or the kind of bracket where if you're both kind of near the bottom, you're likely to face off again anyway. Since we're playing opposite brackets here, the outcome of this match could really shake up what we see when the play-ins do begin. So a lot of stakes on the line, but I think that makes for the best kind of Overwatch. This here, of course, being yet another 1-2 match between these two teams. Looking here at Chungus, Fungus, some really strong players who've been around BPL for a while. January, a player I'm looking at in particular, really, really strong on that flex DPS pick. Many other players we've seen around in and around BPL, Lilam, Hyun, Bangalex come to mind.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Looking at these rosters here. Quick fun fact, just want to quickly point out. Chungus Fungus does have a chance to be number 1 in the Ash division, though it's basically a 1 in a million do with it. But this is a big ray of hope for this team who's gotten off to a really interesting start in the position. I will be 100% looking at people like Otters, people like Mafia, who have just been really coming out and showing like pretty solid performances across the board in these games.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're talking 1 in a million chances. Is this a 1 in a million roster? It's time for them to show us whether that's the case. But yeah, definitely a very, very strong look here. I'd argue in some cases more than some of their parts, and they're certainly wanting to show that after the losses they've recently had, looking for slightly better seeding from the outcome of this here match. On the other side, though, of course, their opponents, Camp Half Court, no slouches in their own right, and a great team name to boot, I have to say. But also some strong players here. Greninja in particular on the tank is who's catching my eye here.
Oh, yeah. This is a team full of players that have proven themselves in different seasons and tournaments. This is probably the team that if you were to ask anyone, who do you think would be a top contender going into this season? I think a good amount of BPL players would say Camp Half Court. I mean, you've got players like Grin and Evil who have played. Silver Talls is a name, and Paul is a name that a lot of people rank very highly in that support category. And so they're finding themselves on a bit of like a weird upturn now where they've lost a good amount of their games, but the past 2 wins, Smoke Wolves, seal the deal. They're on the uprise. They've hit the ELO slingshot, as people like to say, and they're looking for another win.
Absolutely. And then looking at Sky over here as well, if memory serves me correctly, was the MVP of our recent BPL Summit. So definitely also a player to look out for as our map set is presented here on screen by Prod. Starting out on Watchpoint Gibraltar, followed by Ilios, then Eichenwald. So first 2 maps being quite dive friendly, at least that's how I think of them anyways. Our teams may feel differently, but Watchpoint in particular, a map where we see a lot of mobility coming out.
Oh, 100%. I'll be looking at players like Evil to maybe play a Monkey. I could expect seeing from this team also like a Tracer or a Genji, seeing Freya from both sides as well. I imagine we could even see Otters pull out a potential, maybe a Lari. I know I've seen a team or two try to start putting more Lari into their gameplay. There's a lot of flexibility on a map like Gibraltar.
Yeah, that's a cheeky pick, but that one can excuse me, stumbling over words here. One that can really bring a lot of value, especially on defense on point A up high, can create such an unassailable point of defense there. But I think it also is going to come down in many ways to the bans we see from both of these teams. I'm wondering if either of them will start to ban out some sort of dive adjacent characters or completely swing for the fences. Let's say a Winston or a Hazard ban here. So that might the bans look like.
Speaking of the Winston ban.
Speaking of.
Alrighty, here we get the Winston ban here out from Chungus Fungus. That does make sense. I imagine you maybe have Last Night in on the first map. This could be Diva coming out from him, trying to limit the abilities of that Evil coming out on the Monkey, force him onto a Wrecking Ball, maybe matching the Diva as well. This also makes it a little bit more telegraphed of what the backlines are going to be with this Kiri ban as well. Maybe Brig Ana. I know we've seen Paul go over to Zen on some maps, and with the Monkey ban, we might see a bit of that Ball Zen come out again. So I'm really curious to see what these lineups will be going into the start of Gibraltar.
Yeah, and I'm personally a little sad to not see Winston on Jib. That's just me. Those two things just go together. Maybe it's 2016 mentality, maybe not. But yeah, now we are in 2025. Many, many more options available to these teams. I think the Ball is a good shout here. Hazard as well. I feel like it's just a very good, solid pick all around and can really take advantage of these high ground-like maps just like any other dive tank can. It's almost like Hazard is a dive tank. I'm talking in circles. In either case, looks like we're in for a good one here starting us out, Watchpoint Gibraltar. One other thing that jumps to mind is I feel like this is the kind of map where we do see a bit more Lifeweaver shenanigans than average. I hope we don't, to be honest, but you never know.
Well, we've seen both sides pick their teams here, and just as pointed out, we do have a little bit of ball game play potentially coming from both sides with this Winston ban. Evil, previous map, on that Blizzard world, he pulled out the Wrecking Ball in a pretty dominant performance with him in his backline. We do have Paul Dorito in for map 1, getting Dorito onto their signature brig. And on the Chungus Fungus side, okay, I'm not saying that the Bat brig is coming out, but we did see it earlier with a little bit from, I believe, once more we saw the Bat brig.
Yeah, and in either case, it looks like they've locked it in here. I don't know if it's going to be spawn shenanigans, but it's 5 seconds left before we'll find out. I don't really love the BAP with the ball, generally speaking. But Otters may have other plans here as the fight kicks off. Galantis also swapped over to the Tracer on Camp Halfcourt. Not sure if we called that out.
Yeah, I can see. We got the Gallant Sky. We got pretty even lines here. Penglix being forced out already, but Evil is one. Gallant and Sky getting pretty good pressure to keep Penglix off of their side here, but Evil goes down, and that might open up the gates here for Chungus Fungus.
Yeah, it looks like that happened off screen. The other ball is just out to lunch here, taking a nap in the corner. Still, they're very happy with this, taking a lot of space around this first corner, basically for free more than anything. High ground also taken by Chungus Fungus on the attack. Looks like there's a straggler in the back. It's just Gallant trying to look for some pickoffs. But so far, it's been all Camp Halfcourt just off that one pick.
Yeah,
sorry,
and it looks
Chungus
like
Fungus, excuse me.
progress is going on the way of Chungus Fungus' side, finally being met on the bottom as the balls are fighting on the top. We don't see many ball mirrors on this map, but I guess that Winston ban the teams, they don't want to play that Diva, and so we are seeing a little bit of an interesting one as the duel goes out, and Jan almost gets that pick on the Gallant. Really good job playing around the pack there, and that's going to kind of reset momentum for these teams, Camp Halfcourt, allowing them to get a little bit of a foothold again.
Yeah, definitely once you lose control of the payload in Car Wash, that duel being so impactful there. Mafia does take out Sky, but this is going to be a scrappy, long-winded affair here. I don't think the fight's going to kick off in full. But no, actually, it looks like Gallant has to back off the cart rolling briefly before the team's kind of just poking around here, it seems.
Definitely, especially with that. And
Whoa.
then Pengalix goes down with that pull so good from that side here. I was actually just about to comment Evil and Paul pretty low. I don't know if Camp Halfcourt can go in, but immediate turnaround from Mafia, getting the pick on the Gallant and Sky returning the favor.
Kind of a confusing fight there. It felt like both teams kind of wanted to soft reset, but didn't, and so you just have this 2v2 happening on cart. Pulse Bomb super impactful. Got this crazy fight happening in server room here. Super back and forth, but at the tail end of it, I think Camp Halfcourt looking likely to restabilize off of that nano.
Oh, definitely here going. You can see Penglix trying to get a little bit more cart presence here, maybe getting a little extra few meters, but both Jan and him are having to give some space now as we see resetting once again from Camp Halfcourt. Get a defensible position, eventually put your supports onto the high here. But we've got some ults coming out. We've got rallies on both sides, minefield on both sides, but Chungus Fungus are up in the DPS ults.
Yeah, I was just about to say the same. I think between the Blade and the Brig rally on the other side, there's a bit of a mind game happening here. But Evil has no time for that. All the way in your backline with the minefield. Mafia down to 10 HP and taken out by the Tracer.
Yeah, we're speaking about mind games, but I guess we're going in first with the mine games. We've got both sides dropping minefields to block off some space. Speaking of both at the same time, there goes the rally as well. Getting pretty low, and everything is being thrown in. The whole kitchen sink is on this backline, and I don't know how, but Dorito's doing a great job keeping the team alive through it all.
Incredible bash, or not bash, excuse me, whip shot there from Dorito. Completely neutralizes that Blade. I think January saw the rally go out, thought they had the Brig dead to rights, but now it's starting to look quite bad for Chungus Fungus. The time hack is substantially dwindled. A huge purple out from Waddi himself, and it's just all cleaned up from Camp Halfcourt. Pretty much last fight territory here.
Yeah, this is getting pretty dicey if you're Chungus Fungus here. You've had a lot of entry points. You've had picks onto the ball. You've had picks onto the Ana, onto the Tracer, but it doesn't seem to matter what this team gets. Camp Halfcourt, they're able to turn around and stabilize it, and now you're down to final fight with Chungus Fungus. The only thing you have is the ult advantage.
Yeah, and it's a marginal advantage at that. There's just a nano on the other side here, but window is going to be kind of hard to set up unless you get an opening pick or just able to get this high ground in the neutral. Otherwise, Mafia with that bullet shot might be able to isolate one target, but even that can feel like kind of a prayer in a situation like this. 10 seconds left to go.
Lamp already forced up the side of Chungus Fungus here. You can see it going down.
Oh.
Nice flip around for Mafia, and Gallant goes down, but the health bars are so low on Chungus Fungus' side. Paul drops the nano on the Sky. Can Sky make a hero play and turn it around? That's an amazing start.
So far, it is. Two picks quickly for the fray here as Camp Halfcourt look like they're all set to hold it right here on first. Pengalex goes down to the mines, and that's overtime dwindling. What looked like a very promising attack for Chungus Fungus stopped right short at the corner here.
And I'd like to point out, they didn't use mines or window, and they came into that fight with those. So that's really disappointing to see that you couldn't find like an opportunity to maybe drop a window down, drop the minefield on point to contest and break the other set of mines. It feels like Chungus Fungus, they had a lot of really good opportunities in this fight here, and I would have really liked to see a little bit more initiative off of those picks.
Yeah, I feel the same way. And I mean, I think Sky as well did an excellent job opening up that play, getting a couple picks and being proactive, not really letting Chungus Fungus set up the way they really wanted to. So just excellent stuff all around from Camp Half Court, restabilizing after first fight. That's the kind of momentum you want as an attacking, or the kind of momentum starting play, I should say, you want as an attacking team. But I mean, we can point to so many things there. That duel for the health pack won by Gallant versus January. That sort of quasi soft reset happening around point. Just so many little things that just meant that the clock continued bleeding further and further away. Before Chungus Fungus knew it, they really had one good shot and they could not capitalize.
Yeah, these teams, honestly, you would say they're pretty evenly matched here. You're looking at the standings, you're looking at the placements, you're looking at the plays being made, but it's really come down to, in that last round, a little bit of hero plays being made by Sky. Paul just consistently getting great purples onto the back. I mean, you saw when we pressed tab here, both Paul and Dorito all had one death, and that matters in a map like Gibraltar. Your supports need to stay alive to get value.
Yeah, and poor Pengalex on the other side finished with a dismal 0-3, so certainly hoping to turn that back around on the Hog here.
Apparently the Hog is the answer.
So it seems. People in my ranked game seem to think that doesn't work out for them either, but I'm hopeful for Pengalex, who's a better player than anyone in my ranked games, currently holding on to this high ground, denying Dorito the ability to come up here. But it's so far Camp Half Court just pushing point. They're happy to take the free push before they engage high ground at all.
Yeah, we're definitely really curious to see here as these different rosters come up, but Sky immediately picking Mafia here. That's the kind of momentum that Chungus Fungus had on the opposite side, and now Mafia swapping over to the Tracer, just trying to come back in time so that Camp Half Court can't maintain too much of a lead, but Chan goes down as well.
That Sky once more, but Pengalex as well, purpled here, could be dead, but that take a breather just coming in, just clutch enough. But look at how far the payload's gotten. This is the problem with fully holding slowly on high ground.
Both for side at the same time.
And yeah, that might be it.
This is really rough here on the side of Chungus Fungus. You're kind of praying that Pengalex can survive for as long as he can, but it looks like Mafia goes down and Pengalex follows, and Chan, he's under the ground for right now. This is really rough on that Venture, and Venture, great for stalling, but can't do it for more than those 4 seconds.
Pretty much, yeah, got to dig out of the ground at some point, and so they do, only to be put right back in it. Camp Half Court going up 1-0 in this series after, frankly, a pretty decisive Jib win.
Yeah, I mean, when you're banning out this Winston here, I can't imagine you expected it to go this way. I'm just really curious what's going through Chungus Fungus' minds going into this map, too. You don't have a last night. We didn't see that come out. Hyun probably here, maybe not. I'm just curious to see why we ended up with the Pengalex tank on this map.
Yeah, it is a curious kind of situation here. I mean, Pengalex was talking in chat, and you're ready to feel some wrecking ball bee stings, and honestly, I'm not even sure Camp Half Court really felt that, but some confusing roster moves happening here. Hopefully something that can work out by the second map. But I will say it wasn't just that, right? On the defense, like they holding high ground and yielding so much ground when the payload, I mean, barely covered just over half of A. You have to be much more aggressive and proactive. And I know that's easier said than done, but what I saw there was just kind of the opposite of proactive. It just seemed like they were just waiting on high ground for the ball to come in. We're hoping for maybe some hog hooks, a pick on the ball before dropping. That never really came. Suddenly the payload is out of car wash already, and then it's desperation time. So something that I think probably could have been avoided potentially had they played that a little bit differently, but at the same time they hadn't really set themselves up in a good position on their attack in the first place.
Yeah, I've definitely got to agree here. So going into map 2, we do know Ilios is coming up next due to the set map pool. So I imagine Chungus Fungus, they're going to take a minute, take a deep breath, figure out what went wrong last map, take it back around. Maybe we'll see a bit of the on a break here. I know Otters really wanted to play that Bat Blast map, but if I'm being honest, I would have loved to see a little bit more. Just the nade value that was coming out of Paul there was just immense. It just kind of like turned fights. The nano was fantastic, and it's just a lot easier to deal with on a map like Jib that favors a character like Ana so much more over BAP.
Definitely. I mean, and especially on first point, which is where that entire map played out for the most part. I think it also was really evident in that pivotal fight in server room on Chungus Fungus's attack, where the nano coming out on the Freya was huge, and then obviously you've got the purples going every which way. It's just such an essential pick on that map a lot of the time. Ilios, though, is a slightly different story, and I think once more the bans might tell the story of how Chungus Fungus are feeling after that last map loss. This is also a notorious Tracer map, of course, and Gallant on the Tracer was just kind of running free, it seemed. So perhaps they want to target that, if not more of a backline ban. If they want to, don't want to play the Ana, maybe that's something they can bring out. But I mean, the ball is in their court right now.
Yeah, the ball is in their court, unlike last map where the ball was definitely on the other side of the court. It seems here, I can imagine a Freya ban coming out. I mean, Jan definitely didn't play bad on the Freya, but it just feels like there was so much value being got from Sky. I mean, we saw the nano come out, and even when they weren't nanoed, we were just seeing picks in the trades just go their favor. So I wouldn't be surprised we bring it more to the ground. We leave the air behind us on Gibraltar.
Yeah, for sure. Freya, of course, just being the immensely strong pick that she is, always a good potential candidate. But you
There's
called
the Freya
it.
ban.
Who called it? Here is your crystal ball. Or well, you had it already, which is how you could tell. So yeah, I think that recognizing the value that Sky brought on that Freya, Mafia obviously doing what they can there, but it just seemed like Sky had the upper hand for most of that previous match. So Camp Halfcourt on the other side, I mean, I'm not really sure what they would target. There's potentially grounds for some sort of support ban. That's typically what we see in response.
I'm going to pull out the crystal ball a little bit here. You know, Sky was on the Freya. It just makes sense. He's in the air already. For pulling out the crystal ball again, I could see that on a ban, especially. There it goes, right immediately. Because Camp Halfcourt, we saw last map, like Otters, doesn't want to play the Ana. Makes sense here. Get rid of it. Force the bat. Maybe we see a little bit of Weaver come out. I've been seeing a little bit more on this Ilias. Apparently the crystal ball is 100% accurate so far. So I'm curious to see if we go to map 3, if we can keep holding that record.
All right, well, the Oracle of Delphi looks washed right now. You nailed both of those. So if you're feeling like a map 3 is in the cards, we'll check back in on that prediction partway through this coming map to see just how likely it is. But yes, for now, we'll be on Ilios, which, as we've said, a map that lends itself to long sight lines and dive in equal measure, depending on which sub-map you're looking at. So I think the Freya ban, is a good one, especially with Ruins being the sub-map that it is. Sky's Freya could potentially just leave them in Ruins before really anything else of note can happen. So I think that's a good one to target. Maybe we see the Ash or the Soj or one of those typical picks come out from Sky instead. But in either case, this is where Chungus Fungus have to draw the line in the sand. Otherwise, they'll drop even further in the standings, and we've talked about those playoff implications.
Yes, we've got a little bit of, it seems like we got the exact same roster here from Chungus Fungus, no swaps, Camp Halfcourt side. I don't think we really see any changes either besides Silver coming in for Paula on this map. That means that we do not have Gren today coming in for them, which is a little bit interesting to see. So, speaking of them needing to draw the line in the sand and to stop Ruination from happening here, Chungus Fungus, they have to be that lighthouse for the ship, pulling them in. And Jan here wanting to dominate the aerial battle that he will be taking alone into this grounded, bulky team from Camp Halfcourt.
I do like this, though, especially into the comp Camp Halfcourt are playing. They're doing that classic Rhine, London Spitfire style comp, looking for the optimal TV position. They actually completely yield the point, by the way.
And they found out.
For that. Yeah, they're caught.
Those 15 seconds did pass. That is when you can press tab and see the enemy team's comp. They spotted the Rhine, they spotted the Sim, and they're like, well, there's only one place you can be to capitalize on that positioning. In Chungus Fungus, though, they come out on a composition that doesn't actually hate playing into this. Jan is just able to pepper rockets in the entire time. Mafia poke from a side angle with Akko and Otters as well. And Pangalex, they're really just trying to not die here. Evil didn't get that memo, though, and is already down at the start of the fight.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of comp that doesn't hold space as well as it takes it. Talking about Chungus Funguses, so this is exactly the kind of situation they want to be in. On the outside, looking in at this natural kill box of extremely static characters. So Jan strikes the first blow, but the remainder of Chungus Fungus happy to clean it up from there. But here's where it gets a lot more tricky. You're running the Zarya. Having said that, Camp Halfcourt, recognizing they might have a hard time and completely swap their own comp, running a Pharaoh of their own and a Winston.
I would like to point out, though, you do keep Silvertals on the BAP, so I would have maybe liked to see one more fight. I mean, I don't know how Gallant is ever going to get healing into this comp unless like Doritos in the skybox or Silver just decides that they're him and just lands some amazing shots into the air. But the fight is already breaking out. Shots flying back and forth. Silver has the window up. Far battle going in. And oh my god, what a dominant performance from Gallant there, putting Jan in the bag. And Otter's taking out Silver.
That's a nice cleanup there, and that window from Silvertals does come out. Doesn't really amount to much, but the rest of the team does enough damage. There's a pulse bomb out, but it will not find anything but earth. As Camp Halfcourt looking like they're very quickly going to take this point right back. And yeah, there's that Kiriko swap. I think they wanted to greed the window there, but like, who's really going to benefit from it but the BAP themselves? Perhaps that is what happened with the window on the top, just a little bit extra healing, but I don't think that was a real difference maker. So either way, the carry now out, and we're in full dive mode on the side of Camp Halfcourt.
Apparently, as you said, that pulse bomb hit the ground, wanting to get off the ground themselves. Gallant showing a dominant air performance in that last map, and Mafia swapping over to the Echo as the picks come out. Sky manages to take out Otters. Jan responds onto the Silver. This far is getting immense value here, and this is apparently the aerial battle of the centuries. Picks are just flying back and forth, and Pinglix going down. These are amazing trades from both sides.
That's a tough grab as well. Like, you want to get that tank isolated there. You want to take out the Winston. They don't even manage that. The double flyer look is interesting here. It does get Gallant at the very end, but outside of really giving the
what an amazing shot from Silvertals. What a headshot on Mafia a mile away.
Yeah, that is probably one of the hardest shots to hit in the game. A tier projectile shot at that distance. They're trying to bum rush point though. Chungus Fungus, but it's not looking good. They even invest the Kiri ult into this.
I mean, it's kind of like the last straw from them. Penglix, amazing job. Like, the barrier gets broken on top of them, and that goes down. And we're seeing from the side of Chungus Fungus here. I was about to say Hog, final touch. I don't know if I've seen that before, but the ball makes more sense. Otters onto the BAP. We expect to see that here. In Jan and Akko, they've got the ults, and they've also got to be the playmakers here as Gallant can return that barrage as well.
Yeah, and I mean, this is last fight territory here. The sound barrier is also available for Dorito as the air battle continues. Otters does open with a really nice pick. I would question the Baptiste pick in any other scenario, but this is a good one.
Jan takes themselves out. That's insane to see here, going back and forth. I mean, apparently Otters decided in that fight to take matters into their own hands, but their hands have been clipped by Sky on the ground. You would say his wings are clipped because he's on the Tracer, but it seems like he's clipping everyone else's as the fight breaks down. People going low. Sky trying to live this here to get the pulse bomb, and Gallant takes out Pangalex.
Yeah, Gallant doesn't even need the moving barrage perk for that. A very nice pulse bomb there might be the full stop at the end of that sentence, as very quickly Camp Halfcourt back in the driver's seat. Kitsune rush out as well. Mafia doesn't even get there on time. Another headshot from the Kiriko on the Echo. Camp Halfcourt going up on 0.
Super impressive here from Silver. That's another headshot kill onto the Echo. You're really wishing, if you are on the side of Chungus Fungus, you're so close to ults. You wanted to get value out of that copy, but you're 5% away. The barrage, unfortunately, just doesn't get the value you need. And you have Otters and Penglix who just swap characters. And so there's really just not a lot you can do into that fight. That is we need to win this off a mechanical skill.
Right, and that's why actually in that OT scenario, I didn't mind the BAP pick. Like, BAP right now I'm confused by into this comp, but like otherwise you would position the BAP on that high ground, knowing the fight's mostly happening on point and knowing that a dive character is going to have to abandon point to try to take care of you. So I see the vision. They do cap point briefly, but not for too long, and I like this Cassidy pick coming out of Chungus Fungus. This makes a lot more sense. Cassidy Mauga, no less.
We're going back a little bit in time here, get a little bit of that rewind onto the Mauga, although it isn't with the backline you expect. We're used to Junos, we're used to Briggs, we're even used to some Kirikos, but Otters here, shown that we want to do this BAP style. Fight breaking out, wall goes out, shout as well, stomp around the side. I'm a little surprised Pinglix backed up so early here, but Otters claims the fight on to Doritos, showing like, hey, if I got that extra time, I've got the mechanical skill needed to win this on the BAP.
Yeah, really nice opening here. I mean, playing that well, knowing that you can't stand there for that long as Mauga, especially once that cardiac overdrive is back on cooldown. So a quick disengage, currently dancing with death, I should add, just relying on Otters to keep them up, and so Otters does. This time, first cap goes over to Chungus Fungus, and they're looking quite good in the ult bank, too.
Oh,
or
yeah.
Coming up to it anyways.
This is a very interesting comp to fight into, and just as I say that, Evil and Gallant decide, you know what? back onto the ball, back onto the Pharah here. A little interesting. I'm not someone who would personally love to play ball into this style of comp. I feel like I would just go in and reset to the spawn room, but ooh, Gallant goes to 1 HP here, and I'm very curious to see. This is a team comp that needs to get pressure. They need to get spam. Mauga's biggest weakness is continuous pressure, and it looks like they're doing that right now as Lampus and Window are forced.
Yeah, so it seems the ball in the back line does die for it, but creates a lot of room for the rest of the team to come in. The space made, they're shouting in comms, but it looks like it won't be enough. And yeah, like you said, I don't love the ball into this comp too, because like you can't the Mauga can just run past you essentially. Like the Mauga is not, or the Mauga comp, I should say, is not that concerned about whatever backline disruption you can make, because they can kill the rest of your team faster than you can cause any serious disruption in the first place. Now, the bright side for Camp Half Court, they've been pretty stingy with ultimates of their own. They could open here with the Coalescence and actually try to burn down that Mauga, burn down the front line a little bit more. So far, 62% here. All in the back line, BAP looking just fine.
Yeah, we're looking at the engage starting to break out here, but Gallant goes down right at the beginning. Pharah's on both ends. No one's healing them. Bap, Moira, you're just kind of playing off of your own skill into this composition. Speaking of skill, the Moira Cole comes out, going in. Mafia goes low, but Pangalix gets out. Dorito here, and that goes another one. Sky is dropping into the bin, and so is the rest of this round as it just ticks down as Silvertals dies late. Evil, low HP, dying late as well. You're not even going to get a 5 recontest, and so Chungus Fungus, they're pushing up. No ults have come out this map except for the Cole.
Pretty much, and I mean, they can just hold the door with the Mauga cage and then some. They've got 5 ults in the bank, haven't really needed to expend many tools. There'll be a touch here from the Lucio, and the Sojourn ult is out. Just gets 1 pick, but is that going to be it?
I mean, I think that's the optimal pick you get. You have the beat drop go out. That's why I would have liked to see someone else touch in this scenario so that you can drop that beat, and Evil dropping their life as well. Gallant, it's all going to be down to this barrage. You can get an amazing pick on Otters, but it's not going to matter as the beat and the barrage still available from the side of Chungus Fungus, and there it comes out, and there goes the round, and that is a round 3? Yes, it's a round 3. Dorito beat drop doesn't give that much HP.
Yep, and very nice stuff from Chungus Fungus there to extend this series, extend their I guess, like them being in this series at all. Obviously, if they lose this next round, that's still it. So recognizing the challenge that lay ahead of them and rising to the occasion. But on top of that too, I mean, I'm a little befuddled by the comp choices. I'm confused by the ball. I think I like it a little bit more here on this point, but not substantially if Chungus Fungus continue to stay on this Mauga. Like, it just... one other observation too, like, you called it out with the Pharahs. They're almost playing like Widows. You know how like you'd have Widows on Ruins and you wouldn't really get that much support because the Widows are just trying to pick each other off? You can't out-heal a Widow headshot. So it just seems like they were just off roaming on their own. I haven't really seen this sort of thing before, just unsupported Pharahs.
Oh, and Silvertals misses the TP at the beginning of the round. That's going to be massive here. As we see, going through here, both Pharahs deciding, hey, you know what? I just don't need healing here. Gallant picking that Helix Shield perk, but Jan is like, I still find value in the other one of the moving barrage, and Evil goes so low. Is the round we're just getting a little poke in, we're getting a little pre-fight, and I also need to point out, Silvertals matching the BAP now. No more Moira.
Yes, and also I really like the Brig pick from Dorito. I think that does a lot more in the ball comp and can support the Pharah a little bit more too. But still, Chungus Fungus, again, this comp is just really good at standing here and holding the point. And so they get a very quick first cap.
Oh, and Silvertal's getting a very quick first pick.
Yep, make that 2.
This is how you need to play it. If you're committed to the ball, you're committed to the more fast-paced style of defendable backline, you have to play this in the vein of we play off Pharah damage. We play off Sky being able to go in and get picks at the end. And Dorito, they kill Pangalix late somehow, but Jan winning out the aerial duel, and you're still in the driver's seat if you are Camp Halfcourt because Pangalix does go down on the Mauga, which allows you to reset your positioning going into this next fight.
Yeah, that is a huge pick, and I'm really not sure how the Brig of all people managed to get that off. But still, Camp Halfcourt in control. Chungus Fungus on the outside looking in. They're kind of playing this one slow. It looks like they're just kind of getting the point for free at that.
Yeah, it's looking pretty even. Window coming out on this side as well. Pangalix going in using Shout. We've got the window up, and Pangalix goes down. A window now coming up from the other side, but you're already down your Mauga, and you don't have control of the point. I don't know how I feel about that from Otters. That kind of feels like a little late, but they get the flip somehow.
Yeah, they do for the time being. With the Pangalax down, I think it's going to signal the retreat very shortly, unless we got crazy heroics or Mafia in January here. But now the ball back on point as well is going to make this look worse for wear. Now this just might be a long, drawn-out fight before Chungus Fungus finally yield control to point. Pangalax is back. They can stall this out a little bit more, but it seems that little bit more is done by the time this sentence is back in control, our camp half-court.
Yeah, Dorito manages to take out Akko. I was about to say, this isn't the worst thing ever. Jan returns the favor onto Silvertulls there, and this fight is going back and forth. You're really liking the percent that you got if you're Chungus Fungus here, and the fight keeps going out. That's the cage. That's the noon. We've got the rally coming out from Dorito's side. We've got the minefield coming out. This is the huge ult fight from both sides here, and it looks like Chungus Fungus are going to come out on top the second Dorito goes down, and that little bit of extra percentage now matters, because if you're camp half-court, you'd be around like 85, 90%. And so flipping that point, they're Chungus Fungus, they allow themselves one more fight loss.
Absolutely, that's huge. And it's such an expensive fight for both teams too. Otter's probably quite happy to going up to that window, especially wanting to hold this point, probably want to pop that for mini room on the next engage here. But Chungus Fungus doing really well. There's a trade here though.
Sky for Jan, that's pretty even across the board. This is still a nice, good 4 versus 4 fight. And Otters goes down, but they trade out Gallon. And these trades, they're so even between these teams. A little bit better on the side of Camp Half-Court, losing the BAP with that window. But Evil, if they go down here, this is going to be really rough. They're managing to pull himself out of the pit, but fall into the pit of death, I guess, anyway, as this just continues to be on Chungus Fungus's court.
So it seems Gallant has swapped over to the Genji here. They're just having trouble really getting the engage that they want. It seems like Chungus Fungus not only have had really good point awareness, they're just really understanding how to just be a thorn in the side of the ball comp, like thwart engages before they really start. So now Evil on a Mauga of their own, 92% in ticking, potential last fight, both support ults available on the side of Chungus Fungus.
A window coming down, Pangalex not going down. Sky, however, dropping to the ground, wings fully clipped. Window in return, Mafia taking care of Evil, but the point gets flipped. We saw this might not matter because there's such an ult advantage for Chungus Fungus, but they're really, really just poising to take this entire map. And now we just go back down to that one fight where Chungus Fungus stole. That 20%-ish that they got just completely flipped it. If you're Camp Half-Court, I feel like losing that point, that presence, that 20%, I mean, you just lose an extra fight from that.
Pretty much, yeah. So really good early investment for them. Remember, Pangalex, I think, went down early in that fight too, and it seemed a little bit questionable, but the stall was just so good. On top of like the fact that they just stolen away the point in the first place. So really nice stuff. Kind of reverse sweeping Ilios here. And hey, you did talk about a map 3, so I think your Oracle streak is alive and well here. So we're going to final map.
I don't know what it is. The crystal ball is in full force today for this match. Predicted that map 3 coming out. I don't know. I guess Chungus Fungus, they heard the promise of a map 3 and they had to deliver. That Mauga comp, it looked strong. I would still raise question marks about Evil really trying to play ball into it there. Yeah. Maybe going into this map 3, we're on Eichenwald. If Chungus Fungus want to keep this going, they want that Mauga. And if you're Camp Half-Court, I don't know. I'm maybe a little bit of a Mauga ban coming out here. You could see maybe a BAP ban coming out here. They do have that first say, and honestly, those are my main preds on the side with Camp Half-Court for their ban.
I can see that. I do like that. BAP is a good one there, especially because they know Silvertall's very, very comfortable in the Kiriko and can run that just as well. Whereas Otter's has just been on like prime BAP duty this whole time, it seems. So not a bad call at all. And on Ike, I will say I'd be much more surprised to see the ball come out in any capacity. In the event that they choose not to ban the Mauga, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Mauga mirror or any kind of more rush-oriented comp to begin with. I think ball is a very aspirational pick for much of Eichenwald. No,
Lucio ban coming up from Camp Half-Court. That is a very interesting pick here. Let's see. If we go back in the map, we didn't really see any of it in map 1. But that map 2, I mean, we saw it a little bit from the side of Camp Half-Court, and we saw a little bit from the side of Chungus Fungus here. This does fundamentally do the same thing as they were playing that Lucio BAP. And so we're probably saying, okay, we're done with the Lucio. We're putting you on Brig. We are tired of this. And I say, because of what we've seen, this is prime BAP Weaver positioning for this backline.
True. Oh man, BAP Weaver. There is also a universe in which Juno does come out here, but we haven't seen Juno pretty much all series. So Excuse me, sir. Yeah, we haven't seen Juno pretty much all series here. I think both these teams are kind of happy with the more either very static or very fast looks that they've got going. But Lucio being banned, it does change the calculus somewhat.
If you're Chungus Fungus side, I do see the other side of this from Camp Halfcourt. You ban at the Lucio, you protect ban the rest of the supports, you still have the ability to play your Kiri, to play your Ana. Camp Halfcourt, they're the support ban team apparently looking at this again. And Chungus Fungus, what do you do in this situation? I mean, like, the ball's not a non-issue. You want to play the Malga. Maybe you're thinking, okay, Freya back in the pool, gonna be a little rough here. Do we get rid of, say, like, well, there's the Ana coming out.
Oh.
Can they do that?
Yeah. Wait, what?
I don't think they can do that. I'm pretty sure they can't do that. Because the Lucio ban already came out. I imagine it's going to be forced to get swapped here. Because I remember from my matches, oh, yep, there it goes. Okay, back off the table. They were reconfirmed. Now do we see a tank or DPS ban? Threw me for a loop there. My crystal ball couldn't see that happening.
Yeah. I was just as confused there. So back to the drawing board, our Chungus Fungus.
Fire ban? Did we see a fire ban?
Maybe. I mean, January did look quite happy on the far ban. They might not want to lock that out, just that's available to them themselves. I wonder if what does the Ana ban attempt to tell us about their thinking, though, is the question, I guess.
The attempt is we're playing Malga, and we don't like anti-main, most likely. Yeah,
pretty much. Malga or Hog. We saw some Hog from Penguin.
That's true. We did see Hog. Do we see maybe a Tracer? Pharah? Genji? I know the Tracer duel Sky's been looking really strong, and it's so far we haven't seen a ton of Genji, but it hasn't looked bad. And the Pharah duels is the main thing, and that's the Orisa. Okay, leaning into that, we're playing Malga. You haven't played the Orisa, but just in case, we're eliminating it off the field no matter what.
Yeah, that I didn't see that one coming at all. Like, we have seen 0 Orisa playtime this entire series, so yeah, that's quite the choice there. But hey, they weren't allowed Ana. I think they want to play Malga in either case. Maybe they're just like, I don't want to deal with an Orisa when playing Hog/Malga to begin with. So we'll be going back with just one speed option on the entire Overwatch roster. And presumably a decent bit of BAP gameplay, maybe some of that Weaver that you talked about as well here. So Chungus Fungus on the up and up. Looks like they want to turn the series back around, get a little cheeky reverse sweep in. But yeah.
We'll see. I mean, as you said, we do have that one speed. However, Chungus Fungus is a weird team. I would not be surprised to see the first Junker Queen in A-League come out here to get that second speed if you want to make that faster. But we're pretty sure this is going to be Malga coming out.
Yeah, now there's a shout. I think
literally
so
a shout.
Got him. Got him. But yeah, and I think back to Ilios as well, and I mean how much the teams did not really want to invest in their Pharahs at all. So the more I think about it, I'm not sure that they're actually going to pull out a Pharah here on either side. I wouldn't be surprised actually to see the Freya come back, in particular with that no longer being banned instead. So maybe a Pharah for point A attack, but not much beyond that. I think it would be kind of out of left field.
Oh, definitely here. As we can see, Eichenwald, the drums are beating, and so are the hearts of both teams here as we get into this map 3. We talked about it at the beginning of the stream. Playoffs, play-ins right around the corner here. Both teams are really doing their absolute most to break their spot into the upper echelon, and more importantly for both teams, also trying to not drop into that 8th slot, that evil 8th slot that pushes you out of play-ins totally. And so here, the Pharahs, they're out, but so is Sky on the Freya, looking strong. And as the music comes to a triumphant upbringing here, this map 3, we need to see just absolute money moves, magic being made from both teams.
Exactly. So I was wrong about the Pharahs. Looks like both teams do want to run those, but I was right about the Freya. Sky, I think, very happy to have that hero available to them once more. Evil on the Ram is also interesting, given, I mean, they banned the Lucio, and now they want to run Ram. But, like, I mean, you made your bed, you might as well lie in it. As Chungus Fungus on the attack, very happy to continue with this Malga, and a Brig as well.
Yeah, that's the lamp forced immediately from Otters. I don't know why they weren't expecting both the Pharah and the Freya shots to come rain down true. And so we're going to see a bit of the Eichenwald Classic, some pre-fight poke, blasting in as Pangalex takes the left side here, and we're really looking for this first pick with how much poke damage is on the court for Camp Half Court.
Yeah, so, and then they're pushing all the way up around this corner. Camp Half Court wanting to defend around point instead, not pushing up or being too proactive, which I guess you kind of have to do against this Malga comp. You have to yield a bit of room, but Evil yields a bit too much, is instead sent back to the spawn room. Chungus Fungus really finding their groove.
And Gallant losing that far duel as well to January here. I don't hate the Ram here, and this is my main reasoning, is that minor perk is a huge boon. Getting that Void Surge, those extra 6 burst shots every 1.5 seconds is just really strong into a person like Malga who's just HP.
Yeah, a total ult battery, exactly. And Gallant switches us over to the Mei as well. So now I think the game plan, try to catch the aggression that much more. You've also got the Ravenous Vortex available to you, of course, but if you can also wall people behind them, cut off that bat feeling, you're in a good spot. Right now, though, Otters wants to be in a good spot with this window, as Gallant's already down.
Yeah, Gallant unfortunately did not get the memo of all the good spots we were talking about. Being caught in the wrong spot as just these ults coming out. We got the second window. Sky turning it around with that pick. And somehow with that amazing initial thing, and that's the cage jacks coming out.
Oh,
that's so sad.
You do not see that one often. We had a total bloodbath happening in the side, but that ending is brutal for Chungus Fungus. Momentum completely gone, it seems. Have to fully reset here as Camp Half Court set up around Castle.
And that was an expensive fight for both teams. I mean, Chungus Fungus, they tried to invest the window for an amazing first pick. Didn't go great. Pangalex drops their cage and gets K-Chax last second here. And if you're Camp Half Court, momentum is back on your side as Silver Talls puts Jan into the ground. This is a no-fly zone, apparently, as Silvertall said this is a no-living zone, too.
Pretty much, yeah. And Jan, I mean, is holding on to this barrage, but it's going to be very hard to kind of make an entry here through this archway. It looks like Camp Half Court Gallant recognizing this and just pushing all the way forwards, too. So yeah, this is a tricky position to be in. This, like, complete kill box that's set up is anathema to a Malga comp. It's the last thing they want to deal with, is having fire rain down on them. So instead, yeah, here's Pangalex going straight for the Mei in the back.
Yeah, we're talking about the fire coming down, but it looks like we're trying to cool off Chungus Fungus here. Pangalex, no burns allowed in the Gallant zone as we are resetting once again. The only good thing that's happened for Chungus Fungus is they haven't invested anything. Camp Half Court, they've had to use ults in these past ones. Chungus Fungus building up to that tasty ult bank coming into this fight.
Exactly, and I see the vision of Pangalex rushing in there. You don't want to take a fight around this corner. You don't want to take that protracted Ram versus Malga trade that they were doing on first point, because in this situation the defenders will always win. So Pangalex wants to rush through into Castle. There's January finally in position, gonna be looking for this barrages fight.
And so many ults come out. We see the Noon come out, we see the Bullet Shot come out. Lamps dropped from both sides as the barrage tries to push out Evil on that Annihilation. And Evil, 1 HP, having to jump to his life here, grabbing the Mega, resetting around, and once again, very expensive. Chungus Fungus dropped everything in their ult bank. 4 ults. Silver Tall still having that window here as Pangalex being put into the freezers. He manages to barely get out, and this is looking rough if you're on the side of Chungus Fungus.
Oh man, yeah, that was so expensive, and it was almost worth it, but the card honestly does not get far enough for me to feel comfortable saying that it indeed was. It stopped to short the second arch here. Quick restabilization from Camp Half Court, and most importantly, one that was done almost entirely in the neutral. They used absolutely nothing for that by the looks of it. There was Annihilation. No, that was last fight. Forget what I'm saying.
That was just a long fight. You are correct. Annihilation dropped. Bullet Shot also dropped. Apparently, the cast was also dropped in favor of the Mei for Chungus Fungus. We are getting a Mei mirror here. Not exactly what you normally see on Eichenwald, but I don't hate it. It allows you to give a little bit more protection to Pangalex. It allows you to deny a little bit of that pressure from Sky and Silvertalls in the same boat on the high ground here as the fight now breaks out.
Yeah, and you also know there's no Lucios, right? So if you've walled someone off, they're there until they're either dead or they've been completely bailed out and killed you instead. So a nice wall here, too, as the fight breaks out on top, trying to claim this high ground. Pangalex looking pretty good here. Sky on an angle, but gets punished for it.
Yeah, a little rough here on this side. Going for the stomp, and this should be big value as Doritos drops, and we see the rest of Camp Half Court dropping. And yes, Camp Half Court, you invest 1 ult, but it's the Bullet Shot. A Bullet Shot is basically just like a pulse bomb. You throw it out when you get it. You're not really that worried. And so Chungus Fungus Camp Half Court, these are some big ult banks. We basically got 4 across the board on both sides. And so, hey, Camp Half Court, I want you to go first. I want to see this window come down because the momentum for Chungus Fungus, it's beginning to build, and Chan goes down at the beginning of the fight.
That's huge. The cage does come out. I was about to say Pangalex might want to wait out this window to really do much with this cage, but their hand was forced with that pick on Jan, and it looks like Camp Half Court coming out on top off of just the window. Really nice hold from them on the defense. Chungus Fungus panicking a little bit, popping a window of their own. There's no way they're caught unawares by that, but Camp Half Court just played beautifully and take it.
Yeah. We're getting to see a little bit of that weakness, as you mentioned, of we really can't heal our Pharah that easily. Jan gets stuck twice with those 2 right clicks from Sky, and the break pack just isn't fast enough. The BAP, there's no way for it to go down. And I don't know how, but apparently Evil said it's time for me to go down, and Mafia cleans them up at the beginning of the fight. And if you're Chungus Fungus, Pangalex, this is the time to book it in like you have been.
Yeah, I mean, this is the biggest window we've seen since the 2 BAP ones last fight is Gallant.
Hey, everyone is frozen.
Both Mays are out, but it's all red in the kill feed, not so much blue as the ice melts away. Finally, Chungus Fungus break through.
Yeah, I mean, again, we're seeing such expensive fights come out from Chungus Fungus, and this time it works out for them. I don't know if they've had a fight where they've dropped less than 2 ults when they've engaged.
Yeah, but I mean, the explosiveness had mostly been going the way of Camp Half Court. Chungus Fungus, with that early, inexplicable pick on the Ramatra, are able to turn this one. And here, I think Jan is actually feeling much better on the Pharah. You can just kind of spam down these sight lines from the background. You're not too worried about the enemy team having high ground on you, looking for a cheeky flank of their own with the barrage locked and loaded.
Yeah, they don't see him fast enough, and what an amazing whip shot from Dorito there, saving his entire team from death.
That's absolutely humongous there. Still, though, Chungus Fungus not really deterred, still pushing the cart forward. A nice window out here from Otters as well will force the wall. And then some. Pangalex pushing forwards, wants some blood here.
It is a miracle that Half Court survived through that amazing positioning and util usage, and it's time for Camp Half Court to make their return. Ults flying back and forth here, windows being dropped. You see the Annihilation, a sustain. You see the bullet shot come out as well. And Chungus Fungus, you lost Mafia, but luckily only 1 person was picked, so you have the time. You have 20 seconds, go for the reset. In Camp Half Court, your ult bank's empty. Chungus Fungus, you're in the same boat, but you're a little closer to that Blizzard, to that cage.
Yeah, what they really need to do here is keep the Malga alive. Cage, I think, is their big win con. Obviously, they have the Blizzard coming on as well, but Cage basically guarantees a kill here and guarantees a sort of kill box for January to work around.
Oh, and the wall's a little late. Pangalex get the touch.
Oh, Pangalex finally gets it, though.
That is that barrage coming out. If you're Chungus Fungus here, you need something, and Jan maybe gets that golden goose come out in that pick. Otters takes out Sky. The Blizzard, it's massive, but the May wall from Gallant before he gets frozen is immense. And the rally comes out. Evil swapping over, and this is where Camp Half Court hold on 3rd.
Oh, really good hold, but honestly, great stuff out of Chungus Fungus as well. Many times this map, it felt like their backs were against the wall, and they still managed to pull some rabbits out of a hat. But in the end, they're a great wall from Gallant in particular, because it just looked like Chungus Fungus were going to walk into a touch and play a longer fight. But in putting up that wall, they forced Pangalex to have to rush in, and then the Malga dies before the cage fight is online. So that Blizzard does come out, but it's a little bit more easily zoned. You're able to put up a wall there. Silvertall's able to get out of dodge, even though they're frozen in the back. The kill does not come through. And then finally, when that rallies in from Dorito, that's basically curtains on that. So really nice final hold there from Camp Half Court, setting themselves up with a solid win condition, not letting Chungus Fungus complete the map. But hey, still, Ike is a map where we've seen many a first point hold, and this too, I wanted to say, is where the Pharah, I think, can really start to pop off.
Yeah, we're going to see a little bit of a swap up here at the beginning. Originally, we did see that Pharah Freya from Camp Half Court. It's looking, however, like the Mays are here to stay. There's too much fire coming out from Pangalex, and we need 2 Mays to cool it down, as I really am not that happy about seeing the evil ball here. I hope that we go back to the Ram, maybe mirror the Malga. I just feel like it's too tough into what Chungus Fungus have been playing.
Yeah, and ball in situations like this, I always feel like, again, is an aspirational pick where you're kind of hoping that, well, actually, forget that whole thought, because, they're now
back on the Ram.
Yeah, back on the Ram, and this time, very importantly, with the Juno. I've been waiting for this. They finally have some speed here. They're not as worried about the walls from Mafia as before, and it means they can really take a much faster engage on first, much like Chungus Fungus did on their own attack.
Yes, I didn't get time to say it since we were kind of talking about the potential ball pick, but I was saying I don't think the Lucio had a ton of value there from Akko. I'd have loved to see a Kiri here, and here comes the Kiri. It seems both sides saying the Lucio not getting a lot of value. We want to keep the speed on the side of Camp Halfcourt, and speed apparently is the name of the game as Mafia goes down early. Otter's taking out Silver Talls, but Pangalex 1 HP dropping as well, and that additional bit of speed, that additional bit of sustain coming out in strides for Camp Halfcourt, as I've got to point out, Silver Talls has been getting so many picks, and Otters on the same side. These BAPs are lethal in this game.
Absolutely, and they know in particular January, being aficionado of the Flyers, being kept in check by that backline, by the BAP in particular of Silver Talls. So really great stuff, really nice, quick, fast fight there. From Camp Halfcourt, recognizing too that if they just catch the Mauga unawares with there having been no speed boost whatsoever on the other or the previous round, they'll be able to get first. That's exactly what they do. Alt out, Pangalex looking dead to rights almost here. Camp Halfcourt coming out swinging.
Yeah, and Camp Halfcourt, they get a lot there going in as the window from Otters comes out. There is no lamp, there is no bell from the side of Chungus Fungus. Both needed to save Pangalex in that fight. And really strong disengage from the side of Camp Halfcourt. You don't use anything but the lamp and a speed ring, and you completely neutralized it as Jan neutralizes Dorito at the beginning of this fight.
Yeah, pretty much. There's still sort of a half fight happening here. The Blizzard invested as well, even with Dorito down one support. Evil and Gallant want to go for this. I think they may come to regret that. However, Sky's already down. They're getting a bit more push, but I fully expect Chungus Fungus to potentially restabilize here.
We're going in with the window, catching out with the Blizzard. Let's see, does this Blizzard catch anyone? It does on the side of Gallant. Unfortunately, I don't know if we caught it, but Gallant's Blizzard didn't catch anyone on the side of Chungus Fungus. They went around it. That is that benefit that Kiri gives instead. If someone does get frozen, you can just bell it out. And Gallant says, I'm done with this. Jan, it's time for the Pharah duel again. Let's do this.
You love to see it. But yeah, in that previous fight, sometimes it's not that winnable, unfortunately. The positions that Chungus Fungus were in, that Blizzard was not really bound to catch much. And so they do restabilize, and it's an expensive attacking fight as well. Evil still has the Ramatra ult, and paired with the Juno Hyper Ring, that could be a lethal combination.
Oh my goodness, and Jan takes down Sky. Cage gets dropped. Evil's stuck in here, and Gallant decides to join the party, but I don't think this is the disco they were expecting with all the flashing lights and colors.
It's not often you see a team deliberately not shoot a Ram and Annihilation just to stagger them out a little bit.
And this is a stagger, and
the
it's
stagger on Silver Talls as well.
Silver Talls almost gets rid of all of Otters. Oof.
Yeah, but
oh my god, and January goes down to 2 well-placed shots from Sky.
That's actually a really nice late pick here.
And
that actually creates a solid amount of room, especially with Gallant now on the Genji. Because I actually quite like the ball in this particular situation. Now you can take high ground a lot more quick. Well, never mind.
Everything we were about to say is down the drain as Dorito goes down, Sky goes down, the wall comes up, however, as Gallant also falls. And I mean, Camp Halfcourt, they're making swaps. We're going to see they've still got a lot of time in the bank here, 3 full minutes. And Chungus Fungus, you know, you had a really poor first point, but that's a lot of time off the clock here as your ult bank is looking quite happy.
For sure, but Camp Halfcourt on the defense were also in a similar situation, right? Like they brought the end of point 2 to overtime. So Chungus Fungus still, I think, compared to where their attack is at, they're about par right now. They need to keep this going if they want to turn this into a likely win, potentially. But like you've said, they've got the ults to do it. They've got all except the Mauga ult. The ball causing some trouble in the back, but January invests the barrage into this.
Evil, smooth criminal, those moves there. Oh my god, I don't think Evil took a single barrage rocket with that, but Pangalex taking the lives of Evil's entire team.
Yeah, and this is where I'm less convinced by the ball. I like the ball in that one moment where they had the opening pick on January, which meant that Evil would have been able to take control of Castle a little bit easier without being marked by the Pharah, who can easily fly up to high ground and kind of just like threaten the ball a little bit. Now at this point, though, it's a lot more difficult. You're going to see Evil probably bum rush into the castle, try to take that positioning away, but just Pangalex is on the ground with the remainder of your comp and the remainder of your team. And we saw how that ended last fight.
Yeah, this is kind of where you want Dorito to just orbit and go Lucio at this point. And here comes the orbit. Here comes the Blizzard return. Pangalex instantly. This is what you need. Dorito manages the team. Evil manages in a team fight. Go in, draw some aggro away. Dorito drops the orbit. Jan drops Silver and Sky here. Dorito trading it back now, and we've just got Mafia on this low ground. The team knows that they are there, and a late death is not looking good here from the side of Chungus Fungus as Camp Halfcourt finally get the ball in their court and get the payload moving.
Yeah, finally get that opening they needed, and it comes down to that Juno Ray, which I think they've been holding in their back pocket for about 3-4 fights. Nice window up top is going to force the
Cage
hand.
catches no one, though, and Jan kills Gallant.
So it seems, yeah, the fight sort of breaking out on high ground, and there's a big cage in the middle. Bola shot out as well. It's a very confusing fight all around.
I mean, Akko gets cut out at the top. Evil catches them. Apparently, it wasn't communicated as Otters dropped, Silvertail's dropping, Sky dropping. This fight is just going back and forth here from both sides, and Chungus Fungus, I'll be real, I am not fully sure how they managed to turn that one there, but that was just really, I guess, good mechanical play after the ults came out.
So it seemed. I think that the cage fight was just like the sort of awkward deterrent and kind of because they wanted to engage on Otters on the high ground, but only really the Genji went. And to Gallant's credit, they didn't pop the blade immediately. So the blade is still in their back pocket. They have to be wary of the Blizzard on the other side. But Chungus Fungus turning this around, those odds, the 1 in however many million, looking closer and closer here.
It is looking closer and closer, just like Gallant up towards Jan. And I was just about to say, Gallant looking for the blade, and they looked. It just... Apparently, the store was closed. They did not find anything with their purchase there. And Evil taking out Otters. This is the best pick you could get, but Dorito goes down as well.
Yeah, finally getting Otters is kind of nice, but it's not going to amount to much. There's only 2 seconds left, and the Blizzard is also available for Mafia, so we need some Evil heroics here. Does dodge the wall, but going to need to dodge a whole lot else to keep this alive.
Blizzard swinging. There goes Sky with the stuff. Needs to pick Jan, and Mafia getting rid of Sky. The Skies are now cleared for Jan to take up this mantle, and Jan barely going 1 HP, but Otters kills Gallant. And I don't know, it would take literally a hero play from the side of Camp Half Court as the window drops, and I think the hopes of Camp Half Court drop with this window.
They've completely turned it around. Chungus Fungus with an incredible defense, rocking the Mauga all the way through to win, turn the series around, reverse sweep, and take the win versus Camp Half Court. What a series. Wow.
12 in 1 million is looking one step closer. Here's Chungus Fungus. You know, you would have liked it 2-0, but honestly, you're just happy to get this win, especially after that Gibraltar performance we saw. This is the beginning of the slingshot, as some people would say, and unfortunately, that's the end of Camp Half Court's slingshot. They were on that win streak, and Chungus Fungus say it's our turn now.
Yeah, what an incredible turnaround and a banger start to our Sunday slate of games here. Chungus Fungus. I mean, after a fairly dismal, like it was kind of a one-sided wash of a watch point Gibraltar. On Ilios, they find a magic solution. They find what works for them, and they just ride it out all the way. The Mauga right to a win. And I mean, I'm looking back too. I'm kind of confused by the Lucio ban, given what Camp Half-Blood wanted to run. Like the Juno Ram, I think, was potentially their best look. I would have liked for them to stick to it a little bit longer. In the end, they pull out a ball, and Pangalex is very, very happy to just completely vacuum the rest of the team up using those dual chain guns. So really nice stuff, as both these teams now at 2-3 for their records.
We see on here, they were already in the 5th and 6th slot. Nothing changed, mainly in the standings. However, this win for Chungus Fungus is massive. I cannot stress how bad dropping to 1 and 5 there would have been. That 8th slot is filled with Evil, and your main contention for falling underneath was Seal the Deal, who you're probably fighting next week. And so this win is huge. Camp Half Court, it's not over yet. You still have matches. You are looking towards the future here for your other games. But they're hard.
Yeah, it's gonna continue to be an uphill climb, I should say. But this is the first step that Chungus Fungus really needed to take to even get on the stairs. But yeah, Camp Half Court, I mean, the schedule they've got coming up is kind of a rough one. They are facing Campfire Song, but then after that they're facing the top league, or top team in the league here. So a loss you're going to want to look back on and hopefully learn some lessons from is Chungus Fungus. I think, especially, we kind of glossed over it at times, but like running Pangalex on tank for much of that and kind of just winging it felt like, and then finding a groove mid-series, like it definitely feels like they stole one in some ways here. And I think they'd be very happy with that.
I believe to close it out, you should crown an MVP. And while there was a lot of names being thrown back and forth, I mean, it really came down in that map to, is Camp Half Court going to win? Is Chungus Fungus going to win? I don't know about your opinion, but personally on my end, I want to give it to Pangalex for that Mauga. It was just the winning formula for the team.
Honestly, like, they all played really, really well, especially by the end of it. A part of me is tempted to, like, I'm thinking of Otters as well, who just held it down the map, but I think it's Pangalex. Like going from 0-3 on Gibraltar to like keeping that iron mental going, totally turning it around and having this comp, their team adapt around them. Really, really nice stuff. Honorable mention as well to January for kind of just aerial control of the skies without really much of a backline that's set up to support the Pharah. So incredible stuff all around. But yeah, I think I'm with you. I think Pengalex gets the pick here. Really, really nice adaptations throughout the series.
Yeah, I gotta say, one final congratulations to Chungus Fungus. They played fantastic in that map 2 and 3. What an amazing second point hold. Camp Halfcourt, I don't think you come out of this with that many like sorrows. I mean, the only thing I can really think of is we should have banned the Malga that map 3, but I mean, still really strong performances from the team. This could have gone either way. But I do believe that is where we will say a little bit of a goodbye before heading into the next match that is going to be coming up.
Absolutely, yeah, and it's just a goodbye from us. That's not a goodbye from BPL. There is so much more action throughout the rest of the evening. You won't want to miss it. We had such a great banger series just now if you're just tuning in, and I'm sure there's many, many ahead for the rest of the day.
Yeah, we've got fantastic stuff coming up. I hope everyone will stick around to watch that match when it appears, because we do have BirdWatch Mothmania, a very good B-League match here. Both teams near the high point, but this is where me and Blink will be signing off.
Indeed we shall. Thanks so much for tuning in. We'll see you in the next match.
Farewell.
어디서부터 참을 수 있을까? 벌어진 틈새를 채울 순 있을까? I don't know what to do. We've already spent too much time. 우린 이미 너무 먼 길을 너에게로부터 가장 먼 내 마음이 또다시 철없이 널 향하지 않게 far away 한참을 헤매고 찾아왔던 네가 그렇게 반가울 수 있었을까? I don't know what to do. I can't wait for you anymore. 이제 내게 인사를 건네줄게. 너에게로부터 가장 먼 곳 내 마음이 또다시 철없이 널 향하지 않게 far away.
We got nowhere to be, just a slow dance with the summer heat. The world outside can't wait a few, 'cause right now we got nothing else to do. The sun is peeking through the cotton white blinds, your hands still tangled up in mine. Feet on the wall, your head on me, floating got nowhere to be. Got nowhere to be. Your hair's a mess, but you don't mind. You just laugh, let it fall where it lies. Coffee's cold, but we take a sip, talk about nothing. Let the morning slip. Oh, it feels like that, like summer air through window cracks. Oh, it feels like that, like summer sun on quiet tracks. Oh, it feels like that, like the summer rain that falls so slowly on the naked skin upon your back. Oh, it feels like that, like a love song on a worn out track. Yeah, it feels like that. Feels like that. Yeah, it feels like that. Na 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 na. Feels like that. Oh, it feels like that, like summer air through window cracks. Oh, it feels like that, like the summer sun on quiet tracks. Oh, it feels like that, like the summer rain that falls so slowly on the naked skin upon your back. Oh, it feels like that, like a love song on a worn out track. Yeah, it feels like that. Feels like that. Yeah, it feels like that. Na 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 na. Feels like that.
I don't know what it means, but there's a smile upon your face, and I see something shimmering in your eyes. And they say if you want to glimpse the future, you need space. And you said to put down your morning guns. Would you follow me to wonders? Take my hand and walk beside me in a world of thunder. Fear is an imposter. When you look at me this way, I find it hard to not give in. So the days became weeks, it felt just like the night before. You were slowly fading in my mind. When you left, I was so completely gone, but now I'm sure you were some of the best of things to find. find it hard to not give in. When sage brings the rite of spring, mourning dove and the sparrows sing. Through the light that the sun will bring, reborn. Thoughts are creeping on the wall. Swallowtail heeds the northern call, and the last of the frost will thaw, reborn. In the warmth of the spring, I recall everything once more. Heavy air and the smell of rain, muddy grasses across the plain, red-winged blackbird soft refrain, reborn. In the warmth of the spring, I recall everything once more. As the winter comes to pass, every one of us is home at last. Every leaf, every blade of grass, reborn. In the warmth of the spring, I recall everything once more. In the light of the sun, everything and everyone reborn.
Where did the time go? How do we move so far away? Holding on, how much can we both take when love isn't at home? I can't hear a word you're saying when love isn't at home. I can't hear a word you're saying. Strong lessons burn brighter. That makes us two fighters. What I'm asking.
All right, everyone, I guess we're welcomed back here. A little bit of a miscommunication as I am returning for this BirdWatch Mothmania game, and joining with me is a fantastic, lovely commentator who has been doing so fantastic in their matches in Thor.
So we are back here to just really catch up now on this B-League matchup between BirdWatch and Mothmania. And, you know, just to get things rolling, I think we have at least bans already in place for these teams.
Yes, it seems that we probably do. Speaking of a little bit quickly going through the tier list itself here. Mothmania 4-0, a really strong team. They are looking to cinch that first place seed because, as we talked about before, the top 2 do go straight into playoffs. There's no play-ins in BirdWatch right now. This victory could spell getting into that top 2 or not. So big match, big stakes here.
Exactly. And we briefly talked about strength of schedule for these 2 teams, but I think this is a time for BirdWatch to show that they can keep up with the number 1 seed in their group so far with Mothmania, who've only really lost 1 map throughout the whole series. So let's take a looking at their season so far. It seems like BirdWatch at least had to deal with a slightly, I guess, tougher schedule is how I would view it, at least compared to what they have to deal with in the tail end. Mothmania not yet having to face off with, I think it's Bluff Creek.
We got Bluff Creek and Jump Shot.
Yep. So for Mothmania, that's what's going to be testing their mettle more than anything is against Bluff Creek, because I think they're number 2 in standings.
I believe you are correct here. Let's get into the teams really quickly as we've discussed. Important match for both teams, but now we have BirdWatch. What a great lineup we've seen from some of these games here. Salad, the tank player for the team. We've seen great stuff being done from this DPS line and back line here. I think people might have underestimated this team coming into B-League.
I mean, I think they are a team that can keep up in B-League, right? I've played on the same team as Calicarg and Crio de Rio, so I know they can keep up with the momentum, and everyone else on that team is pretty solid and stable. I think it's more of just like locking in, and considering Salad is on that tank role and normally isn't really a tank player, but is playing tank in B-League. But let's take a look on the other side with Mothmania, which at the helm of that tank role is Bubba Wyatt, who is very familiar with this role on tank. Not too sure if he will be playing today. Hopefully that might be the case. It's that to see, because fun fact, some of these players are indeed in Toronto. Remaining players of Mothmania, though, there are Tectonic, Sound, and Toasty. Really solid in that DPS line, especially Toasty on that Tracer with solid Tracer gameplay. And the backline of Fairy, Headrammer, and Nelly also doing stupendous work for them.
Yeah, Mothmania here. If you're looking at a star-studded player, we're looking at Tech, dominant in the hit scan role, has been looking really strong on these various hit scan characters. And so I'm really curious to see in this map on what these first bans will be and how both teams will play throughout this set as we're going into Rialto to start it all off.
Yep, Rialto is, I think, one of the more balanced payload types of maps for me. If you're someone with a solid hit scan player, it's a good place to be at, but bans have already been put into place by these 2 teams on who they do not want to be on the map for this term. And I think it was BirdWatch who banned the Diva, and on the other side it's Mothmania banning the Lucio. So you're not seeing any speed. What you're seeing more is stability, slower paced comps, and really identifying the pick potential. And you could already see the difference in the type of speed and composition they want to play. Mothmania going for a bit more of a pokier but self-sustaining Sigma lineup with that backline of Kiri Bap. And on the side of BirdWatch, their defense starting off with a hazard. So you're expecting really those dives and hopefully to sustain going in with the backline of Creator and Dulai. So it's only there to see.
We've got a pretty interesting match up here. I'm very curious to see, as you said, we do have a slightly faster paced comp on the side of BirdWatch here, but there's no speed to go with it. So you're mainly playing these has engages off of the anti-nade from Creo, maybe some right clicks in from Cali. And first fight already breaking out here. Both sides just trading a little poke at the beginning.
Yep. Bit of poke here and there. Nothing really much happening, but you do see the Tracer fights happening on the sideways.
Salad barely managing to miss that wall off on, but Mooney not missing that clip on a Toasty here. It is going the side of BirdWatch, but they lose Dolai right at the end, and Tech kills Salad as well, and the momentum is completely flipped to the side of Mothmania.
Yes, but you at least will have your Tracer still up, who is trying to keep everything else on mark. But Calicard trying to escape is unable to do so. The card continues rolling for Mothmania. Salad switching over to the Reinhardt might just be for this brawlier potential, but I'm not sure if the backline is going to be able to keep up. And
Well, the
already
backline
they're
has swapped as
contesting.
he said that. We are now having the Juno Brig come up as the barrier is broken. I do like the slightly brawlier stance into the poke. We're just going to have to see how it plays out in this fight.
Yep, back and forth, right clicks from Tectonic, getting this Reinhardt of Salad very low, but the whole backline of BirdWatch keeping them up is not enough. But hey, you already have that High Noon out of the play with that whip shot from Creo de Rio, and the bolas used by Calicard gets nothing. But that forces Mothmania to slow down just a bit as the main source of damage for this team is down, with Tectonic still coming back from spawn and Mooney just keeping things alive.
Ults now flying back and forth from both sides. We witness Mooney miss the pulse bomb here, but we've got the rush on the side of Mothmania. We have the flux on the side as well from Bubba Wyatt. Not a lot of value coming out, but you can see the HP bars of BirdWatch. They're also low, and Cali goes down. Salad low to these right clicks. Now that the Cass is back in the fight are just too much to handle. And I imagine unless BirdWatch does something insane here, this will be going the way of Mothmania for point one.
Exactly, locked in for Mothmania. They do have 3 ultimates to work with. You have that Pulse Bomb, High Noon still available for Tectonic, and the Window of Headrammer. And that window is definitely going to melt the shield of Salad. As for BirdWatch, you are walking into this with double support ultimates. So you're hopefully using that Orbital Ray really for the sustained potential when you re-engage with this Reinhardt, because especially if you're using it into a window.
Yeah, we can see here immediate play from Mothmania lamping out their Noon as Fairy finishes off Cali. That's the response here from Dolai as Creo going aggressive. The whole team going aggressive here. Pulse Bomb, another whiff here from Toasty on that side. But you can see the supports, they rotate out and they just need to keep Salad alive, and Salad just doesn't get the memo and just walks past the shield.
Yep, past shield, rally up, but no window yet. So for BirdWatch, you kind of slowed down the pace just a bit. You're waiting now for your Reinhardt to come back, who will have Shatter in a couple of swings, but that couple of swings won't potentially survive if Headrammer still has this window, and they might be holding it for this next corner to deny further push from Salad's Reinhardt. But they already have this corner under control, so they're going to need that window to at least push through.
Yeah, taking over some space here. I'm liking the angle holding from BirdWatch here, just controlling their space. Lamp forced early from Headrammer, but they have the flux. They have the window. Fairy's about to get onto this rush here in Salad. They need a gigantic shatter here as it comes out, and the shatter just completely dodged by the flux there. Grabs 2, fantastic play. Wyatt just managing to take them out as Salad also goes down, and this is just not what you wanted. If you're BirdWatch, you needed that shatter to hit big.
I think the shatter was really just an attempt to read maybe that Bubba Y was too low to the ground, but unfortunately was just high enough to dodge any of that momentum. Mothmania still holding with 2 support ultimates means they could clear out this next corner just as efficiently, as BirdWatch really only has the bolas to work with. Not sure if they want to contest it. No, with the window, they might just opt not to contest from that high ground, but Salad decides to push
going in. Yeah, this is good here. We can see the Noon coming up from Tech as well. Bell being forced, Lamp being forced. Here comes the Curie Rush. Also, BirdWatch here, they lose Salad at the beginning, but they're trying to commit onto it. The Bolas shot, it just barely doesn't pick up that KO, and they're able to heal Bubba back up the full. And this is just, once again, Tech is being left unchecked as click after click comes out, and Tech kills 4 that fight. That's super impressive from the side of Mothmania.
I think part of the problem BirdWatch is running into is just the amount of heal sustain that Mothmania has, along with the damage that can be brought in with that Bap Carry backline. When you're playing with a Juno, you can see the swap. If you're playing with that Juno Brig, you have less healing, so not really as much of an ability to burst down people while keeping healing up. You're gonna have to just trust Mooney to keep Toasty in check, is how this is going to be played. So you see a swap to this Bap Zen, and I think that's a really solid pick, especially with the more annoying Tracers flanking left and right.
Yeah, we got a bit more of that damage up, as you were saying, onto Dolai, but the DPS of BirdWatch go down, and it looks like Salad might not be far behind them. Creo drops first, and this is just, it's completely falling to the wayside of BirdWatch. It feels like their angles, they're not able to control it in time. Amazing lamp there from Headrammer to save them at the very end. In this fight, it just feels like they're on the back foot, and it's a little rough to see. If you're on BirdWatch, how do you turn this around? How do you take that deep breath and figure out what to do to cap?
I think a lot of this is part of it is just the momentum, because BirdWatch did have those moments where they could have had some room to stabilize, but I think the picks just weren't coming their way. First, for example, towards that end of the first point defense, it seemed like they could have had a chance, but just really it's the healing output sometimes, especially with all the damage that is coming in. If you play with that Brig, really the Brig is there to sustain through something that's brawlier while trying to maybe potentially deal with a Tracer, but you really can't do both at the same time. So it really is, in some of these cases, you have to rely on Mooney and Toasty to just like fight it off between each other on that Tracer 1v1s, and have everyone else really just focus on getting picks on that front line or in where the main fight is. Mothmania, still sticking to this same composition, knows that this is what's working for them. Just the ability to easily swap to burst healing or to just pumping in a bit more damage. That's just the value you can get from this Valkyrie backline. Not really much anything to sustain through big ultimates, but really something of aggression. And I think for BirdWatch, you either match that aggression or you sustain through it better. And if you do try the sustain route instead, you might need to fix the composition of your backline.
Yeah, I wanted to point out there, wasn't able to at the beginning of the round, but you could see there when we pressed tab and we were looking through, like, we just don't have a lot of deaths coming on the side of Mothmania. Bubba Wyatt completely deathless on that round, same with Fairy, and if your Kiri's never dying, it's kind of rough. Salad going up for the hazard, looking for a lot more of that collapse potential onto this team that, yes, they can sustain it, but overall, Toasty goes down at the beginning of the fight. Really good shot from Creo out there. BirdWatch, they have a bit more of a dangerous backline now that they're on the Ana Kiri.
Yep, Ana Kiri allows for more angles. Your Ana could be stacking with your Freya on this main, your Kiri doing a different type of angle, and that jagged wall just stopping Tectonic from regrouping. Already dropping Salad very low, so where is the support line of BirdWatch? I'm unsure, but hey, Salad manages to regroup with the team to get some HP back, and a huge sticky, lowering Bubba White to 0 and is out of the game.
Fantastic play there. You saw Creo was actually on the side angle with Mooney there, which was really good pressure. Toasty got completely forced out. They were able to set the side angle on Bubba to finish him off. And Creo's been putting in actually a lot of work. Great sleep darts, grenades, and has just picked Toast twice. And I think we're seeing deja vu here because I'm pretty sure that Salad tried this Reinhardt on first, and we didn't see it to much success.
Yeah, there's going to attempt to contest, but that window is definitely going to slow
and
it
that's
down.
The point cap.
So, oh, luckily enough, there is that point cap even with the window, but Salad's not going to really survive through all of this, but that's completely fine. Bubba White's stuck in a corner with no ultimate to really get themselves out or other cooldowns. You're just going to rely on Tectonic, at least with a high noon, maybe to take a bit more space. BirdWatch, though, with 3 ultimates, maybe 4 for this next engagement, you're hoping they do not ult dump for this fight, maybe open up with a Bolas and maybe that Kiriko Rush to tandem it together, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Kiri Rush Noon come out here. Echo Copy comes in to sustain. Dolai somehow gets taken out as the Echo Copy drops. In BirdWatch, they had such a good ult bank, but with just the 2-2 trades on both sides as Rush is coming out, Bubba Wyatt thinks about charging in, backs up. Smart play there in Mothmania. You know, they might have C9 that point, but they are still holding close as Toasty dead again at the start of the fight. That's 3 fights in a row in BirdWatch. They are not going to let that go to waste as Headrammer drops to the ult of Salad, and Salad grabbing 2, and Bubba just deciding to jump off the map, get the quick reset here, and honestly, really good momentum swing from BirdWatch.
Yeah, looks like Fairy might be trying to TP to a teammate to get out and manages to do so. Mothmania still with that pulse bomb. A bit trickier to figure out, or at least get a target. I think Toasty has been trying to get Creo, who is just heavily marked by, you know, not just Creo themselves, but with Mooney peeling as necessary. But Salad going way too deep is stunned out, and for BirdWatch, you might as well just regroup with the 2 ultimates that you have. I think for this next engagement, you really need to use that nano to at least enable your hazard as they go in. And I think that was initially the plan. That's assuming Creo can get out. Creo, please.
Yeah, you watched there as Creo, they were actually positioning to Nano Salad. A little bit of a miscommunication there. Salad jumps in just a tiny bit too early. So it just seems like a bit of a timing issue there. I imagine you are correct. We're probably going to see the Nano Hazard in this fight. I would not be surprised if we see a bit of a Nano on to Callie, though, getting that Freya in, and the Pulse Bomb comes out. No need to waste util. Salad just goes in, and that comes the Shatter, knocking so many down and people off the hive. Wyatt kills one. Salad 1 HP. This Nano's been completely mitigated by that Shatter as Salad takes Toasty down again at the start of this fight.
Seemed to be a regroup from your team, manages to get value for BirdWatch. This is a time to just back off with that Reinhardt copy and gets nothing in the process. So I think this is an opening for Mooney to go in past that window. Mothmania, no ultimates to work with besides this rush. So they're trying to build up to it for this next fight, while Callie still has the bolas.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good from the side of Mothmania here. Tag forcing the lamp to come out. Wyatt takes down Callie. Toasty takes down Creo, but it looks pretty good as the fight breaks out. And as we can see here, everything is turning up red for Mothmania. It looked a little shaky, but they managed to pull it out with the amazing heals from this backline.
Yeah, that backline was the only reason Tectonic survived, really just rolling in, trying to get that pick onto Mooney and Callie. But if you're BirdWatch, it's fine. You still have 2 ultimates. Make that 3 when do live very close to that Kiriko ultimate. Means you can open up this next fight with one of them. You're hoping that Bubba Y doesn't build towards Shatter throughout all of that in the next few seconds, because that's going to definitely stop your push. But with 94% on ult charge, I think you're going to have to expect that to be built.
Yeah, and Callie here trying to go for something. It's caught out. Speaking of getting caught out, Tech goes down. Lamp not fast enough. You're looking for a big Shatter here from Bubba. But BirdWatch, they're coming up on so many ults. They have to give some space, and that comes the Bola. It forces the Lamp, it forces the window, and Shatter has to come out here, and it's massive. But half of it gets belled, and Salad and Mooney, they're just too much. And the copy comes out to seal this fight down.
Yep, manages to stop anyone else from touching the point. Maybe not getting as much value from that copy, but it's just enough to create this space. BirdWatch, though, only have a nano for the next engagement. And I think that's the same for Mothmania, only having... Oh, that's solid tech. Mothmania only having the high nude. So that's going to just build up time and space for, you know, Mothmania to build to the rest of the ults. Now sticking to a more sustained, heal-heavy backline. So Nano committed onto this Hazard. No, to the Kako.
We've got the Echo here on the side. Lamp immediately forced from Headrammer here. You would say that didn't get a ton of value, but it's swinging out the noon. It's been so good from Tech in these cases here. Can we get a pick? And oh my goodness. Callie, I don't think they realized how close they were to death there in that duel. But they've sustained. Both sides good. Resources traded out. And this next pick is going to be massive.
Creo playing a bit with fire, dealing with a Orisa who has managed to just chill out a bit, waiting for this card to turn around the corner. BirdWatch, no ultimates just yet, but Mothmania will be building towards that window and Terra Surge. So if you're BirdWatch, I think you're trying to build towards an ultimate to at least manage this next push with a minute left on the clock. I wouldn't be surprised if Mothmania are going to try building up towards ultimates to use in this last, I guess, engagement, because this is pretty much last fight territory for both of these teams. Maybe you can get half a fight, depends how quick this next engagement is going to be.
Both teams should definitely be treating this as last fight here. Immediate pick off, looking for the nade. It doesn't catch anyone. Might have gotten eaten there, but that comes the Lamp, that comes the Fortify. Tech being caught out and getting caught out. There is Headrammer dead again to that ult. Tech low. The Fairy kills Callie on the other side, and again, there goes Tech onto the bottom. This is looking pretty back and forth here, but Creo drops before they can get the nano off, and this is back and forth, but the spawns are on the side of Mothmania.
Yep, and the Tracer still behind of Toasty is doing some annoying work, getting the last bit of stragglers. 10 seconds left on the clock. Calicar tries to get something with the bolas, gets nothing in all of that. And I think at this point is looking very dire. No one else could touch. Maybe Salad on this Hazard goes in even with the window, only to get melted. But already there's a few picks coming in the way still of Mothmania. Calicar getting Headrammer should open up things, but it's just not enough. Bubba Wyatt clearing up the back line It is not looking great. Mooney trying to look for a touch, but it might not be enough as they're cleared out. Mothmania take this first map of Rialto, and you know what is looking like a solid understanding of when to make necessary swaps and the timing for it.
Yeah, I'd say both sides there. Not a bad performance. A little bit surprising. I think a big thing that kind of held BirdWatch in here was that Reinhardt swap. It drained a lot of the clock down. I don't think it got a ton of value on that side. Mothmania, though, Bubba apparently wanting to also mirror it at times, maybe trying to say, like, actually, this is how you play the Reinhardt. But both sides, they dropped the Rein. There's a reason this character isn't that strong going on to characters like the Sigma, like the Orisa. And overall there, it just came down to really solid performances from either the DPS or the backline. I mean, we saw fantastic value come out from the backline of Mothmania. Tech turned a lot of fights with the playmaking on the cast. And on the side of BirdWatch here, you have to give credit to Mooney. They played really solid during that time. And honestly, I could see a potential map 3 if BirdWatch lock in on the second map.
I think for BirdWatch, what I would want to see is, as much as we're so set on, you know, what has been traditionally kind of, hey, we have a flex support, main support kind of composition for a backline, you have to reach a point and understand that that's not always going to be the case, that there is that need to mix it up with something like a BAP Kiri or maybe a BAP Zen or even a Anakiri, because the utility of it is sometimes that they provide is sometimes much more important than, I guess, I would believe is more of like a sustained type of healing that characters like Lucio and Brig have to offer. Something that's healing over time versus something that's burst. I think when you're running into something with a lot of high damage, you may need the burst healing just a bit more.
Yeah, especially for trying to play characters like that Reinhardt, like the Sigma, like the Orisa. We're doing pretty solid here, but that additional damage, as you pointed out at the beginning, the BAP, the Curie, so much pressure coming out from just a stray kunai, a burst, the threat potential of these backline ults are so devastating that while you would love to have something like a rally, maybe a sound barrier, it's just that offensive pressure is just so insane. You're kind of like forced to mirror that if you're not getting that insane presence from a beat or a rally.
Exactly, but you know, for BirdWatch, I think they've kind of figured out that that's what they might need to do to even get a map win in this matchup against Mothmania, because this Mothmania team has no worries of switching up whether it's the tank or the backline just to get things done, and it did show in Rialto. But we are headed to what is going to be our second map, hopefully, and I think our second map is Busan.
I believe you're correct. I am double checking that. Yes, it is Busan going into this map 2 here. That brings up the question, you know, Poke definitely a bit weaker on this map. That is what Mothmania wanted to play. The faster styles that BirdWatch wanted to off that hazard a bit stronger on this map as well. We do have the BirdWatch ban first. I imagine maybe we're going to see a BAP ban, as that was a big thorn in their side. I could see also the cast ban. Tech was doing a lot. I'm curious to see what they'll do into this Busan.
I think if you are BirdWatch and you want to play a specific tank on Busan to keep the mirror in a certain way, you may end up having to pick a tank ban, whether it's banning something you're expecting Mothmania's tank to play, or, you know, just having a random tank ban to make sure that, you know, Mothmania can't do anything. Because I know Salad prefers playing tanks like maybe an Orisa or a Wrecking Ball. So if you want to protect those options, you may opt to just ban for a tank. As much as, you know, the Baptiste is causing problems, it really is much just the sustain that a BAP has to offer. So if you can have a backline that can keep up with, you know, the amount of healing and contribution of damage that Headrammer is bringing out, it's completely fine. But BirdWatch have opted to ban the Kiriko instead. I think realizing that, you know, this BAP Kiri backline might be what's actually the thorn on their side more than, you know, the different tanks that Bubba Wyatt is playing.
Yeah, I do like the Curie ban here. I do think it's a little interesting going into this. Maybe they're thinking, okay, Maybe we force a little bit of that Brig. We force them to play a bit of Lucio here. So the ban for Mothmania, I definitely could expect to see the Hazard here. It didn't look like Bubba wanted to match that, so I'd imagine that's potentially a ban. But we're just going to see going into these points. I will say there's a lot of room for poke on a map like Mecha Base, Sigma. No stranger to that point.
Exactly, but speaking of how you felt that the Kiriko ban is interesting, I think it's more of you're running into Busan. It's a very, I think Kiri Lucio kind of thrives in the control types of maps, but the fact that Mothmania already bans Lucio means they will have, if they do want to play the Lucio, they're forced to play something a bit different with it. That's why if you ban the Kiri, so maybe something a bit more stagnant like a BAP Lucio. So in response, Mothmania have decided that they are going to ban the Hazard as you expected. And I think that might be just to mitigate this, semi-dive the brawler dive potential of the Hazard onto what may be a bit more of a stagnant backline of maybe a BAP Lucio if you opt to play BAP Lucio. On the other hand, it's also something you would want to ban if you decide to play a Juno Brig, which, the thorns in itself for Hazard will cause problems to the Brig.
Yeah, a quick little fun fact here. Brig is the only character that procs double thorns from Hazard because the thorns are trying to hit both Brig and the barrier, which, if you're wondering, Brig players, that is why you die so fast to Hazard. It's because you're taking double thorns.
See, this is... I believe that should be considered a bug, but you know what? Whatever. Indie development company, blah, blah, blah. Busan.
Yes, we are on Busan now. We are on a little bit of that drums now. I'm curious to see with these bans of the Kiri and the Haz, it looks like Bubba is pulling out his famous Junker Queen that we've seen so many times from this Mothmania core. And the Brig has been forced on the side of Mothmania to no Kiri to pick for Fairy.
I mean, that's essentially why you ban a Kiri, especially if Mothmania have already banned the Lucio. So already you could see that there is some potential prior how many seasons of Overwatch ago last year where Junker Queen, Juno Brig was still something that could work, but I think right now it might not be enough to sustain through what might be high damage from what I see is, hey, this is brawl as you could get even with the OG Symmetra pick to just TP onto everyone in Mothmania.
I'll be very curious. You can see here they're wanting to take this aggressive side angle to try to catch Tech out, but Tech, he takes one with them, and Tech doesn't even fall here. Fantastic peel from the side of the Mothmania backline, and this is going completely in the favor of that, but Fairy goes down as Creo goes down as well, and that was close there, but it looks like Mothmania, they might take this.
Yeah, it looks like Mothmania takes it. Bubba White out of mechs. I don't know if they would opt to stay in it or just jump off the map. It looks like they might rather just go into the spawns of BirdWatch, hoping to get a bit more damage build up back towards this mech, which honestly isn't a bad idea, as they will be stuffing in through a choke, and just as quickly, Bubba White is going to be back in mech. BirdWatch, though, no ultimates to work with, and so is Mothmania, so this is going to be a dry fight along the drums area.
Bubba very barely dodging that spear to get back in mech, but they almost drop it once again. Very hard to take this brawl if you're Mothmania in BirdWatch. It is very hard to dislodge characters like this Orisa. Ult comes out. Tech goes down. Very low here, and now we've got the low HP bars of Mothmania, and this is what you were saying. This is prime brawl potential, and BirdWatch, they show it off against this Mothmania core that can't really handle that close range engagement.
And now that you know that BirdWatch is playing something that's brawler, you're going to switch to characters that at least be able to poke from different angles, forcing BirdWatch to really just pick one angle to attack first before they can hit the other core, which is why you see Tectonic switching over to the Ash, hoping for potential damage from a distance, and at least to dynamite the... Oh, never mind.
Pulse Bomb portaled through, just like in the games here. We've got Mooney down, BirdWatch sustaining with that window for a time, and it looks like this is going to be a potential slow push from Mothmania. Salah doing so good to show the staying power of Orisa, as Wyatt was just out of mech for a second there. We should see the re-engage with the rally. Beat comes out to even it out here, and this is just going to be an ult dump fight as both Noon and Orbit come down as well.
Yeah, and I don't think that's going to be enough to deal with all the damage coming in from that boosted orbital ray. That Bubba White is just doing all the damage. So this is really just BirdWatch trying to stall the point a bit more, and Mimi deciding that that's best to try to get back the point to do so. Cap the point at 62% with left. BirdWatch, you do have this wall, and honestly that wall is going to be probably your best answer to a Diva Bomb at the end of the day. But it's going to be harder to use if you have to deal with Diva Bomb and Bob at the same time, which I will not be surprised might be the combo this Mothmania team is going to be running. So TP in, hoping to get damage, does not get anything.
Oh, but Mooney doesn't manage to grab it. That forces the lamp, and Salad's all alone. Bomb through on both sides. I just don't know. It's right in the middle of the wall, and Salad and Creo, they can't turn a corner fast enough, as the wall you were saying that could be the boon of this team doesn't provide any benefit.
A lot of it is just they know that Mooney is what's going to be the big problem. That's why Bubba Wyatt really is just trying to get as much, give Mooney that much problems. You saw the wall was forced at the end of the day, and I think more ultimates might be forced if Toasty gets a huge pick. With this Pulse Bomb goes wide, sticks to nothing, so BirdWatch can go to this next engagement with many ultimates to work with.
Yeah, we can see window dropped here. It's good for controlling the pressure, maybe a little shallow, but on the end of the day, Toasty going down. Creo, amazing Lucio finish out there. That is the benefit of having such a fast-paced character. And now that the brawl, again, it's such in the favor of BirdWatch here, it would take a lot for Mothmania not to just fall under the pressure, and it looks like they are going to be doing just that. And Bubba barely looks like they're going to get out with the mech. That could have been terrible for this final engage.
Yep, Tectonic though gets Totoro in the process, so that's going to be an unfortunate play because they're the only one else with an ultimate. Mooney tried to pressure out. Tectonic isn't going to get much, and I think for Mooney, you're trying to just build towards this Blizzard potentially, but that's a high task. So for BirdWatch, you're trying to open up maybe with this Terra Surge first.
Yeah, we can see headshot there, pressuring out the Ashe rally, going in with the Terra Surge. Also, window forced, and Creo dies before the beat can be built. It's all going to be on the back of if they can get a trade. Fairy is one. Ice block forest. Totoro back with the Noon, but here comes the Orbit, and I just think the HP bars of BirdWatch are too low to fight this.
Yep, if you are BirdWatch, just let the point turn over, and if you have someone who can touch, that's might be the play, but no, your Creo, just not enough time to get to that touch onto the point. First point of Busan goes in the favor of Mothmania, but if we look at those percentages, that is going to be this is going to be potentially a close fight for this, at least map, right? 99 to 99 for both. Honestly, for BirdWatch, you're going to take that. You have momentum. You're going to be able to work with that momentum. And understanding now that Bubba Wyatt is really looking for your Symmetra player in Mooney first, this May swap might actually just be the answer.
Yeah, I'm liking the swaps up that we're seeing here. Mothmania, they're taking the brawl to BirdWatch. They say, you know what, that brawl engage, it looked pretty good, but what happens if we brawl you instead? Let's make this even. Let's get a good old classic Orisa duel, but the backline difference, Mothmania, they want to go fast.
Mothmania wants to go fast, but that's also just not enough sustain in the process. So if you just burn them very quickly, that might be the answer. But the Venture has enough self-sustain that you don't really have to worry about HP bars more than anything.
Yeah, Mooney almost being taken down there from Toasty. Lamp already forced from Mimi, and we can see the aggression from this Mothmania roster going in, but they can't finish the rotation out. They can't get that last little bit of pressure as Bubba and Tech get a little bit too low. And as you said, it's just less sustain for speed, and it doesn't matter if you get the kills out.
Yeah, Tectonic dropping very low, Creo finishing it off means that's less damage from the side of Mothmania, but the picks are going back and forth it's blue flavored on the screen, looking for this Venture that's causing all the problems, and bada bing, bada boom, BirdWatch take this first one, but Bubba Wyatt off half, yes!
Spear, Salad, oh man. We were out here with the flavor of colors, and it looks like Blue Raspberry triumphs over regular Raspberry in this red versus blue matchup here, and Salad evens out that Orisa ult charge going in, and I'm curious now, which support ults will be the deciding factor in this next fight? Mimi wanting to get that window up. but they're already out on this engage. And Totoro goes down.
So if you're BirdWatch, you're trying to sustain through this even more, but this venture of Toasty causing so much damage allows Bubble Wire to get the picks, but maybe taking out Tectonic means your main source of damage is out. So this is just the brawlier type of setup on point, and it turns in the favor of Mothmania, with Toasty getting off the Rio from the side of the map. If for BirdWatch, you might as well just regroup and try not to get further staggered with this ultimate or the Terra Surge that Bubba Wyatt has, but Toasty is super in trying to get these picks, get the stick
super
for
good
Mooney.
stick
It's
there.
solid.
Yeah, Totoro barely living that fight. It looks like Toasty's looking for the assassination on Mimi, and they're going to get it. This is the momentum swing you need in BirdWatch. They're trying to grab anything to get this point contest and flip.
Yep, beat force out of Creo to keep things alive. High noon from Totoro trying to open things up and get a pick. But it looks like they managed to get Mini in the process, which is exactly what you need. No heals available on board besides that Lucio. But Toasty trying to stall it a bit more with this Tectonic Shock. Gets nothing but sees low HP targets and is taken out by Totoro. Bubba Wyatt is still alive.
Yeah, we can see Toasty might have wanted to go for that. Bubba 1 HP doesn't manage to get the trade out. Creo dropping 1. In this entire time, I'd like to point out, Mothmania's had the point. They might have been dropping people, but this is like 60% at this point. There's like a 30-point stall, but that was expensive from the side of Mothmania. You drop Terra, you drop Beat, you drop everything but the Sojourner. In BirdWatch, yes, you commit a lot, but you have the window and you have Pulse coming up, so you're not that worried. You have the advantage for this fight.
Yep, so already Tectonic sliding in, getting a couple of players, but dropping very low, cleared up by Mooney, and everyone else from Mothmania might need to back up just a bit, especially with Mimi's window up in play, and getting the picks Ferry out of the fight means Bubba Wyatt just needs to back up a bit with that 100% Javelin charge. Next engagement, they will at least have no ultimate still to work with, while BirdWatch, Mooney getting that huge pick, is going to have another Pulse Bomb. So if they can force out the Lamp of Mini quite early, then that just might be an open signal for them. So you see a rotate already taken by Mothmania.
You're not that worried, honestly, if you're Mothmania. You've got the window out in a fight that you already lost, and there goes the Lamp, there goes the Pulse. It's looking pretty good. If you're BirdWatch, you have to look for Sustain here, and Mooney, what a spear from Bubba, completely off the map, and that's gonna flip all this momentum. If you're BirdWatch, you just die on the point, throw everything overboard, as that goes the point to the side of Mothmania. And you didn't have to use anything. I mean, not that you had it, but that's looking good going into this last fight.
Last fight for BirdWatch, you have 3 ultimates to work with, and that beat of Creo has to be massive, because you're walking into what might be a Terra Surge and a window, and honestly, with the amount of problems that Toasty has been causing, you might have to deal with a Tectonic Shock too.
Really good kite there. Beat maybe looking to just stabilize this out as they're being hard pushed. We've got both Terra Surges coming out. We've got the Noon coming out as well. Everything is going. And I honestly can't believe that High Noon doesn't get stunned out. Salad takes down Bubba, Totoro, Fairy, everything. Tracer going out, but it's coming up blue.
It's coming off blue. They need to get Tectonic out next with ultimate and turn this point in their favor. Creo has to play their life, but Mimi is still alive with that window, and that might just stop any further push, as overtime has been ticked by Fairy before ultimately be taken out by Salad. And as this percentage ticks down, there is no one else to touch the point from Mothmania, and we're heading to that point 3. And hey, 99 to 99, this is a control map. This is the chaos. This really just goes to show how much of a brawl matchup these two are and how well they're able to do it. So now that we're here in downtown, I don't know if this is going to be still the same kind of brawl setup, matchup, because you're able to play other heroes into this type of map compared to the others.
Yeah, we can see here, if you're looking at the side of Mothmania, they really wanted to keep this brawl going. And if you're BirdWatch, you're totally happy to take this brawl mirror still. I mean, genuinely looking between them, both Bubba and Sad have been playing really good on this Orisa. But you can tell, BirdWatch, they want to play this brawl style. Mothmania may be looking a bit more of a flex over. They started on more diva style, but they are hunting Mooney out of this side angle here as the rest of the team takes point positioning. And now Mothmania, they need to find a way to push this team out.
Yep, and they're already playing close. BirdWatch might be needing to watch where they're playing as. Already Bubba White tossing a spear and pressuring out everyone else, but it's going for the side of BirdWatch. Totoro taking out Tectonic, so the major source of damage is already out, and Mooney just being a little pest from the sides of Mothmania.
Yeah, we can see here BirdWatch doing a really good job of their positioning, really watching out for where Mothmania is playing. Toasty drops low here, manages to barely survive this engage. But if you're Mothmania, I don't know how long you want to take this fight down your Cass, who's now over onto the surge, but Totoro drops to one, Mimi one as well here. And honestly, if you're Mooney, you're doing a ton of pressure out as Toasty gets caught by Crew to Rio on the side angle.
Yep, you can see that they're trying to look for this Baptiste, and the peel is great. That's a boom off map by Salad is great. The peel of BirdWatch is immense, but that's a huge boot getting booked.
Fairy pulling out their own wings to send Mimi and Creo off the side of the map, but it's a little too late. Everyone is dead on the side of Mothmania by the time Fairy makes their hero play. And unfortunately, if a hero saves the town but no one is there to report on it, did it really happen?
Nope. What happens is a stick landing onto Tectonic, so clean from Mooney. That slows down the pace of this team, who is trying to get this point back, and that gives time for the backline of BirdWatch to regroup, as the Baptiste and Lucio are already there. A bit playing too close to the edge, which might be an issue. So low ground window for Mimi to try to deny the high ground window of Mini, which popped a bit later. So this is looking like at least in favor of the side of BirdWatch in terms of ultimate timing. Terror Surge for Bubba alive means they're going to commit to it with that lamp, but Bubba Wire dropping very low doesn't really get anything. So Fairy trying to keep them up is unable to do it.
The Ajax! That's so sad. We're just going back and forth here, but that entire time, I don't know. I don't think Mothmania should have had that fight in. You lose tech instantly. You should just back out, you cycle back, and you've committed everything to that fight. And if you're BirdWatch, this is the perfect opportunity to bring us to a map 3. All you have to do is kill Wyatt on the touch, and you've got the tools to close this map out with a pick.
Yeah, Fairy trying to look for a boop just gets denied by the backline, by the peel for the backline, and Terror Surge is committed by South on point, trying to deny everyone else, but Fairy totally manages to get Mimi, but that's just not enough when everyone else from BirdWatch is on point, still healthy, and denies any touches from Mothmania. Just a few stragglers left by Toasty, and that is the Birds tweeting in glory. They're heading to a map 3 and making this close, really taking a map from what is the #1 seed in their group. So if they're able to take this last map, that would be just crazy.
Yeah, I think BirdWatch here we saw the big difference in my mind came down to just the better positioning of BirdWatch on that round 3. You could tell they took over the point. They had their tray on the side angle. It was really good just to shut out pressure. And this is crazy, by the way. 4 map deaths to that point alone, off the side of the map. I mean, I don't know how often we see map deaths, but I think through the entirety of Busan alone, we had 6 map deaths. That's got to be a record in the BPL book for most amount of map deaths in one map.
I will give credit to this B-League matchup, is that their deaths off map were due to someone pushing them off map. I think I've had a cast where I had to deal with probably 6 people falling off map on their own. No help from the enemy team. And I had one where it was 3 all in Night Market Lijiang Tower. All in like one map. It was wild. So I will give credit for this team actually falling off map because someone forced them off map. But what we're going to be forced into now is Hollywood, which is more of a divier
and
map.
The
so I'm
sim ban. That's interesting.
I think the sim ban more than anything is to deny what I think BirdWatch wants to play. BirdWatch really wants to play this brawler type of matchup, and you could see they're super proficient in it. They're really good at it. But when you're playing a map like Hollywood, which has a lot of high grounds, you're gonna end up just relying on, a Symmetra TP to get you to those high grounds if you can't be forced to use these elevators. So if that Symmetra is now out of play, I wouldn't be surprised if BirdWatch wants to ban the Lucio, but I personally think Rio de Rio is doing so much work on the Lucio and is doing a superb job that you might not want to take the risk. So you might as well just ban a tank that...
I believe this should be a
might cause
Winston
problems.
ban. I mean, as we saw from both sides, Mothmania, Bubba played some Winston. Overall, we can tell, as you said, BirdWatch wants to take this Brawl duel. I'd say you ban at the Winston, you force it Brawlier, Diva, a little bit harder on this map, still good, and you could tell they don't want to play the Hazard, and so I imagine this should just be a Winston ban because you can't ban the Diva. Force this into another Orisa mirror, and you have the Hazard available to you too, and I mean, Mothmania, they don't want to play the Hazard, and Sigma ban, so it looks like we're shutting down the poke from the side. I can totally see it based off map 1.
I could see it off of map 1, but also the Sigma is such a comfort character for Bubba Wyatt. And so I think understanding that Hollywood is that one map where Sigma still gets a lot of play, you remove that, you're forcing the tank line to play more of a Diva Winston, which, you know, just melts faster. They're not really much of a character that could sustain for a long time to contest a point, as opposed to a Sigma. Just rotating the cooldowns of Sigma will allow you to sustain on point just much easily. So remove that from the equation, then you're forcing a dive situation of, you know, Diva, Winston, and honestly in like a weirder scenario, Wrecking Ball if you have a solid Wrecking Ball.
Oh yeah, I imagine here bans are out. We'll be jumping into that map 3 in a second here on that Hollywood, and I'm really curious to see what are these teams coming out with. You can imagine from the side of BirdWatch, we'll probably see a Hazard, maybe an Orisa going for that Brawl style, still with a little bit of the dive if they go with the Haz. And on the side of Mothmania, you know, maybe you were playing the Sigma, maybe you weren't. Either this is really impactful and you have to swap up your tactics, or you're totally fine. You get to play the Diva, you get to play the Monkey. We can see maybe a return of the Batcurie backline, though I imagine we'll see a bit more Ana. But these teams have shown us like very interesting compositions, so anything is on the table.
Yep, anything's on the table, and so also means if you really want to be silly in this last map and you have a Junkrat player, you might as well also try.
Yeah, I mean, Sillies is the name of the game here. I think we're taking a second in between before we launch into the Hollywood. So let's talk a little bit about what we've seen. It's 1-1. I don't know, maybe a lot of people didn't vote for BirdWatch to bring this to map 3, but I would say it's the Brawl. The Brawl looks good. And I have to give a quick shout out. The Lucio plays from BirdWatch. They're really keeping Toasty in check on that Tracer.
Yeah, 100%. Like, as someone who has played with Creo, the Rio, with them as like my support partner, I always felt that Creo was doing a great job really marking these pesky flags. So really that Lucio ban on the start of Rialto for the side of Mothmania really was just to nerf that ability of Creo, because Creo can do so much work on Lucio. So really showing that in Busan. So I think now when we head to Hollywood, it's a question of if they're still sticking to this Lucio gameplay, and if they decide to do so, what type of flex support are they going to stick with it? Because I think the support line of BirdWatch at least have different Dulai and Mimi have very different proficiencies in the type of support they can play. Mimi really just more comfortable playing Baptiste as opposed to Dulai, who could at least flex to this Kiriko much better. So we're going to have to just wait and see as we enter into Hollywood which other support is going to be in to deal with this map and hopefully give Mothmania its first loss, really. If they're able to do this, this would be crazy.
This would be insane. I want to quickly bring this up because we touched on it a very small amount here. But again, every team at this point is hard focused on those play-ins playoffs. Before we get in, we have, again, 8th seed is eliminated, but the top 2 move on. No play-ins required. And if you're Mothmania, this 5th win could basically guarantee you top 2 in BirdWatch. You're in 3rd. You're the 3rd seed. Getting this win here, it brings Mothmania down a peg. It forces you up. It gives you that much higher chance to skip play-ins entirely. And so they need this win. They want this win. I am telling from this team, they're putting it all on the line to secure a potential top 2.
And I think here's the catch also is you want this to be a win for Mothmania just because you don't really want to deal with another team like Bluff Creek Big Mode if they win their next match to append you if you face off with them towards the end of the regular season. So BirdWatch versus Mothmania, Salad still sticking over to this Orisa, so you already know what type of composition they want to play. Mothmania still sticking to what seems to be what worked for them in Rialto, and it's already harassing the backline, forcing a lamp out.
Yeah, really good initial engage here, forcing a lamp early. You're looking onto the side, and Creo is aggressive. I mean, it worked in the last map, and it looks like they're not going to die to it, but on the other side, Salad takes down Bubba in that one period of time where Creo ran into the backline and the supports turned. Bubba lost mech, Bubba died in the backline, and Creo, like, he's got a few scrapes and a few bruises, but I mean, you didn't die, and that's massive.
Creo, what is this crosshair? I thank goodness I've never seen this while you were playing. While we were playing together.
Yeah.
I just noticed it now. Mothmania, no ultimates to work with, but Mooney is now getting marked by Toasty. So I think Mooney is opting to play a bit closer to the team as necessary and pressure out Toasty. Amelia Ball just managed to get the Mega, so forced out. I think Creo is opting to play with Mooney and mark this Tracer just as needed. But Calicart already with an ultimate Bolas available, so I think
we're seeing
they
the
should be able
side
to use
angle.
this next fight. Oh.
Yeah, really good shot here. Forces the lamp. Everyone low, though, as we can see, a really strong side angle from Creo and Mooney, as you pointed out. This is what brought them so much success in the last map, but Creo unfortunately goes down. Pulse bomb goes wide, but Toasty down at the beginning of the fight. Again, it just seems like Tech managing to turn it around, get two, but it's even across the board as Salad takes out Fairy. And if you're on the side of Mothmania, that Mimi pick might be all you need to turn it around here, as Arisa's bulky, but she's alone.
But Creo is going to be back, has to hide now. Oh,
What a
cancelled
spear.
out. That is a spear from Salad.
This is looking rough here. Amazing two-tap from Tech here. Callie going down immediately. Window for Salad. Lamp coming out from both sides as well. And Mooney almost gets one clip. You can have one more contest from the side of BirdWatch with these ultimates. You do have it, and the Bulls gets both of the backline. That's all you need from Toast here. And yes, you commit a lot from the side of Mothmania, but at the end of the day, you kept the point, so who really cares?
I mean, yeah, that is true, but maybe opting to swap now to the Kiriko, I think, is a good pick given how much high grounds there are in this next phase of Hollywood. Now, just really unfortunate because Toasty definitely saw that, hey, they already popped with Lamp when we popped Lamp. That's a clear opportunity to just stick a pulse bomb, and what a huge pulse bomb it was. BirdWatch, no other ultimates just besides a beat and another pulse from Mooney, and with Calicart down, that's most of your main damage out of the way, so your Orisa is, oh my gosh.
That could
That's
have
a
been
spear.
an insane spear there with the fallout from Creo. Salad looking to take her on from this side angle. We're now seeing the big weakness of Orisa on this point. Unfortunately, Creo going down as well. I was just about to say, this is not a Brawl map. And if Brawl is your best look, second point is a nightmare for BirdWatch.
I think part of the problem is trying to contest this low ground when you should be trying to regroup and do this together on a high ground. I'm hoping to see maybe a swap in maybe the types of heroes that are played to try to get to this high ground. But your only other option really is to play inside of Saloon, maybe, if you really just want to contest this and be out of the sightlines of those on the high ground. High Noon committed by Tectonic to Great Space gets nothing. So Beat is committed by Creo to just push in. Tracer dropping very low as Mooney tries to hunt down these picks and deny any collection of the health pack. But the high ground is still in the favor of Mothmania, and they're going to try to get a stick. Gets wide, forces Suzu and Lamp, so there's no cooldowns for Mothmania backline, and just as enough. So Diva is now out of mech, forced to use the bomb.
No one going down to the bomb here. Salad, however, finally dropping. You would have liked to see a lot more from that beat from Creo in that fight. It was a good response to maybe in sudden aggression, and it gave him a bit of stability. But Mothmania, you have such a positional advantage being able to take these high grounds. You don't really care. You just like, okay, we let the beat come out and we just wait it out. And you could see just all the value this difference in composition gets. But now we're on third. You hated second point if you're BirdWatch, but this is a very brawl heavy point. Dive doesn't really have much of a place on this flat. third point with just kind of fake high ground.
Yeah, I think you can see like Bubble Wire just trying to keep that high ground in the favor, but BirdWatch already seeing that, tries to bother this Baptiste and get a pick, forces out Lamp and manages to do so, but Calicard's already down by Bubba Wyatt, and Pulse Bomb available for Toasty, trying to get Mooney out of this cryo, and there's going to be hopefully a Pulse Bomb, maybe not, but this is a 1v1 fight between a Mei and a Tracer, but the 1v1 is not respected by the diva of Bubba Wyatt. So BirdWatch still having a Terra Surge and potentially, you know, the overclock for this next engagement is going to be a bit tricky, considering that Tonic still has this high noon, and that's going to just deny space, considering this is such an open area to fully cap third point.
Salad taking so much damage at the beginning, so many resources for us. You had the Fortify come out, you had the Wall come out, you had the Bell come out, and Headrammer dies, but it looks like we're going to a bit of a pause here. Bit unfortunate. So honestly, let's do a quick recap during this pause. We're on third point, the time bank, it's been drained down a bit, and we can see a lot of compositional swaps. BirdWatch leaning into the brawl, picking up the Mei, as you pointed out. The 1v1 not respected. You had Bubba flying in to take care of Mooney on the Mei right at the end. But honestly, I don't even think he was really needed. The Mei was low. You know what? Toast, I know sometimes dying in these fights, but you gotta respect that 1v1 on the side angle.
I mean, but for some of these players, the 1v1, they're not going to risk it. They really just want to have a clean record. And that is what I guess Mothmania wants for this matchup, is to finish with what might be a hopefully 7-0 record is what they want. So they have to make sure that stays the way by defeating BirdWatch. So no really respect for 1v1s if really need to. But let's take a look. It was around 2 minutes left on the board. I think High Noon had been used. Pulse Bomb is still alive from the side of Toasty. I think there are ultimates being built up by BirdWatch. So I think just waiting for this High Noon to clear out would just be enough time for really for BirdWatch
to come back in.
Yeah, for BirdWatch to come back in and get their bearings.
We were getting pretty close to some monsters. We saw Noon did finish up, didn't pick up any picks. However, we did see on the side how our Salad did end up picking up Headrammer right before the pause come out. So you're down your BAP, you've used Noon. Yes, the other team has no Fortify, they have no Bell, the wall has been built. But with no BAP, with the Blizzard just about to come online, you've lost all of your healing potential. You don't have the sustain to take this fight. I imagine we should be seeing, once the pause is done, Mothmania either just dying on point, maybe trying to pull out a hero play win, even though they're down. But we're going to see right now, it looks like there was a quick disconnect in Toast. Pulse Bomb's still there, but it looks like grabs too somehow. Really fantastic. But again, this is kind of giving echoes of the exact same Pulse Bomb on the last map. You know, it's like the hero comes in to save the village, but no one's there to report on it again. And if you're Toast, you're a little disappointed. You've had 2 really good pulses across these maps, but team's just dead before it can pay any dividends.
Yep, but if you're Mothmania, you have that window to work with of Headrammer, and you can see Mooney looking for this Diva so that they have a clear usage of this Blizzard. So already stacking out, it does not get eaten, managed to clear out everyone else and split the Sojourn, forcing it at the beat of Trio to at least continue aggressing onto everyone else on this point. Time is still ticking down, 1 minute 20, and it's just clearing up the 2 players and hopefully staggering out what might be a baby
Such
Diva.
a bad stagger. I will say, if you're on the side of Mothmania, this isn't the worst thing ever. I mean, yes, you lost the fight, but you don't commit anything? You used the Pulse in the OC in the Noon in the last fight. In BirdWatch, Beat and Blizzard, those are really key backbone components here from those players. And now if you're Mothmania, you can kind of give it a second. You use your lamp, you want to be able to go in, and this is the initial aggression here, responded, but Salad drops 1, and Salad just can't die here. Really good Curie Rush response. And right now, if you're both teams, this is dangerous. Whoever gets picked first could lead to it, and the Poco Bomb coming out grabs no one, but Salad drops.
That drops, and that's no tag, so you're hoping to keep things alive with this overclock, and with the Diva in your face, Bubba Wyatt's forced to go out with the Mei just try to get all the damage in. So out of mech is this Diva, but Toasty doing all the work in this backline, gets a pulse, does not need it, hits wide, gets nothing. Del should be coming back with a Terra Surge, but with everyone else on the team immensely low, this is not looking like a great pull. This is a Hail Mary, and it is a Hail Mary indeed. Rio coming back with no ultimates, and honestly just a sheer value of Tectonic at 2 digits, and just this Tracer. This is just a stall, hoping
But that is the overtime. That's massive. Like, yes, even 1 second on a hybrid map is huge. And so, yes, Mooney jumps on and they die instantly, but dragging it into OT, how many games has everyone played where just that 1 second of overtime can lead to a potential victory? And now that's gone, especially if BirdWatch come in and cap with over a minute. Mothmania can't even win this map, and we could potentially go to a map 4. And normally that's a Busan, but since that's already been picked, we would go to a different map instead. And so if you're BirdWatch, ball's in your court. What are you going to do? How are you going to brawl this through Mothmania?
I think you take it one step at a time, right? You definitely know you do not have that Symmetra, but Toasty really out here, not dying only once throughout all of that. So just doing a superb job staying alive much better this round and not being, scouted out by Creo. I think Creo having to, stick a bit more with the team just because there's just damage coming left, right, and center means they cannot just leave Salad as easily and really have to help Mimi keep the healing numbers up. But I think for BirdWatch, your challenge right now is how you're going to break through with this and fully cap the whole of Hollywood with time, because you want, at least not with just time, with more than a minute on the clock.
Oh, definitely. I will say, however, quick, small correction. Toasty died more than once that round. They were the one to DC, so their stats got reset going into that final 2 minutes. And so, really good. Toasty has been still getting marked a lot on these side angles here, so we will be seeing Brawl coming out. But the interesting thing is Mothmania, they want to take this. They are willing to take this duel, and Headrammer dueling out Mimi on the side angle here. And so, BirdWatch, you're in the back line, but you're cut from your BAP, and now you're cut from your Lucio. And I guess that's the end of the fight at that point.
Yeah, if you're everyone else from BirdWatch, I think you're just trying to get the trade. And for Salad here, manages to get Tectonic in the process and hoping for one more with that Juno, but it is not enough. Calicard might get one more, and with the help of the Tracer potentially, but no, it is not enough. Headrammer there to peel off for their Tracer, as Mooney has to just regroup and try to get back with their life. No left for the next fight.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, that rotation, it's definitely not bad. I think it was a little miscommunicated because Mimi wasn't fast enough there, but that's a minute off the clock. That could have been a much quicker fight if BirdWatch just decided to int onto the point or maybe go for something different. But a minute down when you're playing Brawl on Hollywood is a minute that you could be resetting to go for another fight. And this is looking rough for BirdWatch. They need a pick.
Yeah, and they're already trying to dislodge everyone from Mothmania from high ground, and I think I have managed to do so. Toasty gets the health back to just get them out of trouble, but high ground already taken by BirdWatch allows for this brawl to happen on the low ground much better, but Salad dropping immensely low means that they're unable to continue keeping this point alive, as Toasty is just wrecking havoc also in the back line and manages to, at least for Creo, get Headrammer in the process. And this is not looking great for BirdWatch.
This is rough.
This is rough.
You need something if you're BirdWatch. Creo swapping off the Lucio that's done so much for his team this entire set. And at this point here, I mean, I totally get it. The enemy team doesn't have a lot to deal with an anti-nade, and the util of the Lucio, as much pop-off potential as Creo has, it's just not working. A pick at the end of fights doesn't really matter. As evident, Toasty can tell you all about picks at the end of fights. And so now you're completely swapped at the back line. BirdWatch, I don't hate it. You need picks. That was
Sojourn,
so close.
Yeah, Sojourn dropping very low Tectonic, but the stick should be there to bail them out and clean it. No Tectonic, no damage. Pulse goes wide, no Sojourns, but Terra Surge of Bubba does not get much, but it should get everyone else down to immensely low. Anti-nade toss in, forcing out
purple.
that tosses out the lamp, forces everyone else from Mothmania to go back, and for BirdWatch is looking winnable.
Oh yeah, super winnable here. I like the util swaps. You're so close to so many ults. If you guys can just sustain out this OC, Mooney drops a Toasty here. but this is looking close. Creo drops as well. The OC value, just the pressure and the kills. And Bubba just cleaning up this fight. And yes, this is basically the entire time bank gone. But if you're Mothmania, you are looking at your Juno orbit. This is your only way to swing this back around, because if you're BirdWatch, you built up a lot. I mean, Creo and Mimi just swapped, but they already have their support ults.
I think for them, you might want to open up with one versus another, and it might be that Rush or that Nano. It has to be one of them, but not layered on top of each other, because you need one to sustain through what might be a Terra Surge of Bubba Wild.
And both of them popped at the same time. It looked like Creo really didn't want to pop their ult, but had to keep Callie alive. In a fantastic pull, and this is everyone on the side, and so much value. There goes Mimi, there goes Callie, and Toasty takes down Creo. And what was looking like potentially such a good fight is turning all red in the side of Mothmania. Salad goes down, and Mooney, they've been doing a great job here, but I don't know a Tracer player in the world that wins this 1v4.
And not really as much, and that's pretty much what has been said and done. Mothmania's ban on the Symmetra was a complete read on how BirdWatch wanted to play Hollywood. So honestly, just great job on the bans and really capitalizing on how BirdWatch wanted to play at the end of the day. It really just seemed like BirdWatch struggled a bit, at least trying to open up and get the necessary picks to turn first point in their favor.
Oh, definitely. And as we kind of finalize this match out, we can see, first off, congratulations to Mothmania. The 5-0 record is immense. It is the absolute peak hurdle that you can obtain at this point. If you're the rest of the Balsa division, I mean, this is the team to beat if you haven't. And even in playoffs, this is the team to beat. There are so many fantastic plays from the side of Mothmania throughout that game. And honestly, I feel like if we were to dish out an MVP, it's gotta be probably Tech. I mean, the amount of fights we saw through all three maps where Tech would just kill 3, kill 4, manage to pressure out a key target here, get that first pick. It kind of brought Mothmania a lot of their success in that set.
Definitely. Tectonic doing so much of the work, but that's also put into perspective. Like when Tectonic's doing all that work in the front, Toasty is just also doing so much of the annoyance, peskiness at the back line. So here's an updated standings for Balsa. If I am BirdWatch though, even though this is a loss,
it doesn't feel that bad.
It doesn't feel that bad. And you've actually hurt the map stats of at least Mothmania. You're the only other team that has taken a map from Mothmania, right? The only other team has been Reprieve, and Reprieve is second currently in the standings. So you're able to keep up with what might be currently the top 2 in the Balsa side of your groupings. So that is something you should look proudly on and honestly build momentum towards. I think
especially
if you are
matches coming up.
Yep, I agree.
Blind Music Society and What's Up Doc, like nothing to them. Like Blind Music Society has done pretty dang well, but BirdWatch, I mean, as you just pointed out fantastically, like only other team to take a match off Mothmania. In this, you gotta be thinking, if it wasn't Hollywood, if it was a brawlier map, like imagine, what if we had Shambali as map 3? Are you just coming in and could that have gone BirdWatch's way if it was a brawl map? I kind of feel like it could have.
I think it could have if it was a different kind of hybrid map, right? Like even if you had picked a hybrid map, like something like Blizzard World, I feel like you would have done could have done better maybe on that brawlier kind of set. Or as you said, Hollywood maybe not as much, but because like that's the current outcome. But I think if I am BirdWatch, my brawl is so solid that right now what they might need to think of is, what do we do when we go into maps where we can't force this brawl? What if we still want to stick to that brawl, we need this specific comp, and something from that comp gets banned? I think that's something where they need to work on, because I feel like every other player on that team has been stellar and has been performing.
I definitely have to agree here, but looking for the future of both teams, Mothmania, you're kind of giving a sigh of relief. You're 5-0. It would be, I think, actually impossible to drop based on the previous games. The only way I could be seeing Mothmania drop out of top 2 is like Bluff Creek wins their next 3 games, goes up to 5-2, in your Mothmania, you lose the next two. But even then, that's super unlikely. So this win here, very big for a team like Mothmania. And BirdWatch, you know, pat yourself on the back. You took such a great team to a map 3, and now Blind Music's exciting. What's up, Doc? Are your final 2 teams going into these last 2 weeks? Shore up a little, figure out what you need to do on those die maps, and maybe pray to the BPL gods for a good map, for a really strong brawl map pool for these games.
Yeah, pull all the birds from the different parts of the Overwatch universe maps and get them to rig the maps in your favor, right? But let's take a look at our schedule for the rest of tonight.
Got some great games coming out, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we got Frogs on Fire, Primal Pineapples. This is the match that a lot of people in A-League have been wanting. Primal Pineapples dominant on the side of the Aspen Division, #1 seed. Frogs on Fire in that 3rd place. Only a slightly worse map score, dropping only 1 additional map compared to Primal Pineapples. And if you're either of these teams, I mean, this match is super strong. This could determine who is 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in the Aspen Division. And as we pointed out before, top 2 skip plans. This match means everything to these teams.
But I think another matchup that is going to be really solid that's happening at the same time is Goatmen versus Boa. Boa really with a solid 4-0 right now in C-League, but Goatmen have a chance to kind of tie themselves up score-wise with Umphi University, and that might just kind of help them sneak a spot at a better standing for playoffs, right? The #2 seed currently up for grabs, and if they win against Boa, even the 1st, depending how things go.
Oh, 100%. There's so many good games happening today. Very quick. I mean, we've just got fantastic matches throughout the day. I think if you're a BPL fan, you're a fan of the players, you're a fan of the teams, today is such an important match for so many of these. I would just have multiple streams on. Put A up, put B up. I don't even know if there's going to be a C up, but there might be. And in that case, put that one up as well. Pull up all the monitors. Pull it up on your phone. Every match is important. And the Daybreak match coming up too. Another important matchup. You can't miss anything if you're a fan of BPL Season 7.
Well, speaking of that, it's pretty much done for the 2 of us in this matchup. We will take a very quick break as we turn around and, you know, head over to what is going to be our simply kind of filler match to see what happened between a matchup between Noctis and Terrapin that happened last night off the stream.
Oh, yeah. Good set. I'm very curious to see how it turned out. Of course, I do know the results already, but I won't spoil it for anyone watching, so I hope you guys enjoy a little bit of the filler before we get to a fantastic match coming up next, which I will see y'all for, versus Frogs on Fire and Primal Pineapples.
We got nowhere to be, just a slow dance with the summer heat. The world outside can't wait a few, 'cause right now we got nothing else to do. The sun is peeking through the cotton white blinds, your hands still tangled up in mine. Feet on the wall, your head on me, floating easy. We got nowhere to be, got nowhere to be. Your hair's a mess, but you don't mind. You just laugh, let it fall where it lies. Coffee's cold, but we take a sip, talk about nothing. Let the morning slip. Oh, it feels like that, like summer air through window cracks. Oh, it feels like that, like summer sun on quiet tracks. Oh, it feels like that, like the summer rain that falls so slowly on the naked skin upon your back. Oh, feels like that. Yeah, it feels like that. Na 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 na. Feels like that. Oh, it feels like that. Like summer air through window crack. Oh, it feels like that.
Welcome back, everybody. We have a little treat for you right now while we get our 8 o'clock game ready here. We are going to show off a map 3 from the C League as Terrapin takes on Noctis here. I'm Dextron again. Thor is still here. Thor, I mean, a really good series in the series before this one. Now one more map here before we get into our 8 o'clock game. It's been a good night so far.
Yep, and it will be definitely another match to at least look at for this map 3 between Terrapin and Noctis, because both teams were 2-2 standing before this matchup. So one of them is going to be a 3-2 and the other a 2-3 at the end of the day. And from the looks of it, this is going to be a banger of a matchup as we head into Eichenwald. And the one thing about Eichenwald is you can either have a brawler kind of setup and then deal with poke afterwards, or something of the other side. But it looks like the cat wants to get things going.
The cat wants to eat my pop filter, but hey, we have our bans in here for map 3 right now. Terrapin banning out the Freya, Noctis on the other side banning out the Ramatra, especially though as we head into a map here like wow, I'm reading it, but I'm not saying it. Eichenwald. It is a very, very interesting map, but those two bans are very, very favorable, I feel like, for both sides.
I think just the pressure of a Freya on that high ground is a lot, especially allows for that verticality. So denying that easily maneuverability out from that Freya is going to be tremendous. So I think this is a pretty good this is going to be a pretty solid matchup, and I think the ban on the Ramatra at the end of the day by Noctis really is just to deny Spooky from playing Ramatra. That really is just it at the end of the day, but already we could see this lineup, and this is pretty much a mirror minus the Mei. Oh my gosh, it's Virgil on the Mei. This is something I have not seen since like season 7 of like Overwatch Tranquility. I'll be real with you.
And that was a long time ago now. And I mean, we've started to see Mei pop up a little bit more here and there, but Timweek getting rid of thinking here early on. I mean, that is going to send Noctis back, but however, Koi finding Timweek right back out after that. Noctis might still have a little bit of a go button here with that Venture being gone so early.
Yep, Spooky dropping very low means that Noctis can just clearly push in, especially with a Mei in, denying the rotates from this team and causing lots of damage. But hey, I think the major target that should be focused on might be this more annoying DPS line stuck in room, but Koi already taking another pick.
Hope falling, C-Sharp falling, Feed Sack falling, C-Sharp, and now Spooky falling. Yeah, you will lose Koi, but this is pretty much a done deal here for Noctis as they get a strong fight here on this first point, and capping in just over a minute. A good start for them here.
You have 5 minutes 20 on the back to move through the second phase of Eichenwald, which can get tricky, especially now that Terrapin have that high ground to work with and should be in their control right away. You could see Pasty try to take that space already and deny it from them when they can. And already this card's gonna keep rolling. No ultimates to work with just yet. Maybe close to a window. And Timmy just diving in for this backline.
You know what? That's an aggressive play, and yet it somehow really works out for them. But now will Timweek be able to get out? Koi going to be able to find Keisho on the other side, and now Timweek without that burrow and without that drill dash. Yeah, they're probably rethinking it. They got the cool play though to start out, but not much after that.
Hey, that's a Baptiste out of the game for Noctis, so that means that Pasty really can't push up as aggressively, but the spawns are close, and Feed Stacker is feeding behind, trying to get picks, and gets away with their life at 50 HP. Terrapin, though, you have 2 ultimates to work with, and I think this is going to be a window v window type of situation on the high ground, because they're going to try to clear things out here.
Amp just coming out here from C-Sharp, just try to get rid of Pacey. Pacey just gonna back up, kite it out here. Nice play by them, but Timweek getting caught out yet again here. Virgil finding them out this time around. Terrapin will eventually give up the high ground here as Terror Surge comes out there from Spooky, who's not really gonna be able to find much other than that Immortality Field. Amp, 4 ultimates out here now from the side of Noctis. The only reason Koi is not investing in theirs is, well, they're dead. But Noctis is gonna come out on top of this one. Now they still have this overclock though.
Honestly, this is not a bad trade, right? This is going to be a 2v1v2 ultimate situation, and they're trying to get Timweek out of the play, who just manages to dive into safety and back to potentially their team as they're going to regroup, probably opening up with that Venture ultimate.
Tectonic Shock's coming out right there, and by goes Hope FX, and you're going to be able to find Thinking Virgil out as well. The Tectonic Shock's finding everything you wanted there and more, and Pacey understood where that fight was going to go. Just decided to, go down and see the river for a moment.
Well, what's also going to be going down in Seeing the River is Noctis having one ultimate and Terrapin having none for this next engagement. So if Koi can get a really solid positioning on this high ground and open it up, I think this should work in the favor of Noctis. You're at this ult advantage, and they're opting to play it from the low ground instead, which I'm a bit confused of doing so, but I think it's because Koi's already on the high ground alone with their Lucio trying to get a pick.
Yeah, the overclock coming out from them now. If they're able to find 1-2 picks, that might be all they really need to do here. But Koi struggling to find anything so far, looking down any sightline, but yet struggling to find any hits here. Keisho Kitty actually in a little bit of a bad spot, but a nice jab spin there by Spooky, getting rid of their counterpart on the other side. And this fight, Thor, is all but over. Koi will find one, but just a little bit too late for that real gun shot.
Exactly. Terrapin using the openings they had just well enough. I really think the Soldier Ultimate maybe have gotten a bit better value in a different type of angle rather than straight. Terrapin, build no ultimates, will have Terror Surge in the middle of the next fight. So I think that might be something they'll open up with, or at least sustain with through the next engagement. Noctis will have to build towards any ultimate to begin with, having slightly messed up their ultimate cycle a couple of fights ago, having dumped 4.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a very interesting fight. I mean, we had the one ultimate come out last time, and I mean, Spooky, I was really gonna say they could hold on to this Terror Surge here, wait for it, because you see that time bank, it's kind of in your favor here, but getting rid of it early on and not being able to find anything, and then losing your Venture, who, when Tim is alive and finding value, they are doing a lot there. C-Sharp gonna respond immediately with their own amp mages, get rid of Pacey, so that will slow them down. HopeFX actually invests their amp mages into this fight as well here now. Not really find the value they are truly looking for, as there is a fight happening on cart, but Koi will fall there, and now it seems like the rest of Noctis is going to be slowly going back to the spawn here.
Yep, and for Noctis, the time is just dwindling down. You went into this with 5 minutes and 20, and Terrapin have done such a great job to whittle it down to 1 minute and 10. 2 ultimates to work with towards another beat for Terrapin. Noctis, though, you're having 3. You're going to try to force out maybe Keisho Kitty just right away, because that beat's going to at least sustain through what might be 3 other ultimates that you have on Noctis, make that 4 if Koi builds towards a overclock just as quickly, but time is not on their side.
Time really isn't. Overclock coming out here from Feed, who's just looking to get anything. Tim gonna be able to find Thinking, so no beat now for Noctis, and I really think that's your sign if you're Noctis, just to back out of this one. You don't want to stagger yourselves out, and it seems like that's what they're trying to do here. However, Pasty will find one, but you see where this is going here. Noctis already trying to back out. Pasty gonna be a little bit of a late stagger there, as they will miss that spawn wave.
This might be a beat engagement from Noctis at the end of the day, just to sustain through all the damage coming in, because you're going to have to deal with Terror Surge. You're dealing with Tectonic Shock from Timweek. So you're going to need ultimates to sustain through this, and it doesn't even help that Keisho Kitty also still has their respective beat, but Virgil apparently found their way towards the point to flank it and is hoping for the team to be with them just as easily.
I mean, right now, if you're Noctis, you have this big ultimate advantage, especially with that Blizzard. This should be your fight here to go. Koi going to use that overclock here now. Beats coming out from both sides. I think a little bit early here. Spooky using their own Terror Surge, going to be able to get rid of an Immortality Field. Blizzard now out from Virgil. Looks like it's only going to be able to freeze up one, but they're able to find Keisho C-Sharp taken out as well by the Terror Surge there from Pacey, but still a fight here on point. Tim will be able to find one, but it seems like Noctis at the final hour here going to be able to cap up point 2 here in overtime, giving them about 1.5 minutes here to complete the map.
Yep. Managing to cap with 1 minute and 24. Still on the time back, no ultimates, but maybe that window to continue this push. Terrapin, on a slightly better side of things, will have that window and the overclock of Feed Stacker. So if you're Noctis, you're hoping this window gets immense value. Maybe stack it onto the cart, because if you actually place it on the cart, it's going to move with the cart, and that just might make things easier for the team.
Yeah, and the windows so far from both BAPs have kind of been questionable in their placement, but Pasty finding Timweek out early on, that's normally been the go sign here for Noctis to play a little bit aggressive, but they're going to kite out C-Sharp's own Amp Matrix here, and then they're going to have the perfect opportunity to use their own, but Pasty, they thought they were the tank, but not that strong of one, as they will be taken out, and look at what that does to Noctis, completely falling back, and there are some staggers that should come out from this, but nice ice ball actually from Virgil to make sure there are none.
Yep. If you're Noctis, though, that's completely fine. You force a window out of Terrapin. So you're going to only have to deal with might be an overclock from Terrapin, and you have ultimates to deal with that. You still have that Blizzard to deny the space, and you can open up the window, but ooh, Timmy just landing a shot.
Timmy coming out on the cast, immediately able to find a lot of value. Now you see Feed just firing that overclock out from the back line right there, going to be able to get a lot of damage. Tim will find their second one. C-Sharp finds one. Beat now coming out from Thinking, but it's only for them and Koi as they understand the situation of they are just touchers at this point. Thinking now going to try to do it all on their own, but the Lucio, I mean, doing it actually a really good job. I think Thinking should not have been alive this long, and now they have some teammates coming back into the fray here. Pacey back out on the Winston Terror Surge, though, out from Spooky, just trying to get whatever damage they can. Thinking still alive somehow, but eventually they will fall right there by the hands of Tim, and it looks like Terrapin, unless we see some incredible play come out from Noctis, will be able to wrap this up here. But nice Blizzard actually from Virgil will lead to 2 frozen, but only finding 1 as the beat from Kisho doing enough here. Noctis not wanting to go away just yet, but it looks like Spooky is finally giving them the cane right there and pushing them away from the cart to end the round.
Just unfortunate, kills onto the backline of Noctis right away in that final, push. You saw the window value that Hope wanted, but they were just too hopeful and got their head shot off by Tim Weeks. So just really unfortunate timing, and Virgil caught out with Blizzard still online. Just also an unfortunate play. So it felt like their backs were against that wall in the very last engagement. So I wonder if this is going to be a composition that Noctis is going to still stick with as they're now on the defense. And I still think the Mei has some value on the defense. You can deny space from that choke, or you could have at least a bit more of self-sustain when your Orisa needs some peeling. I think there's some peel value that comes with a Mei, but no, Noctis opting to go for a Pharah Cassidy type of setup. So this is going to be interesting. It's looking like it's going to be C-Sharp's duty to mark this Pharah alongside maybe Feed Stacker, but you're just looking at the sheer healing output from the 2 backlines you're already seeing. Spooky just might have some leverage in sustaining a bit more. So for Pasty, a lot of this is managing cooldowns and playing corners.
Yeah, and I mean, I was gonna agree with you on what you were saying about maybe the Mei finding a little bit more valuable on the defensive side, just because of Ice Wall being able to, section off chokes, especially once you get to bridge. If they get the bridge, Ice Wall could really do a lot when a Blizzard does come out there. Nice Ice Wall though from Tim Week as a section off Pacey from the rest of their team, but Koi up in that sky gonna be able to do just enough there. Virgil Ori taking a decent amount of damage here as Terrapin just uncontested through that choke point, and look, already finding Virgil out. Immortality Field out here pretty early on, but you do see Feed focusing in on the sky, but now they're focusing back in on the tank. Koi gonna be able to get rid of their BAP on the backside. Kisho will get some revenge there for their teammate, but now it looks like Terrapin should have this one in the bag. Yeah, they should, especially fighting Pasty.
Pasty down, and everyone else, such as the high damage dealer of Virgil, down pretty early. There's not really much damage to get Spooky down to very low health bars. So first point cap with 5 minutes 30 from the side of Terrapin. That's around the same time Noctis also had. So this is already looking pretty even between these 2 teams. Now this is going to be Noctis' job to whittle the time just as well as Terrapin did. And they're trying to do this with some compositional swaps, opting for Winston instead of an Orisa and a Genji instead. But Hope is just speared from the back.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to get, I think, a little bit more consistent damage with the Winston here and just kind of disrupt that backline, but this is a very mobile backline with C-Sharp being able to kind of jump up. Pacey, though, I mean, you can kind of see it right now. They're trying to figure out who their target is going to be. Maybe it's going to be Tim Week. They will be able to ice block themselves here, and they're just going to look for any sort of way off that high ground, but everyone up there is going to say no, go back to the spawn, and it looks like Noctis wants to send some more members of Terrapin back to the spawn.
Yep. Koi dropping very low, and High Noon available for Virgil, but they're going to try to get to the high ground, but it might not be enough time for them.
Deadeye actually coming out there, didn't find anyone. Virgil will be able to find Feed Stacker right after that. Very low on health, somehow able to get out of it here. Immortality Field down and out here. Nice javelin by Spooky, making sure Pacey did not get that jump up to the high ground. That would have definitely kept them alive. And now, though, they're finding more and more out. Terrapin getting set up here for this bridge push.
blue raspberry flavored screen we got here, but Terrapin with ultimate still to work with, 4 in the bank, Noctis none to work with, so your whole in a wall, yeah, this is not looking really pretty for Noctis right now.
C# looking for this off angle, but almost gets caught out. However, there goes the Ant Matrix. You already see Feed Stacker finding one Feed Stacker, just trying to get what they can from this Ant Matrix. Make it 2 for them here with this overclock. And this honestly should be the second point. Oh my goodness, Feed Stacker, what a shot onto Hope. And now you give yourselves a good 5 minutes, not even to complete the map here.
That was just nasty. That was just a nasty flag from C# and Feed Stacker. That is so much value. Timweek with a Blizzard means they're going to just deny any further space. There's the Bastion swap from Virgil. And Orion, close quarters, trying to melt everything. I don't know if this is going to work, but they have a rally to sustain themselves through, but I don't think it's going to be enough to sustain maybe through a beat and a Blizzard, because that's what's incoming for Noctis right now.
Desperate times call for desperate measures, but man, these times are not desperate right now for Noctis, and that will be it for Terrapin as they will win the map right there. And I mean, hey, you have to love seeing the Ryan and Bastion come out, but yeah, it was gonna have a long uphill battle if it was gonna find anything there. A great map by Terrapin to end out that series and give themselves the win.
Yep, if you are Terrapin, that just brings you further up back and at least have some padding in the standings. But hey, if you are at least Noctis, that doesn't really hurt your map differential as much. And if you think about it, the only other team you're currently matched with in matches is Log Racers, and you are leading over them because you won that in a 2-0 fashion. So if I am at least Noctis, I would just lock in for the next match and get themselves prepared for what might be the most uphill battle in their last match of the season, which is Boa.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, I mean, you have to look at Terrapin. 3 straight wins for them after dropping their first 2, looking very, very strong. And they seem like there's one of these teams that's gotten better as this season has went on. Got their first sweep in their last game. Now win a map 5 there against Noctis. A very good team here. And I mean, this might be one of those games that has some playoff implications here, just based off the winner.
Exactly. I think a lot of this is going to be just, I think for Terrapin, it's impacting who makes it in that 1 or 2 spot right now for Cedar, because they get to buy one way or another. So that's pretty much it for us in this replay as we prepare to cast the actual matches that start at 8 p.m.
Yeah, so we're going to throw it to... Okay, my bad. I don't know if we're off. So, yeah, so you see Frogs on Fire versus Primal Pineapples. That will be here on the main stream. Goatman and Boa, that will be happening over on BPL 2. BPL 3 being utilized here tonight, as well as Daybreak will be taking on School of Rush, all happening at 8 o'clock. So there's going to be 3 great games on here. You are not going to want to miss any of it. And hey, we didn't go to break, my bad. So everyone, like Thor said, we're gonna throw it over to a quick break and be right back with our 8 p.m. series. Everyone, stick around. You are not gonna want to miss it.
It's been a while since we last spoke. You broke my heart and left me hanging. Hey, how you been? It's been a while. I see you going to new clothes on and change.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. We are now on to our 8 p.m. game of the night here of Frogs on Fire versus Primal Pineapples. My name is Dextron. That is, hey, got that right. That is greetings. How are you doing here tonight?
Greetings, everyone. I'm doing fantastic tonight. I have been so privileged to be able to commentate such great game threes that I don't think a lot of people were expecting out. I mean, Seal the Deal. They played fantastic yesterday, but Chungus Fungus, they played great. I mean, they took a map that they needed. They took a game they needed in BirdWatch. You know, they fell a tiny bit short, but on to the future, we got Frogs on Fire, Primal Pineapples.
Yeah, and when you look at the standings for these two teams, when that pops up here, these are two of the best teams here in the Aspen division. Primal Pineapple's the only undefeated team left. Frogs on Fire, well, they've only lost one time. And greetings, you might know a little bit something about that here, but they're trying to stay up in that top three because as we were talking about before we came on stream here, if Frogs on Fire loses the one, it kind of throws them into that middle of the pack where no one really wants to be.
Yeah, exactly here. Primal Pineapples, if you're looking at their future schedule here, this is a very important match for them because some people would say this is the hardest match they've played so far. They still have Polaris, Frogs on Fire. These are the matches you're looking towards in the future here. And Primal Pineapples, they're a team that's been brought to map 3s, as you pointed out a little bit. Map 3 against Spud Clusters, map 3 against Maron Mallows, map 3 against Whoop Troop. And these are middle of the pack teams. Are we seeing some cracks within the Pineapple shell?
I don't necessarily know about that. With it only being a best of 3, I feel like there's just gonna be certain maps and certain modes that won't just go your way the first time around. And especially once you get a team down to that with their backs against the wall only in map 2, you might start to see a little bit different play come out. However, I mean, they've been able to deal with these map 3s pretty well so far, 3-0 in all of them.
Oh, fantastic across the board. Primal Pineapples, Frogs on Fire, these are strong teams. They're the teams that are basically leading the Aspen division. And so let's talk a little bit about this Frogs on Fire roster. They've got a locked DPS line here. They got Akua, they've got Iggy, and I believe we've even seen times where Kairos plays it as well.
Yeah, and outside of that, Itosatos is not a tank to be slept on. Crow, Luca, and Jules is also just another incredible support line here. If they're all here tonight, we're going to be seeing a lot of changes come out here because of the rules, but every one of these players on this team is incredible at their position, incredible at their role, and especially with the flexibility. I mean, this makes this Frogs on Fire team one of those teams you really have to be ready for no matter what.
Exactly there. The flexibility is a major part here, but if we're going over to the side of the Primal Pineapples, this is a team that is no slouch on the flexibility as well. You've got that DPS line of Laser, Didn't You See Me, and Altair, and they've just been doing fantastic. Barry holding down his own, as you saw just on the case of Frogs on Fire. Both teams, they've only got one tank, which seems to be a little more common in this A division. But the backline, no slouch either. Fern, brand new addition, looked pretty good so far in their previous game.
Yeah, and Alphabet and Harry are two you really can't sleep on either. I mean, I've seen them play in other leagues and other BPL seasons, and they are some incredible supports here. They're 4-0 for a reason, and even when they go to those map 3s, they always seem to come out on top here. But will the Frogs on Fire squad have something to say tonight? I believe we already showed what the maps will be here, but if just to make sure you all know what they are, it will be Route 66, Lijiang, our guarantees. Our tiebreaker is going to be Numbani, which I love seeing it anytime it comes up on stream, so I hope we get to map 3 here in this one.
I would love to see another map 3. We've been blessed with great map 3s so far, but starting onto that Route 66, it's all about the bans against two teams so good as this. As we said, both teams, they only have one tank player, and Frogs on Fire immediately jumping it with that hazard ban, looking to both protect their only tank player while also bringing that out of the pool. And Primal Pineapples immediately returning with that Kiriko, maybe trying to force a little bit of a specific comp here. I mean, we'll see. Route 66, there's a lot of flexibility in a map like this.
a lot of flexibility, but especially on the first point, I really look at it as a little bit where you could play dive or you're going to try to play poke. If you're going to play dive, then hey, you kind of know what that backline is already going to be with the Brig Ana. So getting rid of the Kiri just makes sure that Ana has kind of free reign to do whatever they want for the most part. And you got rid of the hazard, so you can get rid of that dive hero that's a little bit strong at the moment and try to force them back into something like Wrecking Ball, Doomfist, Winston, or Diva. Or, like I said, you could just play poke and see the Ramatra or Sigma come out here.
Yeah, we've got a lot on the line for both of these teams, and as the music amps up, we've got the teams amping up as well. Very quickly before this, if you've just joining us for tonight, first off, go find time to watch those previous matches because of how fantastic they were. But second off, playoff potential here. Top two teams, they skip play-ins, and that's pretty big. That's one, maybe even two full matches that you get to skip out, and if you're either of these teams, everyone wants to go further into the playoff bracket.
Absolutely, and I love how I talked about potentially seeing Dive come out here. And Frogs on Fire, well, they're at least kind of following what I thought we would see. The support line, not necessarily, but again, that's not a bad support line for what they're playing. Akua on the Mei. Mei's been showing up here a little bit more often when you're playing Dive, especially on the attacking side is a little bit interesting. However, didn't you see me on that Tracer? Not one to really sleep on. You have to keep an eye on them or they are going to be a problem into your team's backline.
I've got to agree. They're going in right at the beginning. We get the map starting out. We can see here Diva mirrors across the way, but the rest of the team, they look pretty different. And Kua on that Mei. Well, we got the trace from Didn't You See Me? And honestly, from both sides here, Frogs on Fire, it looks like they're wanting to go with this Bappa Lucio. It's a bit bulkier, which is good, but this initial poke trade out, I'm curious to see where it'll end up going.
I mean, the backline for Frogs on Fire, they want to play a little bit fast, it seems, with that Immortality field from Luca kind of getting maybe their tank and some of their DPS out of sticky situations. But Cool Guy fighting Fern out. I mean, now you can play really aggressive if you're Frogs on Fire.
Oh, yeah, that's the amazing first pick. Barry loses mech. Barry gets ran over. Fantastic cleanup by Crow. And the fight is going to be cleaned up by this Frogs on Fire squad. It's only the first fight, but that's a good first fight to win. I mean, it's really tough sometimes to break through this Route 66 front hold.
Yeah, and I liked what Toasty Toast was doing there. I understand why they didn't try to play a little bit aggressively and maybe try to force a fight there, but I would have loved to see him try to take a little bit of fight, a 2-on-1 and eventually a 5-on-1, but that could have guaranteed them this first point. You do see Primal Pineapples get back just in time, but Frogs on Fire smartly falling back outside of Toasty Toast, who's going in.
Oh, yeah, really good trades. You can see the Divas both losing their armor on point. Primal Pineapples needed to take a second. Their DPS HPs were getting low there, and this is now back to a standstill. A little bit further back, however, and Frogs on Fire, they get the ults a little sooner here, and it's going to be a blowout as the first pick might be coming out. Amazing peel.
Bomb ready for Toast Toast, but they're going to be able to find Fern out again first here, and then Alphabet falls right after that. If you're Primal Pineapples, I think you're looking for the exit, whether by, walking towards it or by death.
Yeah, it's looking a little rough here, and that boot from Crow gets great value, and the stomp from the Toast. Oh, and it returns in tandem.
Oh, that's I understand that. It is really funny. I will give it that, but Barry, that's probably a situation where you just say, yeah, I'm just gonna die. I understand using the bomb there, and I mean, you do put Toast Toast in a little bit of an awkward spot, but look at the rest of Frogs on Fire. 4 ultimates coming up here. Didn't you see me actually invest the pulse bomb into that last fight? So they really didn't find much with it here. So again, though, you see Primal Pineapple just trying to get something going here early on because there's no mech for Toast Toast.
Yeah, but Akua turns back. Didn't you see me? Blinks a little too aggressive. Gets an icicle into the forehead for it. And the icicle is now just going to be forced out as Barry. Oh no, you're brought into the trap and the stomp again. That's so sad if you're Barry. And I know Toast is laughing about that one.
Talk about between a rock and a hard place right there for Barry. Not how you want to go out, but Frogs on Fire. I mean, greetings. We talked about coming into this map here, or into this entire series, the playoff implications of it. Frogs on Fire, they are starting off much like their namesake, on fire.
Oh, absolutely here. Frogs on Fire, super great roster here, and it looks like this Mei swap, this Mei pick, is doing a ton as the orbit comes out with the window. It looks like it's back a little bit. It's giving Cool Guy a little bit of room, and Laser, one tap through that window, and Barry, Diva's a bulky character, but I don't know many tanks that can take that many rail amp shots at once.
Not much, really. I mean, the rails do a decent amount of damage here, and it just looks like Primal Pineapples are just gonna try to stall at this point for as long as they can here. Frogs on Fire rolling through this map pretty well, and Crow still holding on to their first beat here. Now you're finally starting to see some swaps come out from Primal Pineapples. Barry going over to the Orisa. I don't think the Diva was necessarily the right play for them on defense, unless it was finding immense amount of value, but Toasty Toast was honestly dipping them in that early part of this map.
Yeah, and that's where you kind of see this ban taking a lot more play. Barry, not really known to play Diva, played a bit more Winston, played a bit more Hazard here, and so the ban's playing a big part as the rally engage comes out. Cool Guy almost gets one-tapped and does get finished off by Didn't You See Me, and Frogs on Fire. This is the first time you've really been stopped since you've gotten the ball rolling at the beginning of the map.
Yeah, but they smartly backed out. They only lost Cool Guy. Didn't You See Me actually make the swap over to Cassie? I like it a little bit better here, especially with Tostos playing aggressively. Once that defense matrix goes away, they are going to be free fire range right there for Didn't You See Me. Oh, but there goes the mech.
Yeah, and that's rough. Luca tried to get that lamp out in time, but unfortunately the mech died right before it could. And this is what you need if you're Primal Pineapples. You're able to just very quickly get the momentum back in your favor, and now you need to hold.
I mean, yeah, like you said, they just need to get something going their way, and they're finally able to stop Frogs on Fire. And I mean, now that kind of thought is probably creeping up into Frogs on Fire's head of, do we need to make swaps here? Everything's been going good so far, but now you make 2 swaps on the other side, and you shut them down 2 straight times. And I mean, getting rid of Did You See Me by the ice block of all things is a great way to start off with Frogs on Fire.
That perk is really funny. It allows you to do so much around. Bomb goes out of laser slide straight into it. I don't think I've ever seen a team get so much value from bombs and landings as Toast. It's like perfect record at this point.
I mean, Laser tried sliding into home plate, but just ended up getting punched in the face right there. Not necessarily how you wanted to go out. Look what that does to Primal Pineapples. Completely backs them up, and now Frogs on Fire already using that amateur here early on, but I think it's not in the best of spots.
And Barry tried to go for that Orisa pull off of the high ground, grabbing Luca, but Luca was just a bit out of range, and this is the OC. Barry kills Akua here, but they're so low, and Cool Guy, that's one pick as Crow finishes it off, and they need to win this duel on the high ground, and they're just missing the shots, and it's so sad, but Fern kills Crow, and now it looks like it's going back and forth.
It's going back and forth, but Frogs on Fire still have the slight advantage here, but Primal Pineapples do have the spawn advantage, so that will send Frogs on Fire back here for a moment. Nice defense uses there by Toasty to make sure Luca can get out, because you really don't want them dying here. However, you look at ultimates, I mean, this is going to be pretty much a dry fight. Didn't You See Me close to a Blizzard after swapping over to the Mei, able to build that up pretty quickly here. But I mean, you still look at that time bank here. Frogs on Fire can really afford to take a fight here, and honestly, if you're them, getting rid of that Blizzard would be great.
Oh, you would love that momentum swing if your Frogs on Fire here. Get rid of the Blizzard. They're not close to anything else, but Laser's getting rid of the Mei without the Blizzard in his own way, getting that nice clean setup. And this is where tragedy can strike, because Toast, they're out of mech in the enemy backline, and luckily for him, Fern decides to pick up that KO. They did not have to do that.
Okay, Luca. Luca. You need
a new stagger.
Luca, you need to get the kill there, buddy. Now this is just kind of embarrassing.
Yeah, you took the place of Toast for the stagger, and you know that's heroic, but not exactly the heroics we want to see in a match like this.
Yep, 50 seconds though, and the biggest thing that we were talking about for Frogs on Fire going into the last fight was potentially getting rid of the Blizzard. Didn't You See Me? I mean, it didn't really have the Blizzard ready to go up until the end of that fight, so it works out great for Primal Pineapples. You're going to have Overclock ready to go here as well. Frogs on Fire, though. Bomb ready here. Luca has Amp Matrix. Crow not that far away from a beat, so they do have these tools coming up online here, but you really need to beat, in my opinion, if you're Crow, because that would do a decent up here throughout that Blizzard, but you lose Cool Guy early.
And Laser sticking up to his name, just lasering out the competition, and the Poco Bomb gets nothing but a Fortify out from Barry. And Frogs on Fire, you have a little bit of time. If you just don't let anyone fall here, you can recontest as 5, and with dodging a laser bullet, and the window goes up.
Unfortunate bomb right there, getting denied by the ice wall there, but now everything coming out here from Frogs on Fire, Blizzard out as well.
Oh, and Akua manages to take Laser out there. Orbital Ray down. We've had so many ults come out, and Barry working towards that Harris Surge that he desperately needs, and Cool Guy popping an OC back in tandem. That's 1 down. It looks like a 2 is going to fall, and this Terra Surge is not going to keep it protected for very long. Akua jumps into it, and now we see a Bastion swap on the side of Primal Pineapples in desperation.
And a Venture out here as well. Primal Pineapples is trying to get back to this point as fast as they can. Barry gonna probably make a swap as well, I would assume.
Yeah, looks like it on the side of that Reinhardt coming out. I would have liked to see maybe something else here, but it is Desperation Hours. Laser, Didn't You See Me, both falling at the hands of the mech, and the shield is working. It's out on force, and there's so much HP to break through.
You know, I gotta give it up to Barry. This Ryan's working out. Akua, though, back into the fight, will be able to get rid of the Ryan Alphabet out as well.
Yeah, looking good from both sides here as Fern finally drops. I mean, you brought it to overtime, and that's the main thing you're worried about. I don't think you're going to be able to win this on Primal Pineapples, but for how good Frogs on Fire did throughout that attack up until third, you're totally fine bringing them into overtime.
Yeah, especially because considering Frogs on Fire, up until they got to third point, it was basically all gas, no brakes for them. Primal Pineapples struggled immensely. They made the swap off of the D.Va over to the Orisa, and it all kind of changed for them. Didn't You See Me as well? Started to find a lot of value once they got off the Tracer, and they made a swap over to the Cassidy, and eventually made the swap over to the Mei, and it really did slow them down. I mean, Primal Pineapples got better as that round went on, while Frogs on Fire, it really seemed like at times they were afraid to kind of make those swaps up until it was maybe a little bit too late, but hey, you still complete the map, so you guarantee yourself, at the worst, an overtime round here, even if Primal Pineapples does complete it.
Yeah, 100% there. It was originally Akua on the Mei that was keeping both the ice and fire in the element of Frogs on Fire, but it seemed that all Primal Pineapples needed to do was adapt the Mei and cool off the Frogs themselves, so that way Laser could heat up on his own and get these picks.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, you look at the compositions here, Primal Pineapples sticking with the Orisa here. I like it. It's something that definitely worked out for them last round, and they're probably thinking like the D.Va didn't necessarily fare good against Toast's D.Va. Stick with the Orisa, a little bit more survivability, a little bit more sustain, and Alphabet and Fern on that support line should be able to keep them up through a lot. Frogs on Fire, making no swaps, and honestly, I don't really blame them for it. It might be something where you kind of get rolled over in first point. You might need to think about making it here. Didn't You See Me, though? Coming out on the sim, that immediately yells to me that they are going to be looking for that TP up onto Big Earls so that Barry and the rest of the crew can get up there and disrupt that high ground.
Yeah, it would be an absolutely big play to make too, bouncing over onto that high. Primal Pineapples, the only downside to this comp is there isn't much mobility, and this is good into Toast, who is pretty proficient on this D.Va character. As we said, Barry not wanting to fight it back in this 1v1.
Did You See Me just going through the TP by themselves? Seemed like Barry didn't get the memo and jumped ship with them.
Yeah, it's really rough here, but Barry, you know, he might have not jumped onto the ship, but he's making sure to jump the rest of Cool Guy's HP. They're blasting him down. Trades going back and forth. It's 2-2 each side, but you know what that means? It favors the attackers. And there goes the mech from Toasty Toast. And now, I mean, Primal Pineapples, they're looking like the same first fight that we saw on Frogs on Fire. Both teams clearing this point out with not that much difficulty.
Yeah, not really. And now Frogs on Fire, I mean, we should be able to see them get back in time as Barry decides to almost essentially hit the gritty on top of Big Earls.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you're looking at ultimates here. Laser's going to have a Deadeye. Didn't You See Me? Not really building up to a lot with the sim, but going to be able to get these turrets set up, which is going to be a little bit of an annoyance as Frogs on Fire gets back into this fight.
Yeah, Laser on a really good side angle here, looking for the Noon. I imagine I'm going to see it here, but Toast goes in a little too early with the Lamp, and here comes the Noon out, and there's no way to protect against it. Lamp forced on the other side as well, and no one dies to the Noon because of the Lamp, but Luca finally going down, and it looks like this is going to the side of Primal Pineapples with up 2.
And, I mean, you see Cool Guy right there, and, yeah, Cool Guy was there for the moment. Then 3 members decided to go jump him on that high ground. Primal Pineapple was capping that first point there. Nice use of the Deadeye from Laser. Yeah, they struggle to find value with it. Alphabet, though, threw out their own immortality field to make sure they could at least poke around the corner without immediately dying. And even though it didn't find picks, it got a lot of members of Frogs on Fire low, leaving them in perfect spot for cleanups. And Barry, on a high ground where they really shouldn't be, decides that it might not necessarily be the best place for an Orisa. Falls back down. I'm going to be honest with you here, Greetings. I love this swap from Toast to Toast over to the Zarya. Barry's now going to have a little bit more of a problem.
Yeah, Window coming out now. That's the Blizzard also. Really good Terra Surge just to deny everything, but Toast here barely manages to rip it out, and that full beam Zarya is so dangerous if you let it get out of hand.
But right now, Toast not in the best of spots. Crow in a little bit of a worse one here as teams are just still trading back and forth, and Barry over to the ball. Nope, Barry over to the Winston.
Yeah, Barry onto the Winston, pointed out a little bit earlier. Barry, he likes a little bit of the Winston. You know, you're on the Primal Pineapples, you got a bit of the Winston. You're in the Primal Rage, it just makes sense.
I mean, hey, you have to stick to your branding one way or another here if you're them. Toast, it's going to be interesting to see what they do, whether they decide to stick with the Czar, if they die here, or if they make the swap. But, I mean, if your Frog's on fire, you're actually in a little bit of a good spot. Didn't you see me, though, using that photon barrier here early on?
Yeah, gives him a lot of good cover here. As you can see, Alphabet also forced to use that lamp. Lamp coming out as well as the beat. Toast has to survive this fight. And this really feels like just a good stabilized play from both teams. You've got a lot of the cart pressure, but Toast, you can see that beam. It is nearly full charge, and didn't you see me? Didn't see Hakua on the backline.
Cool, make that swap over to the Tracer is good because you can start to pressure out that backline here a little bit more. Laser going to be able to find one there, but it seems like Barry already thought that this fight was all over. And yeah, they might have made the right move getting out of that one as fast as they did. Fern, Laser, Fall, and I mean, you look at Frogs on Fire outside that beat. They're in a really, really good spot with ultimates. That time bank, though, still very, very large here, as both these teams really kept point A without any big contest. Primal Pineapples, though, they will have their own overclock and their own ant matrix at some point this fight, but it's going to be difficult, in my opinion, to really find a lot of value with it. But hey, getting rid of Hakua is not a bad start.
Yeah, this is the start you need. I imagine this might be a grab back on the side here. You are only done your Tracer. You have so many ultimates back. And that Tracer's going to come back quickly. Primal Pineapple's here. This is where you step on the gas. You know that they have ults, but you do too. That comes the window, and immediately looking to get value from the side of Alphabet as the pulse bomb goes wide and Crow goes down.
I mean, they weren't close to beat anyway, so it's not necessarily that worse of a thing. Cool guy going to invest their overclock here now, but they need to find something. Grab out on the high ground. It has to get rid of Barry. They're not going to be able to find them, though.
Yeah, it's really rough. I think we saw the Alphabet might have jumped up there too to get the lamp guarantee. And if you're Barry, you're just looking to put your team's namesake on the line with these primals here, putting into the Primal Pineapples, and it's looking good from the side of Primal Pineapples themselves as they clean this out to go to point 3.
3 minutes on the clock for them, and I mean, hey, even completing the map with 1 second on that time bank gives you enough of an advantage heading into overtime here. And again, if your Frog's on Fire, like I kind of said, I would be surprised to see Tosi really stick on the Czar. Nope, right back over to the Diva. This worked out for them really great last round, and you already see Barry looking like they're deciding to turn tail and go swap over to something else. It wouldn't be surprising if they go over to the Orisa. No, the Ramatra coming out here. Did you see me back onto the May, but Laser back out here. Even with all these swaps, I don't think this is much of a big loss here for Primal Pineapples just because of what they were doing.
Oh, definitely. Here you see a lot of great swaps onto the May, onto the Ram, as you said, and it looks like we're gonna see another one. Barry saying, no more Ram, it's Orisa time. And Laser did not get the memo last fight, which is why he went down during the swaps.
What a nice cameo there by Ramatra. We have to make sure that he gets in every map or not there. But
yeah,
Laser out early again.
Yeah, Akua really great. Laser's been the one getting all these first picks, and I think Akua got a little jealous on the DPS rule, said, I can get picks first too in these fights.
Matrix coming out there pretty early on. Primal Pineapple's gonna be able to basically kite it out here. However, I mean, you're just trying to get rid of the time back here. Now the beat out from Frogs on Fire, and the Blizzard hate!
I mean, Barry, you know, he had to do his Ramatra 5-second performance, you know, for the big Omnic in the sky. But over to the Orisa, immediately getting value. Window counter-attacking here, and Frogs on Fire. They're forced to give so much space, but the good news is no one died.
Yeah, and right now, toes to toes, they're still on this Diva. I would not be surprised if the moment they die, they're right back over onto the Zarya here. Frogs on Fire, though, coming up to some ultimates that should be able to help them out here, but you cannot fall first here because you give Primal Pineapples any slight of bit of momentum, and they will run with it.
Yeah, it's looking rough here, and it's looking even rougher with Akua saying, I am the only one that can play May in this lobby. Didn't you see me? Not seeing the Icicle enter his head, and neither did Laser, as they are going to be commanding this position, and it looks like the stagger's on the other foot now.
Yeah, Barry trying to get out of dodge. Toast said no. Take a little bit of a break and then come back in for final fight here. And I mean, a good use of the overclock right there from Cool Guy, but Akua finding those first gold picks basically built them up to a Blizzard. Luca has their own Ant Matrix, and now Frogs on Fire in a great spot here. Primal Pineapples, though, they're not down for ultimates either. The Blizzard from Didn't You See Me has to be the biggest thing here, and I would imagine you are looking to pair it up maybe with something like Barry's Terror Surge.
And it looks like we would have loved to see an ult combo there, but I love the initiative from Frogs on Fire. Yes, you go in, you get these trades, but in this situation, oh my god, and Laser goes down. That was the OC popped.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
That's sad. I wanted that.
You really wanted that. And not only because it's just a really good ultimate, but I mean, it's there to clean up after these two other ultimates you have. And the best part about that fight for Primal Pineapples is that your supports fell so early on, and that allowed Luca to get set up.
Yeah, in that window, you would love to set up on it, but look at how aggressive this is. Blizzard comes out here, and Luca gets caught in the Poco Bomb, kills Varian. This is a work.
Oh my goodness!
Another person. Oh my goodness. And I mean, what do you even say? Like, that was just great from Frogs on Fire, and I think, is that 3 remet kills for Toast that match?
I think that was 2. But you just, I understand why it happened. You just cannot allow that to happen, especially if you're playing BAP. You can't allow that to happen to yourself in a situation like that. Frogs on Fire played that last fight perfectly. They forced out ultimates early on. They had the cleanup, and I think the bomb finding value, which is something Toasty Toast was able to do pretty consistently throughout this first map, was a big difference maker there for Frogs on Fire. And now Primal Pineapples, if they want to win this series and keep their perfect record alive, they're gonna have to go back to another map 3.
Yeah, and you know, Primal Pineapples, it's their favorite thing. They love going to a map 3, as we've seen multiple times before, but the only difference is now is they've never lost the first map. Going into this map 3, it's always been a good start from them. They've always done good. And, you know, I'm really curious to see from Primal Pineapple's side, how do you adapt? Do you get rid of this diva that's been so tough to also protect ban the Orisa? Like, what do you do here going into this map 2 of Lijiang?
I don't think getting rid of Diva is necessarily the biggest thing you should really worry about. Diva on Lijiang does find value here and there, but it's not going to be something that really wins you a lot, in my opinion. Yeah, they'll have its pop-off moments, especially in the hands of Toasty Toast, but you don't know who's here for each of these teams, who's going to be coming in, who's going to be subbing out. If you're Primal Pineapples, though, you kind of have to look maybe at that DPS line, maybe getting rid of something like the Mei. You really don't want to worry about that here, especially with Control being you're taking a lot of fights in very small rooms. Mei finds a lot of value off that. Maybe you focus on the support line a little bit, as both teams are playing varying different supports here, but no, instead, they want to get rid of the Czar, which, I mean, when we saw it from Toasty Toast, it was nice, but it's one of those ones that kind of lets you know that maybe they want to play the Orisa throughout this map.
Yeah, I was just about to say there, the big thing for Toasty Toast is he's very proficient on these characters like Diva and Zarya. That's where his ball house is for sure. And so banning this, especially one and play the Orisa, I could see it. Frogs on Fire, that they have a big chance. I think this may be, I don't know if you even want to ban the Mei. Like, yes, you can't play the Zarya, but your Mei was so good that set. And going in, like, what do you look to ban? Maybe you ban the Cass. I know that Primal Pineapples, didn't you see me? We saw a lot of Cass being played. We saw BAP being played from both sides. I think there's a lot of things you could do for Frogs on Fire to maybe swing the momentum back in your favor with the Zarya ban.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, but if it really comes down to, if you want to try to play that Orisa, you're going to try to probably force it out on the other side. And when we saw that the little bit, it seemed like Primal Pineapples had the better one. And I think that's just a really smart move. Now for Frogs on Fire, what do you want to get rid of here? You can't get rid of a tank. Hazard's back in play. You banned that one last time. You can't ban it here again. And I think you have to kind of look at the support line here, because remember, both these teams are playing varying supports. Yeah, towards the end of maps, they would start to be almost the same, but you have to kind of look at what the support lines were playing. And I feel like this is one of those maps where you want to get rid of Juno, even though in my opinion, the Primal Pineapples Juno that we did see wasn't finding the best value, but on a map like Lijiang, that Orbital Ray might just find a little bit too much value.
Yeah, as you mentioned earlier, these are close quarters fights here, and especially in this team, we're probably going to see Meis across the board. Pretty confident we'll at least see a Mei on Control Center for sure. Yeah, it's probably the support line. I mean, you didn't play any Brig. Maybe Brig's a good place to start. Juno, as you mentioned, also really strong. I wouldn't be surprised even to see like the off chance of, you know, go over to the DPS line. We could see a cast ban. We could see potentially Pharah. Pharah's pretty solid here as well. I just don't know. There's a lot of options.
I was going to say, watch us focus so much on support ban, and it's just going to end up being something like Pharah or Torb. Or something random like that.
Just a sim ban coming out. You know, it didn't get a ton of value, but they're like, you know, we could get rid of the sim.
Sim? I'm going to be honest. As a sim player, this is definitely a map that sim finds a lot of value on. It doesn't matter the point. It doesn't matter the point. This is one of Sim's best maps in the game. But I mean, we haven't seen much of Sim. I think we saw from Primal Pineapples a little bit on point A or the point 1 push last map, but they immediately swapped off of it, so they didn't really let us see a full experience with the Symmetra.
Yeah, exactly there. So it definitely seems like Frogs on Fire, they're stuck in the same boat that we are. There's just too many things that you could possibly ban. There wasn't like a big red flag besides the Orisa, but I mean, they already closed that tank slot out. And so yeah, I think you're just coin flipping. Do we get rid of like a Brig? Do we get rid of a Juno? Do we decide to be like, hey, this cast was annoying? They're thinking about it as much as we are. And it's the BAP ban.
Thank God. Thank God. I was going to say, me and you have exhausted every sort of way we could yap about what ban we were expecting to see. BAP coming out here, and honestly, it's a little bit of a surprise to me because it seemed like Frogs on Fire were really using it a lot throughout that first map, but you did see Primal Pineapple start to find a little bit of value with it towards the end of it. So not necessarily the worst ban here, and it does make a lot of sense because, like we kind of mentioned, close quarters window finds a lot of value, especially if you play it on point, and I think that's why you're seeing the BAP ban come out here. But it's gonna be interesting to see, do we see subs come in? Do these players have their full rosters coming in here at Lijiang Tower? So we might see a little bit of a swap come up.
Oh, absolutely. I imagine we'll see swaps on both sides if they've got their rosters. The only thing we know for a fact is this tank line. I mean, Frogs on Fire and Primal Pineapples, they only have one tank each. We know Toast will be in, we know Barry will be in, and unfortunately, for the tank of Primal Pineapples, I don't think you can pull Winston off that much here, especially with how good the Orisa was.
I have to agree with you, but with a big asterisk right there. I feel like the Winston can find value if the Orisa decides to maybe play a little bit too aggressively, where they really cannot turn around fast enough to get back to that support line with the Winston diving on them. But yeah, I think the Winston will struggle if you decide to play it, just because what we saw from the Orisa's last map were really, really strong here. But I mean, Lijiang Tower, Primal Pineapples, I mean, they want to win this map. They need to win this map. They've only lost one map 2 all season long, and that was, well, last week. They still ended up winning map 3, but I mean, right now, Frogs on Fire seems to kind of have their number in a lot of these situations.
Oh, 100% here. I'm very curious to see how this map will turn out. Just because I was curious, because, you know, we were waiting on the bans for a while, I did end up searching this thing up. Pineapple is a type of berry, and so I was just curious, you know, like, it just makes sense. You know, Primal Pineapples, they picked up the berry, he plays Winston. I think it's just all meant to be here, and I think Barry needs to prove his namesake for this team in this match to help this team win this map too.
I didn't need to know that pineapples were a berry. But hey, it's an interesting fact. It's almost like saying tomato is a fruit as well, because some people don't believe that. How is a pineapple a berry?
Well, because we've had some time in between. Apparently, it's more technically classified as a multiple fruit, and a multiple fruit is when fruits are like made from flowers. And so I guess that's in like the same vein, because like tomatoes kind of come from the same thing. I don't know. I was just kind of curious because we were taking a while on bans, and it looks like we're still taking a minute. Hopefully we get into Lijiang, but from what we can see, okay, goodness grace. We're going into Lijiang now. Super curious to see how these brawl comps will turn out.
Welcome to Fruit Facts with Greetings and Dex. Well, Greetings says all the facts, and I just kind of sit here and contemplate my knowledge of fruits.
Yeah, apparently tomatoes and pineapples are both fruits, and they're both, and one's a berry, and apparently bananas are berries, if you didn't know that also. Blueberries aren't berries. Just pointing that out. I know a lot of fruit facts here, but we were taking a while. Not taking a while, however, are these comps coming in here.
One last thing on fruits. You ever had dragon fruit?
Dragon fruit's pretty a little lackluster from what I've had. You feel like they'd be super like flavorful from, maybe I just had a bad experience.
I've had dragon fruit a couple times. They are really, really good in my opinion. But coming out of the gate, that's kind of what we expect to see from both sides. Berry on Primal Pineapples, sticking with the Orisa. It looked the best for them last map. Toast, though, we were kind of wondering, what would they go to? Ramatra, we saw a brief appearance from Barry, but now Toast showing us here. Akua sticking on the Mei, especially on a map like Control Center. Mei will be able to section off some members of Primal Pineapples, put them in a spot they just don't want to be.
Yeah, we can see both brawl comps. We knew we were going to see some form of brawl from both sides, but the big differentiator here is going to be in that backline with the BAP banned, we can see how the teams diverge, and Akua just picking out laser again, keeping up that fire from the last map. Frogs on fire, great fight for great first fight.
And Toast maybe flying a little bit too close to the sun right there. Oh, nice ice wall again. Akua's actually been pretty good so far playing this Mei here. Toast gonna get a little bit of a taxi back from Crow, and that'll allow Primal Pineapples just to play very aggressively on point here. And oh, that's who you need to get rid of first, you rid of the Pineapples.
Absolutely here. It looks like Primal Pineapples, you know, they had a little bit of a rough start. A little bit of over-aggression, though, from Toast is allowing this team to kind of take it back. You're resetting. These spears from Barry have been great. As we can see, they've already got their ult, and it has not been that long in the round.
No, I mean, Barry's been finding a lot of value, even with them losing really that first team fight. They got Toast to play a little over-aggressive and just kind of bully them into a corner. They've been hitting a lot of their javelins as well. It's just been a good start here for the Primal Pineapples in a kind of a situation where you want to see them have a good kind of start here, because I feel like a slow start would give all the momentum to Frogs on Fire that they really need to potentially end this series, this map.
Yeah, opposite of slow here, Primal Pineapples like just running it down with that Terror Surge. Cool Guy goes down as well here from this aggression. You're down some resources, but it looks like it doesn't matter. Primal Pineapples, they're wanting to close this fight out fast, and they do it with the help of that Kitsune Rush.
I think the Kitsune Rush may be a little bit of an overinvestment there for Primal Pineapples, because I feel like Barry's Terror Surge did enough, and Barry was just able to clean up so much of that fight. The Kitsune Rush was just kind of seal the deal, but look at Frogs on Fire. They're basically going to come into this next engagement with, at some point throughout it, all 5 ultimates ready to go, and the beat being the only thing ready for Primal Pineapples at the moment is not necessarily going to save you from all of them.
Oh, absolutely not here. Frogs on Fire, they just need a lot of time to build some stuff up, and Akua goes down first. There was so much fire at the beginning of the round with these icicles, but they've completely cooled off as the orbit turns this around, and it looks like they're trying to grab anything to turn this back. But Fern drops the beat, counter beat coming in, and you're still advantage for Primal Pineapples because they haven't lost anyone yet.
I mean, the beat actually doing a lot of value here. One that I did not necessarily expect it to get, even though at this point I think Primal Pineapples will kind of just give the point over. You got it up to 99% essentially, especially with these last couple touches you're going to be able to get here. So you're in a really, really good spot. 97%, even better. All you need to do now is just win a fight, cap the point, and I don't think Frogs on Fire will be able to get back in time.
I don't think either. Fern managing to barely get out, but Cool Guy takes aim, puts the frog down here. They said there's enough Frogs on Fire in this lobby. We don't need another one trying to escape.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, Frogs on Fire, even though they kind of invested into that fight heavily, I mean, they still have an Annihilation, they still have their own overclock. That Annihilation will be able to sustain through a lot of what the other side has, especially Altair's Blade, who, again, Altair now coming in for the first time. I think Crow's in for the first time as well. I might be wrong about that, though.
I believe that we had it in because I think it was Crow Luca on the previous map. I'm not 100%, but as we can see here, what I do know for a fact is this over-aggression here is maybe going to get punished, but what a movement from Fern here, dodging the bullets as the OCs fly out, and ultimates are just going everywhere. I think everything under the sun that was available is gone.
It certainly is right there. There were 5 ultimates going into that fight. Well, all 5 are gone, and now Frogs on Fire just trying to keep contested alive for as long as they can, but with Toast falling, I mean, you see Akua there kind of hanging in the wings, gonna be able to get a touch, but will they be able to do enough? Pulse Bomb Heave, not gonna be able to find anything there.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a tough fight there from the side of Frogs on Fire. Beat Drop coming out just to secure the ending of this round, even though it wasn't really needed. And you kind of saw throughout that map the difference between the Ram and the Orisa.
Yeah, it was huge. And like we kind of said, we knew the ban on Zarya basically meant that we were going to see Barry play that Orisa here, but I was going to be really interested to see what Toast really did into it. And I mean, outside of that first fight, where, I mean, Frogs on Fire capped point, it didn't look like a good matchup. It seemed Toast was always kind of one step behind. Barry was just doing just enough of sustain. And I mean, you kind of have to look at that backline for Primal Pineapples as well and say that's not necessarily a support line that can keep up Barry long enough in a lot of these fights once that fortifying spear spin is gone. But Barry did a good job cycling through abilities right there and allowing Alphabet and Fern to heal them up. Now, as we head on here to Night Market, some swabs coming out here for Frogs on Fire. They want to go back to this dive composition. Cool Guys showing us the Freya for the first time tonight. Haven't seen them yet, surprisingly.
Yeah, that's a very interesting thing. Freya's been super dominant throughout A-League in the matches that we've seen a lot of it, but this is her first appearance. As we can see, HP bars getting pretty low there, and Akua going down first in honestly, it's a little bit of a comp differential. You know, the Mei has done so well, but apparently Barry goes down as well. Never mind.
And right now, I mean, if your Frog's on fire, you have to kind of drag this fight towards point. You're going to be able to go there. Almost getting rid of Laser would be big, but you're going to be able to get first cap yet again. Now, though, with the Kua back, your Barry's going to try to come in here on one of these off angles. You need to be able to keep a fight going here. You can't lose a Kua first. I think that kind of hinders a lot of what your team really wants to do with this composition.
Oh, definitely. Here you can see Altair managing to knock you picked out. And oh, man, if you're Fern, you're just trying to dodge these shots going left and right. But we can see no ultimates up yet. Frogs on Fire have the positional control. Spear doesn't get any value here. And if you're Primal Pineapples, you're looking for any sort of entrance into this point.
I mean, you see them splitting up, just trying to get distractions anywhere they can, but Fern getting hit by one of those take aim shots. I thought Toast was going to follow them up, but they immediately had to turn tail and get to point because you saw Barry there.
Yeah, Barry commanding presence and Toasty Toast losing that mech. However, the side of Primal Pineapples losing Fern. And they have the way to turn this around. Rush comes out, but Alphabet drops. No backline for the side of Primal Pineapples. And this Blizzard is just forcing everyone to the side of the map. Frogs on Fire. They're the ones cooling everything down and pushing Primal Pineapples off this point.
Barry will find a Kua, but that's basically the only good thing you can say for Primal Pineapples that fight. I mean, you didn't even get out any more ultimates. You look at Cool Guy, look at Jules, look at the rest of Frogs on Fire outside of a Kua. They're in really good spots with their ultimates, but that's not to say Primal Pineapples is lacking either. They're going to have 3, and probably Fern will build up to a beat pretty quickly here. But this Bolo, the Bola shot, I look at Bola as being one of those weaker ultimates that unless you stick it on to a support, it's not really going to find as much value here. And Cool Guy, I mean, I feel like at this moment right now, they're kind of just using that ultimate as a little bit more of a threatening tool because you know Primal Pineapples has to know that they have this ready to go.
Oh, and it goes into this position here. As you said, Bola kind of like a pulse bomb almost. You just use it and lose it, and it looks like Ever Cool Guy wants to keep it even though they really didn't need to in this final fight. Laser being picked up at the end. And if you're Primal Pineapples, I think you are a little gung-ho there. You're so close to the beat. Your blade kind of goes wide, and you're not even going to get a touch, and this is ultimates wasted. OC goes nowhere in the touch. Oh my god, what an amazing rollout from Fern, but he goes down for it.
Yeah, you're going to go down, but hey, at least you got the cool rollout clip.
Oh yeah, that was fantastic. A Crow finishing 2 people off with the boops here, and it looks like just the mitigation onto the point, but Primal Pineapples, they forget about the point apparently, and Frogs on Fire, you couldn't have asked for a better turnaround on that round 2.
No, you really couldn't have. And I mean, we were talking about how potentially maybe the Diva wouldn't work that well into the Orisa composition, especially how Barry has been playing it. But I felt like that entire point kind of turned when Frogs on Fire. Yeah, they lost Akua first. Remember, first pick was Akua, but Crow being able to clean up Barry, that put Primal Pineapples in a spot where they really couldn't do much. They just kind of let Frogs on Fire go and take the point. And I feel like Frogs on Fire, they just played positioning really well. You saw Cool Guy always hanging around towards the backside of the point. Akua and Toast were kind of frontlining everything, and Jules and Crow were just off doing whatever they could to help out their team the best they could. Primal Pineapples just could not figure out how to deal with that multi kind of angle play that Frogs on Fire was doing there. Fern hitting a rollout there, looking to try to get a boop off the map. Not going to be able to find anyone that time as they were caught out.
Yeah, honestly though, looking over, I think a big pain point that we didn't really bring up much was Cool Guy on the Freya. It wasn't doing anything insanely flashy, but the insane pressure in just random damage output from this character, combined with like a Mei and a Kiri, I mean, like you could just lose your head and die out of nowhere into this team comp.
Yeah, and Cool Guy's still playing this Freya much like how they played it last point, where they're just playing off to the side, but Altair now swapping over to the Freya, going to be able to find them out.
Yeah, this looks like a little bit of anything you can do. I can do just a little bit better so far. And Toast, you know, gets knocked out of the mech. However, not going to matter as much because the point hasn't been capped yet. And Primal Pineapples, that little bit more burst from the Freya, it's already paying heavy dividends for them.
Yeah, now you're going to put a bigger emphasis on Cool Guy being able to shut down Altair on the other side, because if Altair goes unchecked, it's going to be a lot like last point where Cool Guy was just able to do whatever the hell they wanted here. And look at that, Altair already about to have a Bola shot ready to go. Frogs on Fire, they're going to be able to go through White Room, but with the Diva, it's going to be interesting to really try to find a way in without just brute forcing yourself into a fight. And that's what Primal Pineapples composition really wants you to do.
Yeah, the brawl is in favor of the Pineapples. The Mei on Akua here, it's looking to kind of diffuse it a bit, give it back into the Frogs on Fire side. Jules coming up on this ult here, and I imagine we're going to see a Curie Rush trade go out from both sides. And this is just going back and forth, everything blowing up. We've seen both of the bola shots come out also, but the difference is the beat from Fern.
Yeah, and that's been a pretty consistent thing throughout this series here so far, especially this map. Fern is always okay using their beat second. Crow, they're always been the aggressors when it comes to those plays, because Frogs on Fire, they want to get in your face, but Primal Pineapples, they've been doing a good job, especially this map in general, just kind of waiting for the beat to kind of fade away, or just as it's fading away, pop their own beat and come back in with their own aggressive play. This brawl play style, like we said, is going to be very difficult for Frogs on Fire to get anything going here, and I mean, Tosio's not that far away from a bomb. If they don't get control of the point this fight, they might have to sacrifice the bomb.
Yeah, I agree here. You see, we do have the Blizzard on the side of Frogs on Fire. We're almost to that beat again, but Primal Pineapples, they have the more brawl presence. They have the OC, they have the Disruptor Shot plus Terra Search. And it looks on Frogs on Fire, they're not really wanting to give the enemy team much time to decide, pushing in, forcing a little bit of cooldowns here, but it's Frogs on Fire, the one that are being pushed back at this point, and now, with the resources so thin, the ults have to start coming out.
They really do, but Akua, you can tell they're trying to save their Blizzard, but they get it out there, but they don't find Barry, but they find Laser. Bomb?
Yeah. Oh, the Pokebomb kill no one as it comes to the side, and oh my goodness, Crow 1 HP as the Terra Surge hits down in Toast. They need to live, they can't lose the mech. Less their lives even here as we're looking to try and get a stagger out, maybe a kill onto a late target. But if you're Primal Pineapples, you lose the fight, yes, but you get out all of the ultimates from Frogs on Fire except for this Curie Rush.
Yeah, but yeah, that was their main goal there. Once they saw all those ultimates come out, they're like, okay, you can have the point, because look at what they have here. There's a rush early on. They're going to have almost every one of their ultimates outside of Terra Surge ready to go.
Yeah, the OC pop from here, so much value on that first map. Can we get another Toasty Toast? Takes out Fern, but Laser responds to the pick on the Crow, and Barry taking out Akua, Laser taking out Jules. And man, I mean, you needed this OC to be big, and what you didn't need is for Laser to fall off the map, and the curse is still with us. I don't know what it is. Yeah, apparently we wanted a quick firework right at the last second there from Cool Guy. And yeah, I don't know, I'm cursed. Every single map I've seen people slide off the map to their death, apparently.
Fern finding Akua out here. I mean, Frogs on Fire is looking for touches. Gonna be able to get one right there from Crow. And I mean, Toasty Toast back into the picture, but it's not gonna be enough here for Frogs on Fire. Primal Pineapples in a very comfortable spot right now, going back to map 3.
Yeah, we're going on to that map 3, and honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way. Frogs on Fire, I think that the fight's not over yet. We could see something happen here, but I think with that Bell forced and just so much in, Primal Pineapples clean this up, and I wouldn't have had it any other way. We're going to a map 3, Numbani, and honestly, the Zarya ban did a lot.
It really did, but here's the biggest problem now. Heading into Numbani, Primal Pineapples does not have first ban. That would be Frogs on Fire, but Numbani is, well, let's just say it's straight. It's a dive map up until that final point. Yeah, you could try to force the Orisa, but is Orisa the best ban here for Frogs on Fire? If you think it's the biggest problem, then go ahead, do it. But remember, they banned out Hazard Map 1 for a reason.
Yeah, exactly. This Frogs on Fire roster, they definitely want to play around the diva strength that we've seen from Toasty Toast. And so I'm pretty confident we're going to see another tank ban here. Maybe there is, as you said, Numbani, it's not the worst brawl map. Second point, it's not terrible. Third point is pretty brawl heavy. At that point, you've dropped all instances of dive. I could see a monkey ban. I mean, we did see a little bit of monkey try to come out from Barry on the side of Primal Pineapples. But honestly, ban out a tank. Keep your diva safe, because Primal Pineapples, if you don't ban a tank, they're banning that diva. They still have that on the table.
Yeah, I think right now, if you're Frogs on Fire, the smartest ban that you could do is just banning out the Orisa. We've definitely seen it throughout the series here tonight, where Primal Pineapples finds a lot more value on it. It seems like that's their kind of preferred playstyle as well. So just get rid of the Orisa. Yeah, you're going to probably have to figure something out later on, or if they come out with a dive tank you can't slow down. But I just don't think you want to see the Orisa anymore if you're Frogs on Fire.
Yeah, you're kind of tired of it for the Frogs on Fire roster. You're feeling good about the rest of the stuff. Diva getting a lot of value. The Ram kind of being forced down. Zarya got good value there too, so like, you know, I mean, if this wasn't a dive map, maybe you're less worried about it. You have the Zarya now free to use, but I mean, I guess flipping the page over to the other side of it, what does Primal Pineapples look to ban here?
Well, you could go after the Freya. That's something that we saw for the first time last map, and it definitely did seem like Cool Guy was finding a lot of value with it. But then when Altair showed up on their own Freya, you saw a little bit of a difference there for Primal Pineapple. So you could go with Freya. I feel like this is definitely one of those maps, though, where you ban out a support, especially one that you would kind of associate with Dive. Brig has yet to be banned. Both teams seem to like to play Brig. You could ban Lucio. That's been something that Frogs on Fire have been playing consistently throughout the night here. Even Kiri, I believe, is still... No, Kiri has been banned out by Primal Pineapples. I mean, Ana's still there if you want to get rid of probably the most prolific Dive support.
Yeah, we're very curious to see. We know both these teams, they like to take their time with the bans. They like to talk it through. And honestly, I don't blame them. This match means a lot for both these teams. Primal Pineapples, they really want this 5-0. They'd be so strong. It would be really hard, especially with only 2 maps remaining, to lose that first place seed. The only way they do it is like in an upcoming match. But like Frogs on Fire, this is your time to punch up, bring down the Primal Pineapples, claim a 3-way 4-1 tie.
I mean, I feel like you're rooting for Frogs on Fire here, because with that 3-way tie, I think it would put your team on top.
Yes,
if I'm correct?
Just by 1 map. But of course, I will remain in the favor of, I want to see a good match. No matter who wins this, I want to see a good set come out. And it looks like the Winston ban is the one coming out for Frogs on Fire. I don't hate it. You're banning out the Winston potential from Barry, which we know he plays, and you're protecting your Diva.
You're protecting the Diva, but I feel like I said, I think the Orisa would have been the smarter ban. Just because, as we both kind of said, as you go through this map, it kind of goes away from Dive and goes till Brawl. And the worst thing you want to see happen if your Frogs on Fire is Primal Pineapples just runs through you points 1 and points 2, the swaps over to a Brawl on points 3 and gives themselves a really, really good time bank. That's the worst case scenario. But I like you said, we have seen Barry play the Winston in the past, so it is definitely something that they really worried about. If you're Primal Pineapples, I'm not against them trying to force an Orisa, maybe with a Sim, just to try to get TP'd on the high ground.
Yeah, I think in that case, if you're Primal Pineapples, you probably look for an Ana ban, denies nade potential onto your Sim TPs. You're probably going to be playing more of a rush-orientated style also, and I don't know if you really want to play the Kiriko that much. I mean, we saw from Primal Pineapples, they banned the Kiri out themselves. They're looking maybe to go a Juno Brig here. I don't think an Ana ban's bad at all.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at all the bans we've had so far throughout this series, and I'm looking at that DPS category right now. No one's decided to ban out a DPS hero.
Yeah, they're looking a little sad. I mean, the DPS players are pretty happy about it, if you're asking me. But like,
very happy.
I don't know. Freya, you mentioned a really good pressure. I can't imagine the May ban comes out now that we're on Umbani. So like, what are you looking for? Are you looking for Freya? Are you looking for Soj? Are you looking for Genji even? I don't know. Primal Pineapples, they have options.
Genji, Tracer, Cass, all there, but I think you're right with where you're going with this at first. It would be that support line. It just seems like one of these teams always like to support ban here. So, I mean, if you're Primal Pineapples, you cannot ban out the Kiri anymore, which you kind of already mentioned. Ana would probably be the next one I would look at. Juno has been played by Frogs on Fire a little bit, but Primal Pineapples was always a team that played the Juno a little bit more, so I don't think you would ban out a hero that you kind of like the favor here. I think Brig would probably be the way to go here.
I definitely agree with that.
Brig or Ana, those have to be the two, in my opinion.
Brig and Ana both really good here. We do see that the shoe's on the other foot here. Both teams really trying to figure out this other ban. You know, Primal Pineapples kind of crossing their fingers and hoping they could ban at the Diva here. Frogs on Fire at least eliminates that possibility, which is like a big sigh of relief. And so now you're on the drawing board. Do we ban the Ana? Ban the Brig? I mean, we've seen some interesting bans come out. I don't know. You know what? Like, I guess just ban the Mercy at this point. I have no clue what they're going to look for.
I'm trying to think of something to say here, but at this point, we've
exhausted all of our berry facts at this point too. I mean, like,
you have any other fruit facts?
I mean, I could probably look at some stuff. Actually, here's a very interesting one. Did you know that the healthiest part of a mango is the skin?
That doesn't shock me.
Yeah, the skin of a mango. And a lot of things, you take it off because you're cooking it with other stuff. But if you're just more having like a platter or looking to just have mangoes themselves, the skin of a mango is extremely good for you. It's good for your skin. It's got a lot of the nutritional value. And there's the Lucio ban. I'm a little surprised that we see this.
I'm not, because like I kind of said, Frogs on Fire has been playing the Lucio almost exclusively. We have seen Primal Pineapples play it here and there, but it's not necessarily their go-to if they want to play something a little bit fast. Their kind of fast supports they've been playing has been the Juno, has been the Curie. And I mean, it's not that bad of a ban. It's definitely something that Frogs on Fire has preferred to play. And I feel like this is more of just a little bit of a slight, getting rid of, you know, the support that we most like to call closely related to a frog. So you get rid of that one for Frogs on Fire.
I guess this is the most thematic ban matchup we could have. I mean, you ban the Lucio for Frogs on Fire, and we ban the Winston out for Primal Pineapples. If this wasn't Umbani, you'd feel targeted.
Yeah, I mean, like, here's the thing, though. Just getting away from the bans here, looking at these two teams, Frogs on Fire has played one Map 3 series this season all the way back in week 1. They were able to come out on top in that one. Primal Pineapples, as we kind of mentioned throughout this entire series, they've played all but one Map 3 so far this season, where the only time they didn't play Map 3, they won in sweeping fashion. However, they're still undefeated, so they've been able to win all their Map 3s as well. So 2 undefeated records going into Map 3 here now. One of those records is going to be broken. And I think Primal Pineapples has a little bit more on the line here, because they lose their perfect record in Map 3s, but then they also lose their perfect record overall.
Oh yeah, Primal Pineapples, Frogs on Fire. This is a match you do not want to miss. And if you are only joining us right now in this round 3, I heavily recommend take some time, watch the first 2 maps. They did fantastic. Absolute thrilling to watch and commentate.
Oh, I just thought of the worst case scenario here.
Oh, map 4? No, that's the best
Map
case scenario. Because of Rico
been-
Busan, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I think we would have to ask Solomon about that. But I think we were so close to it one time, and I believe I've been told we have not had a map 4 on stream yet this season.
No,
I think right now might be the perfect time to see a map 4.
If we're bringing it back around, as you said, we haven't seen it, but we're so close. Zephyr Spud Clusters on Friday, it was down to the wire, and the whole chat was chanting map 4. And I think a little bit of that fire still remains from that previous Numbani being played. I think the people might want to see a map 4 if this gets close.
I think everyone's just up here for more chaos. We are still currently waiting on one player. I won't call out that player just yet, but maybe in about 30 seconds I'll call out that player for taking a little bit too long here.
A little bit of a drawn at the... Well, yeah. What were you gonna segment us onto? What were we gonna segue out towards?
I was gonna try to tell you a fact about a frog, but then I remembered that they're only called that by a college team in real life. The animal they're nicknamed after is technically a lizard.
I see.
So can't necessarily bring up that fact, even though it's, I think, a really cool fact.
Yeah, I mean, if you were to bring up anything about frogs, if we're going little factoids here, frogs are one of the few creatures in nature that inherently naturally spawn in that like blue and purple colors. And it shows their level of toxicity as well. The more colorful a frog is, usually more venomous in turn. And so, you know, frogs on fire, they're a little venomous themselves, a little poison. They're not poison frogs, but they are on fire at least. Still dangerous.
And that's a different type of pain.
Yeah.
There for anyone who decides to touch a frog that is on fire. 3rd-degree burns potential. You know.
I mean, if the frog's alive, might not be, but it's still fire. Don't touch anything on fire.
All right, I think we're going in. I'm still gonna call out the player. While we were waiting on Luca, looks like they're back. So we're heading into our potential final map of this series here, unless we go the ultimate chaos route of map 4.
Yeah, definitely interesting to see here. Again, everyone is back, unlocked for this map 3. I don't know if there are really any major swaps throughout, but this will be the team's best rosters facing head-to-head in that map 3. And we look across, we got the Luca Crow backline back again from that map 1. From the side of Primal Pineapples, we don't see any real change up. So we've got just a great map 3 in store for us on the fantastic die map of Numbani.
Was Alpha batted this map?
I think so.
I thought it might
Who played? Let's see. Wait. It
might have been Harry.
I'll be honest, there was so much time in between. I've kind of forgotten a lot of what happened.
Yeah,
but like,
blame the teams for that.
yeah, can we get a new Bonnie bug, Sean? Can we get a new buggy? I want to see the new buggies. They're my favorite part of this map.
I don't think we have it, either one of those observers here. I don't know where to find them. But looking at the comps here, I mean, we saw this back on Root where we saw the D.Va v D.Va, and Frogs on Fire, especially with Toast, always seem to be able to come out on top here. I like them playing the sim here just to try to get everyone up to that high ground, or it looks like they're trying to maybe play split here by maybe having Toasty be a little bit of a distraction while they get set up on this TP in the cafe.
Yeah, it looks like they're swinging over, and now Guest is 5. 15 seconds has passed, so they can't press tab. I think they know the sim is coming, but it doesn't mean anything. They've taken the positioning. They've swung around. And if you're the side of Primal Pineapples, Fern is just lucky to get away with his life from that TP.
A nice shot there by Cool Guy, but the Frogs on Fire has completely flipped the map. You do see Altair there for a moment, just to stagger out a touch, but I mean, I think you're giving up at least one tick here if you're the Pineapples.
Yeah, Primal Pineapples here, they're not able to really get much going. The only thing they can do is try to not lose anyone else here as they let 2 ticks go to the wayside, and the point fight is starting to break out, but it doesn't matter because Cool Guy takes out Laser.
I feel like giving up 2 ticks was a little bit of a mistake here for Primal Pineapples. I mean, Barry, okay. Yeah, Barry's gonna get staggered out there, and they're gonna have the long spawns.
Yeah, we got spawned the long way, and this time, are we gonna see Barry swap off that D.Va? I know, as you mentioned before, last time, went him over to the Orisa. This map, a little bit still good for the D.Va. And, oh, we are seeing the swap, but it's no one thought this one. We're going over the Zarya.
I mean, we saw Toast play the Zarya a little bit already this series, but I think this is going to put a little bit of pressure on the Toast on this D.Va now. The Zarya going to be able to do so much more against them. It's going to be interesting to see what Toasty does here, because either you're going to try to play away from them, or you're basically just going to try to burn the bubbles and have the rest of your team get rid of Barry incredibly fast.
Yeah, it's a little rough here. I mean, honestly, the sim is doing a lot for the mobility, this Frogs on Fire comp. Not that the team doesn't have some mobility, it's just that being able to traverse around, especially on a map with Numbani, such polarizing difference in layers, it's just nice to have the sim.
It really is, and I mean, it's what makes Sim so fun to play, especially on this map, just being able to use a TP to get into that backline, like we already saw Frogs on Fire do once. And I mean, look at Frogs on Fire. They're gonna have ultimates here pretty soon. Bomb being thrown out by Toast aggressively. Not gonna be able to find anyone though.
Doesn't get anyone. I think it maybe at most broke the break shield on the side of Fern, and now you can see the good positioning. Even though they didn't get a ton, the positioning from Frogs of Fire is so good right now. They're able to command all this high ground, and you can see the rotations from the teams. We've got to turn around here, but Fern goes down, and the wall, it just is so daunting for any team to play against.
Yeah, Rally being invested here by Crow, I think that might be a little bit of an overinvestment, but if you just want to make sure you win this fight, get yourself that second point, I don't hate it, but I feel like holding on to it, especially with Barry so close to a grab, would have been a little bit of a smarter play, but you still have your Deadeye, you still have an Ant Matrix, so you're not necessarily empty here, but Primal Pineapples, I mean, you look at what they have coming up here pretty soon, we're almost in that situation where the momentum is about to kind of flip here if Primal Pineapples is able to win a fight. However, if the grab gets Ian, I think Frogs on Fire just kind of rolls through it.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough. Laser swapping over to the Widow, really trying to make any sort of hero play happen here with a headshot. And this high noon, it's great in the turn and the TP. You just have to be knowing that that's coming. And honestly, the grab coming up from Barry, trying to get anything. Such a good lamp here, and maybe they're going to trade at the supports, but Barry has no charge. A Zarya at 0 charge is basically just a wet noodle swinging around.
And I mean, I said the grab needed to find value. Fern not going to find anything with their rally there as well. And Frogs on Fire. This is exactly what you were looking for if you were them. You go over to a map that you have a very good history on very good history when it comes to compositions on this D.Va. And now you see Barry swap over to the Orisa. Is it too late though?
It might be a little too late, but at least you have the Orbit buying your team some time here. You trade it out for the window, but if you're on the side of Primal Pineapples, you're just trying to get your grasp on anything to turn this around, and Altair going in for the back, trying to do anything that he can to bring it, but just the pressure output, and he swings back in, and the lamp comes out, and everyone goes low, but no one dies except Crow.
And I think that might just do it. Toasty throwing out the... Being able to find Barry. Okay, wait, never mind. Frogs on fire, even down their support line. Might still go into this fight here, knowing that Barry's out, but it seems like they're just going to hit pause for a moment, allow their supports to come back in here, because you look at them now, I mean, 3 ultimates to their names. Primal Pineapples, they have nothing. So if this fight, if your Frogs on fire, you just need to get it started, build up those ultimates, and honestly, once that Photon Barrier is online, I feel like that's all they need.
Yeah, really good aggression there from Toasty Toast. Brings Laser into the site of Cool Guy. Sim TP getting a little value there, making sure everyone stays alive. And Altair didn't get the memo. And the entire team of Frogs on fire, they all press Q in unison, saying we want this round to be over to go to our defense.
Barry will fall is all up to Alphabet and Laser, but I think Laser just got knocked back by the whip shot there from Crow. Huge time bank, 250 for Frogs on fire. A great round for them. And Primal Pineapples, I mean, I think this was the biggest thing coming in this map. Would they play the Diva? I honestly thought they would try to force the Orisa out here, but just like what we saw on Route 66, Barry wasn't really able to match what Toasty Toast was able to do on the Diva, but Akua on that sim was just, I think, a nightmare for Primal Pineapples. The TPs we saw come out from them, I think, just kind of put them always on edge to the point where they were kind of looking around as if there was a Sombra on field at sometimes.
Oh, definitely 100%. I've got to say, so far, both these teams been playing pretty good, and I think Primal Pineapples, they're figuring it out. They're saying, okay, you know, the Diva mirror, it didn't work on map 1. You know, it's Numbani, let's try it out. But the Orisa's where we're at home. This type of comp, we grab our own sim, and it looks like Frogs on fire. It doesn't matter that they're on the defense side. I think they realize this sim gives us so much value, even if they come out on the Orisa. I mean, I don't hate having the sim for it.
Yeah, and honestly, you see the sim on Primal Pineapples here. If Akua sticks with their team here, they could just use their own TP to TP them to the opposite high ground. And at some point, you're going to see the teams clash on the low ground. So you're going to be looking at Cool Guy and Laser to find all the value. I mean, I think Frogs on Fire, this is a really good composition for you. Primal Pineapples, you have to try to find a very quick pick after this TP, or Frogs on Fire is going to slowly tick back into that a little bit of a better spot with everything. But they're playing kind of split here at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting a very similar thing. Are we going to see just a repeat? Frogs on Fire, they understand how this works and they're ready for it, but at the end of the day, it's kind of hard to stop that with the support of this backline and Barry with the spin.
Yeah, and Barry, I mean, you can see him just trying to take some of that attention off the rest of their team, but now they're just going to rotate back here, and this is what I said, the rest of Frogs on Fire, well, they're just going to go back right over to where Primal Pineapples just was.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a back and forth here. It's like, you know, they're playing footsies under the table. They're going back and forth with the sim TPs and the rotates. It's looking a little tough. And honestly, if you're Primal Pineapples, you're getting tired of these footsies. You just want to go onto the point. You want to pressure it out, but Frogs on Fire. They're like, no. I want to keep rotating.
No, that TP right there might honestly just ruin everything that Frogs on Fire did there. You see, they tried to get over to that opposite high ground, but they got stopped by the sign instead. Now, if you're Primal Pineapples, you have to take this little bit of a mistake here from Frogs on Fire, but Barry falling first is not what you want to see.
Yeah, I think Barry got split onto the low ground. No TP up from Primal Pineapples. Barry's trying to wrap around the back and just gets caught out by Toasty Toast because Barry was so low.
And, I mean, if you're Primal Pineapples, yeah, you're building up to ultimates here, but at some point you need to get something going. And, I mean, Immortality Field out, and now you see Toastos in that backline. This is going to be a cleanup here for Frogs on Fire, and, Laser.
Oh, and Laser pops the ult. That's unfortunately not the first time we've seen that ult come out and get no value. I mean, and just Barry come out at... I mean... It's kind of just rough here from Barry. I mean, you get staggered so late, and Laser back onto the Sojourn and drops the cast.
Yeah, I mean, they're on, I think, Ash for a brief moment, but the Soj is a little bit of a better idea for them here. But Frogs on Fire, I mean, look at what they have here. They only use Bomb. They still have both their support ultimates, Photon Barrier. It's going to be strong here, and Cool Guy is Deadeye. It might honestly just be enough to win them a fight. Primal Pineapples, though, not that far away from their own ultimates, but not having that Photon Barrier will really disrupt a lot of how they really want to play this. You're really looking at Barry to find a lot of value here, but nice whip shot, or everyone just walked off the high ground.
I think it was a little bit of a whip shot, and then everyone just dropped off there, but you can see her High Noon coming out. Burn dropping down here. Amazing spear dodge, and we're going to look, and Barry gets put down, you know. It's rough when you got to take the horse out back, and unfortunately, Cool Guy takes Barry out with the high noon.
And Altair not even going to be able to find, I believe that was Akua down there fighting. Laser will be able to. But, I mean, right there, if you're Primal Pineapples, look at what you used. You use Amp, use Rally. Yeah, you have your own Photon Barrier right now and a Terra Surge, but Akua still has Photon Barrier. Luca has Amp, and Toast not that far away from a bomb. And with how Toast is, you've been using these bombs this entire series, they like to play it aggressively, and they like to throw it out. Say, like, right now, maybe.
Yeah, there's a lot of colors going on the screen. We've got like windows, we've got Terra Surge, we've got all of the walls, and oh, that's so close. I mean, if your Primal Pineapples a single death here, it could be terrible. And Toasty Toast, that's the best thing you could ask for if you're Primal Pineapples.
Yeah, but you need to have a little bit more follow-up. Cool Guy has just kind of been able to do whatever they wanted so far this round.
And Cool Guy pushing that even further, taking out 2 here, taking out 3 here.
Oh.
Cool Guy saying, I'm not losing this round. If this is the Western Showdown between the top teams to see who gets top 2, then I want to be there.
Cool Guy's just that cool guy right there, finding all the value. Barry swapping over to the Hazard now. Is that the right pick to even get back in time? I mean, I don't know if they're going to be able to get back. Is there even going to be a touch out here from Primal Pineapples?
And there's
No!
not.
They didn't have the speed.
They had none of the speed, they had none of the stuff, and Frog's on fire here, sending multiple messages saying, we are here, we are deserving of this top spot. Primal Pineapples, they lose their map 3 perfect record, they lose their overall perfect record, and honestly, it's all at the hands of Cool Guy on the cast with the hero play in that final fight.
I just think this entire the map pool for them, they really needed to win map 1 for Primal Pineapples. Going to Numbani, especially with how we kind of saw them playing the dive throughout the entire series, it just wasn't necessarily their forte. They struggled on a lot, but that is something that Toasty Toast and the rest of Frogs on Fire excelled on. So forcing it to Numbani, they didn't necessarily worry that much about losing Li Zhang. And remember, Li Zhang was incredibly close. But Primal Pineapples, they gave us a lot of hope. Just, I think the sim and the cast on that defense was just a little bit too much. The TP plays coming out there, perfect for Frogs on Fire, and Toast and the rest of this Frogs on Fire team just did enough there to really make sure Primal Pineapples had no room to breathe. A really good win here for Frogs on Fire. And like you said, no undefeated teams left here now.
Yeah, no undefeated teams left. I believe that that's the case for just about every single division at this point. Ash, Aspen, and Birch and Cedar now all only going to 4-1s. As Mothmania, the only remaining 5-0 team in the entire BPL Season 7.
And you have to give it up to them. I mean, in these best of 3 series where it's first to 2, I mean, it is tough to be undefeated for as long as some of these teams have been. But you look at the standings now in the Aspen division, and hey, like I kind of said going to the last map, you were kind of rooting a little bit for Frogs on Fire to win that one. Greetings, because look at where Polaris is, sitting atop of all of them with a really good map differential right now. Primal Pineapples, though, goes from being the #1 team all the way down to #3. But you look at the rest of the teams here, Maron Mallows still yet to play their 5th game. They are probably safe in that 4th spot right now unless they get swept.
Yeah, and this next match coming up is going to be Maron Mallows Camp Halfburger later. I mean, we just got to say, this is such a fantastic map 3 set from these 2 incredible teams. And Frogs on Fire, I mean, they made their case. They put their point in there saying, you know what, maybe it's been a little rough on some of these maps, but we're out here. We deserve this top 2 spot. Primal Pineapples, I know you've been undefeated, but we are the ones who are on fire during the set, and we will carry that off into our remaining games.
Yeah, and honestly, if you're Primal Pineapples, I think this is a really good point to really lose at here, because you have a couple of tough games coming up here. Like you said, Camp Halfburger's their next game. Then they have Polaris, the team currently sitting #1 right now in the Aspen tier. Losing right now, it gives you some time to really learn at where you are making those mistakes, especially in this one. And I think it gives them enough time to really figure out, like, dive has not been our strong suit. They need to work on that a little bit more here. for the final 2 games of the regular season. But if you're Frogs on Fire, you are looking and feeling really, really good about yourselves right now here. I mean, you have the one little hiccup against Polaris, but outside of that, you've had a pretty good season so far here with 2 games to go. That is, but speaking of games to go, we have a couple more games left to go here tonight on BPL. 9 and 10 p.m. You'll see Smoke Wolves and Grin Reaper here on BPL 1, and Blind Music Society versus Bluff Creek Big Mode on BPL 2. Then 10 p.m. you have Camp Halfburger and Maron Mallows, game we just talked about here, happening here on the mainstream. And then BPL 2 will have Red Bandas playing against Camp Jump Shot.
Yeah, fantastic matches going along for the rest of the day. If you haven't had both streams open, I highly recommend it now. As we said, all these games are so important, especially with playoffs literally just around the corner, a couple of weeks out here. And so please don't miss a thing. If you're a fan of BPL, watch these matches go out. And honestly, I'm excited to see how these next matches play.
Yeah, absolutely. But, I mean, as we already talked about, the 9 p.m. game, well, it's almost 9:30, so we are going to throw it over to a quick break and then be right back with that game. So everyone stick around. You are not going to want to miss it.
Farewell.
We got nowhere to be, just a slow dance with the summer heat. The world outside can't wait a few, 'cause right now we got nothing else to do. The sun is peeking through the cotton white blinds, your hands still tangled up in mine. Feet on the wall, your head on me, floating easy. We got nowhere to be, got nowhere to be. Your hair's a mess, but you don't mind. You just laugh, let it fall where it lies. Coffee's cold, but we take a sip, talk about nothing. Let the morning slip. Oh, it feels like that, like summer air through window cracks. Oh, it feels like that, like summer sun on quiet tracks. Oh, it feels like that, like the summer rain that falls so slowly on the naked skin upon your back. Oh, it feels like that, like a love song on a worn out track. Yeah, it feels like that. Feels like that. Yeah, it feels like that. Na 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 na. Feels like that. Oh, it feels like that, like summer air through window crack. Oh, it feels like that, like the summer sun on quiet tracks. Oh, it feels like that, like the summer rain that falls so slowly on the naked skin upon your back. Oh, it feels like that, like a love song on a worn out track. Yeah, it feels like that. Feels like that. Yeah, it feels like that. Na 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 na. Feels like that.
smile upon your face, and I see something shimmering in your eyes. And they say if you want to glimpse the future, you need space. And you said you'll put down your morning guns. Would you follow me to wander? Take my hand and walk beside me in a world of thunder. Fear is an imposter.
And we're back, of course. Very quick little swap. New match for us today. It is a beautiful, beautiful 9:30 p.m. for these guys. We have Smoke Wolves and the Grin Reapers coming up as well. I'm still here with Dex Strong, but I'll be here covering these next couple of matches. And Dex, I'm really excited about coming back to BPL. Took a little bit of a break, but we're back to finish things off strong.
And you're back at the right time as well. Playoffs not that far away for both these two teams. You look down the road, they only have 3 more games counting this one, and you look at the standings here. These two teams sit atop of their respective division here in the Ash one. Corrupted Guys winning winning yesterday, putting themselves safely in that 1 spot at the moment. But you see right there, Grin Reaper and Smoke Wolves. I mean, a victory by either one of those teams tonight puts them above or tied with Corrupted Guys.
Yeah, that's a lot of stakes to have under your belt. You know, you have to think about that. We're super close, a small differential of 1 between these guys map-wise, right? So the pressure is there to make it with really, really good scores, because that's everything going into playoffs, right? So as we get into our match, the fact that they're so even means this should be a 3-map banger all the way through, right? Smoke Wolves, Grin Reaper, having played very nicely in the past couple of weeks, clearly top seeds, or at least seeding-wise or standings-wise, they're doing very, very well for themselves. So for them to be this close, I mean, we have a series on our hands for sure, on paper at least.
Yeah, and I mean, outside of that, I mean, you look at the Smoke Wolves lineup here, and these are names that, if you've been around BPL or any of the other community leagues, you certainly know a lot of them. Dabmaster and Shoreline Pie being your DPS line, Static and Fimi, your tanks, Destiny, Foolish, and Beacon as your supports here. I mean, like I said, if you've been around, you know how good all these players are individually. Put them on the same team. It's not a surprise they're currently sitting at 3-1.
I know, and looking at their opponents, of course, Grin Reaper, the roster is going to be pretty much, well, as we go to the Grin Reapers, it's going to be pretty much the same we've been seeing all week so far as, okay.
And swipe.
I need and slide. There we go. I'm like, I need them. Okay, we have Grim Reapers with the beautiful brown and pink color palette. First of all, very underrated color palette. Love that. We have Ruby and Source Quantum coming back. We have our very own Mara also going to be coming in. They'll be on the DPS line as well. We have Kataya, we have Cray, Kuba, and Fainter in that back line at the same time. Again, these guys, very similar stats-wise to Smoke Wolves. So once more, we have a series in our hands. We've been watching these guys for the past couple of weeks. They want to get to playoffs. There's a kitty on the screen, and I can't control myself. What an adorable little... Wow, I see how it is. We don't like cats around here. Wow, I'm so sorry, Dex. You know what? I like cats. I appreciate your cat.
Yeah, but I mean, like you see the map set here for this series. Watchpoint, Ilios, Eichenwald. If we do need it, but I mean, one thing you talked about with these teams, just how good they are. I mean, especially if you look at the side of Smoke Wolves, they've only played series that have gone to, like, they've either swept or been swept or been swept here. Only losing to, I believe that's Camp Half Court so far. And on the other side, I mean, Grin Reaper, their one loss happened week 1 against Corrupted Guys. However, like matches between these two, both teams have been sealed the deal, but Grin Reaper was able to beat Camp Half Court all the way back in week 2, but coming out of the gate, no Winston here, as you see him banned. Freya banned out as well here. So D.Va going to be our go-to. And right now, Dabmaster sitting on the sim, only going to be for TP out. And I imagine going over something like the Tracer, as you see right there. So I mean, almost a mirror match here, but Shoreline, they're looking for heads.
Yeah, but they're gonna find Anti instead onto the Smoke Wolves. The backline does get rid of that purple, but Beacon and Foolish both survive to see another day as they attempt to walk this bridge with their Widowmaker. Fainter drops to shoot for a half a second, and that's the opening Shoreline Pie needed to take some heads and really open up this fight in favor of the Smoke Wolves attack, forcing Grin Reapers to back up off this high ground. And the cart, mind you, is already halfway down this bridge here. Dadmaster finds one onto Ruby. The Tracer v Tracer duel goes by the way of Smoke Wolves. However, Dex, as you can see, the cart is in a really good spot. Positioning has to be changed around here, and we're still seeing a lot of pressure be put onto the defense line of the Grim Reapers.
Yeah, and Kuba being put to sleep right there, almost getting demeched, gonna be demeched. That's not good right there, Mott. It is really, really not. Shoreline gonna be able to find them out, and I think you're looking at a point A cap here unless you see some incredible stalling come out here from the Reapers.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of old Cray already having the nano, gonna be pretty insane for this next fight. There's a stall coming in from the Grin Reaper, from Dadmaster, of course, from Ruby, may I say, as they start to get everyone coming back to this fight to enact another last-minute touch with only 2 minutes to go. The stick does find itself onto Fainter. The mini pack is unavailable for Dadmaster. We do get called out by Kuba, but there's also the D-Mech, and just like that, in a safe spot is Shoreline Pie, where they're able to find not 1, but 2 imperative heads and bring us to point B.
Shoreline has just yet to be even contested here right now, and that's been the biggest problem, because once you allow Shoreline some time and some space to get set up, they will be your biggest nightmare. Here, Grin Reapers, though, you see Kuba getting off of the Diva themselves instead going over to the Wrecking Ball. I kind of like this swap here, but you kind of need the rest of your team to follow up on being a little bit more chaotic here, because that's what Kuba's trying to do. Source being pressured out, though, a little bit here by Static.
Also, mind you, Shoreline Pie, there's Shoreline Pie gonna be hit with the Pulse Bomb from Ruby. A 2-for-1 kill there. Absolutely wonderful start to maintaining our defense. I agree, Mara. That was a very handsome Pulse Bomb from Ruby. And we do get a little bit of trade-off, and the ball is gonna be putting a lot of pressure onto Dadmaster. Gonna be backing out a little bit, but like you said, I do also enjoy the Wrecking Ball swap here. I think it's gonna be a little bit different and something that Smoke Wolf has to deal with a little bit more gusto, a little bit more intensity.
Let's roll all the way back to attacker spawn first point there. Oh, the sleep not coming out there actually is going to allow Kuba to do a little bit more here, but Shoreline swapping over to the cast, going to find the same amount of value there, finding on the Widowmaker. Maybe a little bit more consistent right now, but hey, Grin Reapers, how about the cart? How about the cart?
Yeah, wait,
no, the cart!
Wait, you have just a base game that needs the cart to be stopped before it goes to point B.
It's almost
the
like
Nano's
it's a
online.
game.
It's almost like it's a objective-based game, guys. Come on now. We have the Nano on the backline, forces the rally to be expended. I hear an overclock. I see an overclock. It looks, walks, and talks like an overclock, but not getting any kills. The Diva Bomb finds Agent and then the subsequent squish onto Cray. Are you kidding me?
Oh, Ruby is trying. Oh, but Ruby's not going to be able to contest that cart long enough. Static getting the bomb kill, then getting the crush kill. That was it. That was it for Grin Reapers right there. They did a good job stalling it out as long as they could, but 4 minutes now for Smoke Wolves going to this final point, and they have Deadeye Pulse Bomb ready to go. They are in a good spot. And hey, Dadmaster's Pulse already finding one out.
I mean, you said good spot. I mean, arguably the Pulse on makes it even better here. Now, looking over at this Brigida, Fainter does get the boop off. There is a minefield in this small little corridor space, but Shoreline Pie kind of walks by it without really much of a care in the world. Deadeye online for Smoke Wolves, and this high ground, I mean, Shoreline Pie is looking at it. They want to use it for this Deadeye.
Shoreline was treating those mines as like it was Kovacs. Deadeye online here. Cart still kind of moving at a breakneck pace, but you can see Smoke Wolves trying to find a fight victory here before they do anything else. Shoreline asking for any help they can, but Dab already getting rid of one.
And there's a Deadeye, and there's Kuba, bubbleless, defenseless, supports had to back up, sorry about the noise outside, and that's going to be almost a full cap here. I think they can have a recontest with Fainter on the Brigida, but the anti-nade absolutely stops them in their tracks. That's going to be Grin Reaper subsequently losing out on a big time bank as well. Smoke Wolves 3 minutes on the clock here.
Smoke Wolves put on a show there. I mean, that was almost a clinic of how to play this map. Grin Reapers, it just seemed like they were lost the entirety of it. I mean, Kuba was making tank swaps left and right. You weren't finding value from your DPS line, and your support line was trying to do all they could. But I think you can go back to the final fight on point B where, hey, the bomb found one, and then the other one got crushed by a mech. And that's kind of how that round went for Grin Reapers right there. So to put in the least amount of words, not good. But hey, you now have a chance here to kind of forget the defensive round. All you have to do is complete the map. Doesn't matter how much time, just complete the map. And you give yourself new life. But I'm looking at Kuba here. They kind of have to step up because Static was just able to do so much. And Shoreline was kind of free to do whatever they wanted on the Widow or on the Cassidy. I mean, they were always on off angles. They were always not being pressured out at all. You're kind of staring at the rest of Grin Reaper here now saying, okay, pick your poison of who you need to get rid of first. Is it going to be Shoreline or is it going to be Static? I'd be looking at Shoreline because you can deal with Static. But if you leave Shoreline to their own kind of ways, well, you saw what happened last round.
Oh, and I don't want to see it again if I'm the Grin Reaper. So yeah, for sure. They're going to be sticking to the ball here, swapping the backline to the Ana and, excuse me, to the Kiriko and the Lucio.
Oh.
But the Kuba being body blocked. Oh my goodness, Dex. The stun into the nade, into the body block, and then you get completely shredded by the entirety of Smoke Wolves in that small room on bridge. Yeah, we might have to find a different route, maybe.
The advantage of having a big hitbox, they're sometimes really good and sometimes really bad. That's one of the good situations right there if you're Static Wolves. Kuba though back into the fray, and they're gonna try this again, aren't they?
Well, this time they didn't go inside. That was a big advantage, the big adaptation we made between 10 seconds ago and now. However, Shoreline Pie, that pressure is being put onto them. As you can see, yeah, they're not entering this room anymore. That big old diva in the way. But like you said, big hitboxes have its advantages and disadvantages. And one of the disadvantages right now is that the fact that this car is already moving relatively easily with the bulk of Grim Reapers on top of it. The Deadeyes are already ready for Shoreline Pie. That's massive. We saw how impactful it was that third round. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see it do some work this time again.
And I think Smoke Wolves are going to have to give up the high ground here for a moment. Deadeye coming out, going to be able to do some damage there to Faintener.
For sure, everyone goes to the right side. Shoreline Pie kind of called out by themselves here. Ruby does find the kill, which is absolutely massive. And now the rest of Smoke Wolves are completely down. We get a one trade-off on Source. Great, yeah, woohoo. You're still down the rest of your team, and there's not even a team or a bomb for Static quite yet, or now there is, to at least threaten the bomb in that scenario.
And I mean, right now, Kuba kind of missing that, propel up, allows Static to play safe here. Let that support line come back. They're actually get healed here a little bit. Bomb gonna come out, basically get counted out. Oh, you're gonna clean the minefield up right there.
Not even just minefield, but Fainter's poor body was a victim of the bomb as well. I mean, Fainter has been called out multiple times, whether they're on the Brigida, whether they're on the Lucio. They've been called out a lot by Smoke Wolves, and they're going to put a halt to this attack phase with just 3 meters to spare. Now, slowly the cart moves back. They're positioning back to the high ground, and they have a good opening under their belt.
Gotta respect that, Massive, for just saying, yeah, I'm just gonna go back here. I don't want them to do this. I don't want them to back cap us. But Kuba.
Oh, my poor ball. But there is a big sound barrier coming in from Fainter that helps sustain the rest of this fight. At least helps Kuba, more confidently gets the point. But as he tried getting that mini pack, as he tried to escape down the right side stairs, it was never going to do more than maybe tickle the Smoke Wolves. Now they're pushing back up towards their spawn. They're resetting on this first high ground.
I mean, they're able to get set back up here completely. And look at Smoke Wolves holding on to a nano, holding on to yet another Deadeye. Static not that far away from a bomb. I mean, they're in a good spot here. Grin Reapers, I mean, they invested a lot in these last couple of fights and just didn't find the value. Shoreline, though, value in spades.
Again, Fainter called out by that Deadeye, called out by all of these really big burst ultimates, the bomb, the Deadeyes. Shoreline Pie getting a quick little, I think that was a 4K, maybe 5K?
Yep. No, that was a 4K.
Oh, my bad. It was not we regained bestie. Now we have a swap from Kuba off the ball to the Diva to mirror Static here.
Is it a little bit too late, though? That's my fear. But hey, Source and Ruby are building up to their ultimates. Ruby anted up, gonna wait it out, honestly, but there's the nano. Static has bombs, so they're in a safe spot, and yeah, we're already back to the last fight all over again.
Yeah, no one's gonna touch. They have 10 seconds. That's 3 down. The toucher in that team is usually Ruby, and I think Ruby was the first one down. Source swaps over to the Sombra, but there's a bomb right in my spawn, and no one's gonna touch. I don't care how fast you are, how fast your PC is, you're not getting to that point. Smoke Wolves said so themselves. That's gonna be Smoke Wolves coming in really hot with a 1-point lead so far.
Yeah, and considering how these two teams were sitting in the standings, I did not expect a map 1 to go like that. Smoke Wolves came out of the gate on fire and only got hotter as the round and map went on there. This is the 4K from Shoreline right there, but I mean, a great showing for Smoke Wolves, showing why I think with a 2-0 sweep, they would be the #1 team here.
Yeah, I mean, you said it perfectly. They on the standings, they're so even. They're so together in the standings. They have a one map differential point between the two of them. But Gibraltar with the Winston ban and with the Freya ban, arguably could that have been different if they had either of those characters accessible to them? Maybe, but the result is the same. If you can't get past first, you can't get to the rest of Gibraltar. You can't even fathom going to round 3 and 4 with that 3-minute time bank that Smoke Wolves did by themselves on the end of their attack phase. So it's just the difference, the synergy, the play style, everything was just so different between these guys. And you mentioned it earlier, it felt like Grin Reaper was a little bit lost in what to play. They went from Diva to Ball to Zarya, even going to the Kiri Lucio. They struggled. They didn't have an answer for the Diva composition.
They really didn't. And I mean, you look back at the bans, we didn't really touch on them much that first map. It was Winston and Freya. Winston was actually banned out by Smoke Wolves, so that kind of shows you that they wanted to force that kind of Diva mirror there, and it worked out perfectly for them. Freya was banned out by Grin Reaper, and they definitely knew that Shoreline Pie is scary with a hit scan. It's just at this point right now in the game, there's 3 really good hit scans, so you get rid of one, it's like a Hydra. You get rid of one head, hey, there's still some other heads right there as well you're gonna have to deal with.
No, when you put it like that, it's like, wow, there's 3 evils. What do I want to get rid of today? Freya, Sojourn, Shoreline Pie's Widowmaker, Shoreline Pie's Cassidy, specifically Shoreline Pie's, not anyone else's, just theirs. But we do have our second map locked and loaded. It's gonna be Ilios. So maybe a little bit of a breath of fresh air for Grin Reaper, Smoke Wolf. Well, they already locked in their ban. Yeah, because they're fast around these parts. We have Hazard ban off rip.
I don't know if you were here for last series. We were starting to talk about fruit facts with how long some of the bands took. But it looks like both these teams, they just hate Freya. They hate the bounty hunter. So Freya out, Hazard also out this map. Really interesting that Hazard's out. I felt like they would have gone after maybe the Cass because Shoreline put on a little bit of a masterclass there. But getting rid of the Hazard's not the worst shout if you are Grin Reaper, but that just kind of still leaves Diva on Ilios. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily find the most value on some of the points, but it can still do work and do numbers.
Yeah, you're right. To have Hazard closed off, but leaving the Diva open when arguably the mirror there was very much in favor of Static Dream. It's interesting. I want to see the thought process. I want to see what they might. Maybe they just want to, play a different tank into Ilios. Maybe they're going to be going for maybe more cheese. Maybe they might go for the Roadhog on Well, and they might go for maybe Diva on Lighthouse, and then you go like something like a Brawl on Ruins. That's at least the beauty of Ilios, and arguably most of the control maps, that you have that flexibility. You don't have to really stay, like with Gibraltar, it's like you need to play dive. There is no if, ands, or but about it. You play Winston dive, you play Diva dive, you play a dive of some sort. At least here, maybe they can have a little bit of, okay, we don't have to stick to the dive so hard. We can, branch out a tiny bit more. Maybe that's the freedom maybe they need into this next round.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, Ilios is a map that, with all control maps, we all like to talk about different play styles you like to see come out here. But Ilios is truly a map where you could see 3 different compositions really find value on every point. I mean, you look at Ruins, that is long sidelines. You see hit scans kind of dominate. So a lot of time dive does end up working out there. Brawl is normally the go-to. You go over something like Well, again, brawl, rush, poke a little bit, and then you go to Lighthouse. In my opinion, you really want to play dive there, but if you want to bunker down on point, that is a very viable strategy. You just have to commit to it.
Yeah, for sure. I love the bunker down strategy. I think it's low-key underrated because everyone loves to go for the dive, the Winston dive, the Diva dive, the ball dive on Lighthouse, as of course they should. We love dive from this house. However, being able to just teleport over to the point, get your sim set up, have everyone just like hunker down around the wall and you just explode on everyone. Oh, it's peak cinema, and it only works a couple of times. You can't really get away with it for a little bit too long, but by that point, you've wasted enough time. You got like 60% of the objective. You can give a little bit, you can give and take, and now finally our players are set up decks. We're going over to Ilios. I'm excited to see exactly what we're cooking, and maybe if we can disrupt Smoke Wolves a little bit.
I mean, if you're Grin Reaper, that's what you need to do. Just figure out some way to slow them down. But going back to what you said, I imagine that somewhere in your house, there is just a sign that says, in this household, we love dive and respect bunker.
Oh, wait, you might be the cooker. I need to make that. Like, I have a big foyer. I might just put right there, boom. In this house, we love dive and respect bunker. You might be the cooker. Watch me next set. I got you.
What do we hate? What competition do we hate?
Okay. I think the first thing that came to my mind is December 2023 Malga, but I think that's just trauma.
No, it's just we love dive, respect bunker, hate Malga. Just
hate Malga.
Hate
Specifically on release Malga, but I think that's just trauma. I think I will never ever find peace.
Wait, let's talk about some of the changes we see here. Dr. Jargo coming in here for Smoke Wolves. Destiny and Foolish coming in, I believe, as well, unless I completely forgot who was their backline.
Yes.
But Grin Reaper, a lot of swaps coming in there. Mara coming in. Katyata going over to on the tank. Kuba and Cray. I think those are two new supports here. Kuba was tank last map, if I remember correctly.
Kuba was tank, and Kataya, unfortunately, gonna be called out by Shoreline Pie early in this fight, really early. In fact, I had to look back on what happened there. But now all eyes are basically on Mara and Ruby. Ruby to distract Mara for them to just kind of get a lot of these opening picks on the one of the other hit skins in the game, Sojourn. Smoke Wolf is gonna be taking the point under their belt first and foremost. And once again, Katya simply cannot stay alive long enough. But there's a trade-off of Shoreline Pie and Cat at least.
Yeah, but I mean, you still see right here Dabmaster just being able to pressure out so much damage. Gonna be able to get out for free as well. And nice Suzu actually being invested there by Cray to keep Mara alive. But if you're Grin Reaper, yeah, that's who you need to get rid of because that gives you a good advantage here now.
Yeah, Mara is a demon on the DPS as well. They have played in multiple other leagues. I've seen them, of course. And of course, our fellow production person as well, right? But we're getting a lot of trade-offs. Blue and red going back and forth in this kill feed. The most consistent thing is that Shoreline Pie is the one securing these kills, getting these Deadeyes off, and still able to find so much headshot value to allow to people like Dabmaster to follow up on, giving Smoke Wolves a 50% lead on first.
Yeah, essentially for free. And Katyata now swapping over to the Orisa here now. Want to match what Dr. Jargo's playing here, and I don't hate the idea. They just want to be able to try to have the same amount of sustain, but you have to deal with the damage for Smoke Wolves. That's been the biggest problem is DPS line. Dabmaster, but hey, time's a flat circle. Shoreline Pie find the third pick, or the first pick for the third time already this map.
That's the consistency of it all. Shoreline Pie is always there at that close, long, medium range just to kind of pop some heads and also kind of track down this Tracer. But here's the orbital rate from Destiny. Should be a really easy way to walk in. But then Ruby gets a nice sneaky pulse onto Shoreline Pie. That was calculated and targeted. Unfortunately, the Grin Reapers, they cannot follow up on it.
Not really. It kind of is unfortunate for them there.
No.
Oh, Dab, what are you doing? Dab,
no.
please don't do it to them. Okay.
What?
Okay, you know what? That's a good trade. That's a good trade. But Grin Reapers need to get something going towards point. They're keeping overtime alive here. Terror Surge, though. Yo, okay, thank God for touching the point.
Oh, yo, I was like, the Terror Surge is not gonna let us like go to point. Like, what's happening? But it's still a lot back and forth. A silly trade-off happened with the barrage and the overclock. Yes, Kuba has the sound barrier, gonna be expending it here in this overtime fight, and this should be the breath of fresh air that the Grin Reapers need. Now, mind you, Shoreline Pie should be coming back, is what I would say. Gets picked off almost immediately with the Deadeye in the back pocket. This fight is now ongoing longer and longer, but Smoke Wolves are kind of just staggering in, while the Grin Reapers, they're going to be able to stabilize, get the point, and now push up a little bit.
Yeah, but Smoke Wolves, I mean, they had to give up the point right there. Dr. Jargo tried their best to keep that contest alive, but them falling back and regrouping is the right thing here. They have ultimates in this fight. Ruby's the closest one on Grin Reapers having anything here, but outside of that, there's really nothing. Shoreline's Deadeye has been consistently finding value all series long. Even if it's not finding picks, it's normally getting a large amount of damage out.
Speaking of the high noon, I see it, I see the skull, you want to do it so bad. Was it just a hair too late? Kayada able to get to the high ground, get healed right back up by the backline sitting up there. And unfortunately, Shoreline Pie, in a funny reversal of things, does get picked off first in this fight, allowing Grin Reapers to start making some space, start to really push in and put a lot of pressure onto basically Dr. Jargo the most. Point, however, being contested by, I believe, Dab Master on the Tracer, and forces everyone to back up.
And that's what you need right there if you're Smoke Wolves. Just force them back a little bit because Grin Reapers are starting to play a little bit aggressive in that. Foolish needs to get out, or they'd be much like their namesake right there. A little bit foolish. Ruby now has to use that recall to keep themselves alive, and oh, Shoreline. You can't keep doing that, buddy.
Come on, where's my roll, baby girl? Don't know where it was, but the pulse bomb does find the target, gets rid of Shoreline Pie. Ruby also finds Dab Master slightly lacking in the cage. Now 70% to 99%. Grin Reapers looking really, really good here. Dr. Jargo putting Kataya in a really difficult place to be. They're able to jump out, thankfully, and regroup on the main objective. But I think that Dr. Jargo leading the charge around the objective, going over to cage, up orbital ray on the main sideline here that really no one's taking advantage of. Overclock expended by Mara. Can they find an opening? No, they find themselves in the Terra Surge instead.
That was an unfortunate play there, honestly, on the part of Mara. Mara just got sucked back down to earth by that Terra Surge.
So you gotta come back, bestie. Oh, Cray tries to go for a little bit of a juke, comes back up and gets shot right back down by Shoreline Pie. Primal expended here to attempt to stay alive as everyone else starts to trickle back. But just like that, Smoke Wolves, they should be able to hold this point. Dab Master gets a cleanup from everyone else. Mara goes over to Symmetra, but it's all for naught. The first round of Love Well goes over to Smoke Wolves, and we can now see them on match point.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good back and forth one there. Grin Reapers really did show us a little bit more on that round there. I mean, they came back, went down 9-0, and I was already starting to count them out, but they had a couple good fights after that, and that's what I've been really wanting to see from them. We hadn't seen that from them yet on Watch Point, and now we finally saw it there with their backs against the wall, and hey, I want to see more of it. It seems like Ruby and Mara really kind of stepped it up there, and that's kind of what I was looking for, the DPS line for Grin Reaper to step it up. Ketyada as well going over to the Winston, I felt like was a difference maker, and them sticking on here, looks like the entirety of Smoke Wolves wants a pause.
All of them at once.
Yeah, so something must have happened there, but I mean, like I was going back to saying about Grin Reapers, I just wanted to see a little bit more there. Ketyada playing that Winston, I think it finally allowed them to play a little bit freer, a little bit looser. Remember, Winston was banned out map 1, forced that Diva mirror, which we saw for a little bit, but it was mostly the Wrecking Ball, which you saw for the most part, Smoke Wolves take advantage of it every time. So you see that, Zen, you see Ketyada go over to the Winston. Ruby and Mara were really starting to pick up the slack a little bit on the DPS line, starting to shut down Shoreline Pie, which was a big problem map 1, and you saw how Grin Reapers played. Now though, backs are firmly and get against the wall, can't lose anymore. Grin Reapers need to step it up here.
Yeah, and if I was the Grin Reapers, I don't even know where I want to go. I feel like I would prefer to go to Ruins because it would just be a little bit easier to take that Arisa Brawl and not really deal with a possibility of having to play the dive on Lighthouse. I would honestly hoping that we go over that sub map, but otherwise, you're right. You know, they were able to find Shoreline Pie multiple times with the Pulse Bomb, which is early picks, staying alive a little bit longer, respecting the Cassidy a little bit more. But at the end of the day, the momentum really just started shifting away from them, nearer and nearer to that overtime fight, from 96% to like 99%. So as we go, or as the matches pause and they have a little bit of time to reflect while whatever they need to be fixed is being fixed, what do we do? Do we continue to play this Orisa, Kiriko Lucio backline into the Orisa Juno Brig, or do we change some things up? Do we keep Mara on the Sojourn, maybe put them on something else? Maybe, well, I know Freya's banned. I was gonna say Freya, but that's just trauma. We can put them on, or keep them on the Sojourn. Maybe the Tracer may be different. I don't know. What can we do to negate Shoreline Pie's impact?
I mean, I think, like I kind of said, Yada going over to that Winston just did enough. They always seem to be diving that backline, or if not, at least diving the tank. And it seems like Shoreline wants to play around the tank if they're not off on a secret mission. It seems of getting onto a side angle. And I mean, you just need to see the follow up there more. You saw it there towards the end. Ruby was on the Trace doing a really good job. Mara, I mean, they did a good job on the Soj, but you kind of have to remember how that really last fight went down there. It was the tank there for Smoke Wolves just kind of charging into the back line, getting rid of the Kiriko and getting rid of Mara just as they popped their own overclock. I mean, Terra Surge was used there perfectly to deny a really, really powerful ultimate there. I mean, if that Terra Surge misses that overclock, if Mara finds 1 or 2 picks, we could be talking about right now how Grin Reaper is now on map point.
Yeah, it's the small decisions that have to be made in Overwatch that I think is really interesting to look at. Is, you know, if that Terror Surge hadn't sucked down Myra after they had already expended the overclock and the slide to get away, you know, could it have been anything else? Tech Pulse Foolish has cheese in the GPU. Are we okay, Foolish? Foolish, your name's... We need to change our name. I can't do this anymore. Your name is Foolish, and you're acting a little bit foolish to me right now, bestie. Otherwise, yeah, quick tech pause. Ruby should be coming back relatively soon, but otherwise, again, could go either way. The first round was looking really, really good, really a lot more even than we saw on our first map. Oof. Now you see what happens when Winston's banned.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, if you're Smoke Wolves, I mean, again, you started off that point really strong, got it up to 99%. Like I said, I kind of started to cut out Grin Reapers there, but they were able to come back in, win a fight, and take back the point, and got it up to almost 99% themselves before they finally gave it back over. I mean, it shows you they can win fights. They can, when the times are desperate and when the situation is dire, come out on top. They just now need to do that when the situation is not dire. They need to win a fight way before 99%. I would love to see him come out here on Lighthouse and win the first fight just to get that first cap. I want to see what happens when it's Smoke Wolves that have to try to respond here, because, I mean, you could say, yeah, they had to respond a little bit there on Well, but they had a huge lead. They could take time to build up to ultimates, lose a fight here and there. I just need to see a little bit something here from Grin Reaper about how they're going to go into this next, how they're going to go into this first fight, really, because they're going to be sticking with the Winston. And I don't necessarily know if Smoke Wolves are going to be making any swaps up here, but I mean, we might not know anything until, I don't want to know what they mean by cheese. I hope it's just dust.
I hope it's just dust. Maybe some old, like, thermal paste. I don't know. I don't know what's going on over there. Are you making a grilled cheese in your GPU? Is that how hot it is? Can you relax? Put some more fans in your PC, man. I don't know. I hope it gets fixed relatively soon. Because it was shaking out to be a banger of a match. It was like round 1. Yeah, map 1 is what it is, ain't what it ain't. Round 1 of map 2, we said, it's been getting a lot more even. You know, they've been making the right decisions. I also think the swaps they made, putting Mara on DPS, changing the tank to support, I think those were also really good small adjustments that they made that really did help out with this second map, you know. And if they want to continue that, maybe it's more beneficial to keep the roster how it is, or do some other minor adjustments in that same overall sense. But otherwise, like you said, as we go to Lighthouse, or I'm sure some of we're reluctant, I think it is Lighthouse, you're right, but will we go to the Diva, or will Wolves go to the Diva? That's the question of the day, because like we said, with Grin Reapers, they are happy to be on the Winston for an extra long time. I mean, they tried out the Orisa, had some varying result. The Winston, however, I mean, the first round of Winston we don't talk about. The first fight or two, you know, Katya just couldn't like do anything. But it started to have a lot of better merit near the end of that first round. So I wonder what's going to happen if maybe we see a Diva versus a Winston, which we know, you know, historically, Diva really puts a lot of pressure on Winston with her boosters, with her blasters. Her movement is marginally better than Winston's, at least control-wise, and able to get in and out. Defense matrix is beautiful. You know, what will we do if we get to that point?
Yeah, but I can tell you this: we won't be seeing Foolish anymore.
Oh, the cheese
like,
got too crazy.
Yeah, the cheese was a little bit too thick, apparently. Bean Can coming back in now for them. We saw Bean Can map 1 for Smoke Wolves here. So, an unfortunate kind of thing here for Smoke Wolves, as, I mean, the rest of them will eventually spawn back in. But yeah. Out here on Lighthouse, Dr. Jargo sticking with the Orisa. I mean, we talked about Bunker on this map, and Orisa is definitely the hero I would most associate Bunker with, but that DPS line still not necessarily screaming Bunker competition, but I mean, it doesn't necessarily matter if they're able to play as good as they've been playing so far.
Oh my god, they jump in Katyata, forcing them to back up almost immediately. However, in the back of the fight here, Cray does find their one onto Dab Master. Nice, clean kunai headshots onto the Tracer player. We do get a trade-off of Kataya for Shoreline Pie, or Katyata for Shoreline Pie, which is really good. At least for Smoke Wolves, at the very least, because you're still getting so much value by just kind of taking care of Ruby. Mara, you lose out on Bean Can, but still, it's Smoke Wolves' game, and they're gonna be here to, like you said, bunker down at this point, and maybe play a little bit outside.
I mean, it's not Bunker, in my opinion, without this Sim or a couple other heroes, so they're going to still play aggressive, but their entire thing is going to be whenever they say Grin Reaper kind of get close to the point, they're going to fall back into it and play a Bunker that way. You're really looking at Dabmaster and Shoreline to try to get a lot of damage here early on, maybe even a pick here, but Bean Can very low here. Dabmaster doing what they want to do on the Tracer right now in that backline, but hey, Ruby fighting Shoreline out. This led to a lot of success in the past here for Grin Reaper.
Oh, and then Ruby gets caught by Bean Can on the Juno. A little bit of an even trade-off. Shoreline Pie for Ruby. The Dabmaster forced a recall really early while the rest of the fight happens right underneath this lighthouse. And you can see Jargo waiting for a little bit of heals, but just can't get it in time from anybody because everyone's simply dead or in the middle of their own fight. So suddenly, we flip it really early on, way earlier than we saw in round 1, and Grin Reapers are starting to really move up towards these high ground spaces.
Yeah, and look, they're about to have all 5 of their ultimates. Bean Can has been one that's been getting caught out pretty early on in a lot of these fights, so they're not even relatively close to an orbital raid just yet. Ultimates, though, are going to come out here. I would not be surprised if we see a heavy ultimate by both sides. Mara, though, starting it off, and no.
Oh, it would have been fat too, Mara. I know. Double Pulse Bomb gets 2 imperative people, but the boot from Kuba sends Destiny down to down outside of the lighthouse and pretty much shuts down the entire fight for Smoke Wolves.
And honestly, if you're Smoke Wolves here, okay, that's a big pick. And if they're able to find Katyata out, Katyata's going to be able to escape with Primal Rage here. But I'm looking at Dr. Jargo now if you're them. I think the Orisa after this Terror Surge, if you don't get control of the point, you kind of have to give it up here. The Winston is just a little bit better on this map compared to the Orisa.
Now that I have over the rain right in my freaking face, man. That is going straight to the point. You can't touch it. You can't touch it. You can't do anything about it. You guys to see the point, let it go. Smoke Wolf is going to be taking it right underneath the noses of the Grin Reaper. We are seeing the Terror Surge as well. Does find Kuba suddenly, right? So now all of a sudden, when we had a good advantage going in for Grin Reaper, we had just one over the ray, forces away from the point. Smoke Wolf takes it right on over, and now it's just a cleanup job.
Yeah, Dab actually invested the Pulse Bomb there, really trying to find Katyata out, but actually missed the stick, and Craig gonna be able to actually escape right there. Nice play by them to make sure they stayed alive. Smoke Wolves, though, in a good spot, and Kuba can't be dying first there, man.
Oh, Ruby can't be falling right after the fact. Fanning the hammer twice in a row.
Keep fanning the hammer.
Just keep fanning it. You'll get cooled down soon. I know the heat wave's happening right now, so maybe he needs to keep fanning the hammer a little longer. Did I online at the very least for Shoreline Pie?
This is Final Fight territory right now for Grin Reaper. They have ultimates to play with, but what is this Deadeye going to be able to do this time around?
I hear a pulse on the right side. Doesn't find anything besides the floor. Deadeye, he is moving around, and yo, Mara was like, I'm sick of this dude. They come in with their own Deadeye. Unfortunately, will be shut down by Dabmaster. Recall forced really early on by Ruby just to recontest the point. Maybe even take it underneath the nose of Smoke Wolf. Suzu also expended as the fight continues to go on. Really just leaving it down to just Dabmaster and Bean Can. Speaking of, Dabmaster trying their best to stay alive, but this overtime fight is going by the way of Grim Reapers, whether they like it or not.
Dabmaster gonna be able to escape actually there. And I mean, a heavily invested fight there by both sides, but Grin Reapers actually come out in a little bit of a better spot, having the Primal Rage. And I was gonna say Kuba should be able to build up to a beat here now, but them dying that early, they're gonna get it, but it will be at a 9-9 to 9-9 fight. As Shoreline, or my bad, Dabmaster trying to drag a fight towards point maybe.
Oh, for sure. Forcing everyone on the side of Smoke Wolves to start to, I'm sorry, Grim Reaper to kind of back up. Dabmaster forcing that, and look at how close the capture actually is. It's just a couple of pixels off, and while we were trying to back at the point, the Grim Reapers, they just pushed right in and finished off anyone that just wasn't around. So 97%, they're gonna be able to get a touch and also a rally. No, they're not. Wait, I thought we were gonna see Jargo get there faster. Oh no.
No,
how unfortunate.
It's unfortunate, but I think Grin Reaper, this is what we talked about in that break and in between maps, or in between points. I mean, they just needed to take control, and they really did. Yada on this Winston has been a problem, but I also think Dr. Jargo on the Orisa has just kind of been a little bit of a miss so far here. The Orisa's not as fast as you really want them to be. So Katyata on the Winston's just been able to do what they want here, but Katyata going away from the Winston here. I mean, this is the hit scan kind of poke map, Ramatra. I mean, that mixture of poke brawl that you're kind of looking for here. Jargo though sticking on the Orisa. The only big swap we're seeing from Smoke Wolves is Dabmaster going over to a Genji now, so no more Tracer for them. Outside of that, the only swap for Grin Reaper is what I already talked about with Katyata on the Ramatra.
Interesting too. I actually love the Ramatra on Ruins. Always have the Annihilation takes up the entire point, and also the adjacent Mega Pack area as well around the coast. But the Ramatra into the Orisa matchup, I mean, a little more difficult. You're forced to really use that Nemesis form early on. You're forced to use the block also more often than not. But once you have that reset without gold or without spin, start looking at the rest of the team here. Speaking up, though, we trade off. Kuba is not there, neither is Shoreline Pie. Nemesis form will be expended here, and I mean, the pressure is on. Mara gets a nice clean pick onto Dabmaster. Again, on the Genji, which not going to find as much value I think they were looking for. We do lose out on Ruby, but just our Tracer, they'll be coming back relatively soon as we try to get last little stagger. Not gonna find it though.
Yeah, and again, I really feel like Smoke Wolves and Dr. Jargo, if this Orisa really does not find value in this next fight, you might just have to give up ult charge to either mirror Katyata or just try something else. Here, the Orisa is, they can sustain through a lot, but once they go through Fortify and Jab Spin, they kind of put themselves in a rough spot. But Dabmaster and some other members of Smoke Wolves right now aren't in the best of spot either.
Oh, that's it's a fat Deadeye. Oh, that was beautiful. Gets rid of Bean Can, basically shreds the HP of every other character that was in that line of sight. Now, mind you, despite all that, despite everything, Shoreline Pie still is able to find two under their belt, and really just kind of force Grim Reaper to back up again, and they're gonna get this next fight really fast.
Annihilation is online here for Katyata, and that's actually gonna be able to slow down Smoke Wolves here immensely, especially with Orbital Ray coming out here.
That hit, that connected. Orbital Ray gets expended. Both DPS are no longer in the fight, cannot have the benefit using it, but there is also the rally from Destiny just as a last survival, like self-survival resort. And suddenly, when we go to the brawl and we go into this Ramatra composition, Grim Reaper looks completely different than we saw him on Gibraltar.
And again, I just think Smoke Wolves are relying a little bit too much on Shoreline and Dabmaster to really do a lot here. They've been taking out first a lot of these fights, and again, I hate kind of bringing it up that I just don't think the Orisa is really working out for Smoke Wolves. It just is kind of getting bullied out by a lot here, and Katyata is still holding on to the Annihilation here for final fight.
There's no Dabmaster. High Noon does get the pick on Mara, but now there's Annihilation in my face. You can't do anything about it. The block is great. There's also a Terror Surge happening actually on the objective. the supporters do flip the objective, so they teleport their teleport and speed over to the Orisa, but the pulse bomb is going to be right there. We see the teleport right in the nick of time and the Suzu, so there's a bit of a chase battle happening between Katyata and Destiny, which does not go by the way of Katyata. Kubo has to come in and step in with the boop. Now, we have stalled long enough for not only that man to come back, but also to come back with this Dragon Blade. Unfortunately for them, however, or for him, however, that's just not going to get any sort of value. Grin Reaper brings us to a map 3 despite everything.
Yeah, and I mean, how the rest of this map went on from well, I mean, it was all Grin Reaper. Smoke Wolves just, I mean, they tried to play a weird mix of bunker on Lighthouse. It didn't end up working out for them. And on Ruins, it just kind of felt like they were in between compositions where they really wanted the Orisa the front line a lot, but the DPS line was always being targeted out there first by Grin Reaper. And I mean, if you're Grin Reaper, a great bounce back, sending yourselves to a map 3 here. And it's exactly what you needed, in my opinion. I mean, that first map was not your map. If it wasn't your map, we definitely saw that they struggle with dive. Eichenwald, though, is our second map. I mean, our last map of the series. Dive is fairly strong on it at points, but it's really only truly strong on one. I think you can work around the other two.
Absolutely. And I mean, if you can bunker down on that first objective of Eichenwald with either a poke or a brawl, which Ramatra of all people can feasibly do a little bit of both with the shield, with his primary fire, and then of course Nemesis form being that brawl factor of him, and Annihilation, of course, they have a chance to hold here, to take Eichenwald all the way down to the wire. And well, first of all, they've made it to round 3, to map 3, which was again not really expected from us, from either of us, may I say, as we saw how round 1 went, how round 1 on Ilios went. Round 2 was like, okay, could have been either way. It was a little bit of a toss-up, but Ruins, oh, you play brawl. It was 99-0. I see what you are. I know what you are. You're a brawl team. Let's keep playing that brawl. I liked it a lot.
Yeah, and now again, Eichenwald final map of the series is just Smoke Wolves, a team. I mean, my bad, is Grin Reaper a team that starts off slow and just picks up momentum as the series goes on? I mean, and that might be the case here because Smoke Wolves, they're kind of putting me in the same kind of spot where Grin Reaper put themselves at their map 1. Just trying to figure out what the solution is here for them. Is it bringing in Static back? I feel like that's what we'll see for them on the tank line. But if they really think the Orisa is the way to go here, we might just see Dr. Jargo again. And the Orisa from them has to show me a little bit more if they're going to be staying in.
I have to agree with you. I think the Orisa Ramatra matchup was a little bit too tough for the Wolves to handle, unfortunately, especially as seen on Ruins. You know, and it's harder. You know, we gotta see a little bit of something. We have to see maybe some less. You mentioned it a little bit earlier where they're kind of over relying on Dabmaster and Shoreline to get these opening picks off. Now, unfortunately for us, you know, fellow Ramatra mains out there, fellow Ramatra fans, we won't be seeing him. Smoke Wolves gonna be using their ban to completely take out the character, which might be a shot in the knee that Grim Reaper didn't really expect here.
I don't hate the ban. I really don't. I think Ramatra is probably one of the more consistent tanks throughout every point on this map. So get rid of them. We did see Grin Reaper play it a little bit, especially on that final point where it just found honestly more value than what it really should have. But Grin Reaper, what's going to be their ban? Do we see them go to the DPS line here? No one can ban out Freya anymore. Both teams have done that. Cassidy's there, Soldier's there. Do you want to get rid of a Tracer? You want to get rid of a Sombra potentially for some reason? Or do we see our first support ban? Because, I mean, last series we didn't see a DPS ban at all. And so far this series, we haven't seen a support ban.
Base, actually. But if they were going to go for a support ban, most consistent have been, both teams have played the Kiri Lucio at some point. There was the Ana Brig, but that was mostly for Gibraltar, and Smoke Wolves are very fond of the Juno Brig, but they, at some point, you saw them kind of falter and go towards the Kiri Lucio. We are seeing a ban on Ana of all people, and okay, I kind of see why, but I feel like the flexibility of having the Kiriko, the Lucio, the Juno might have been a little bit more pronounced. I thought that would have been a more forward ban to make, but I'm not mad about the Ana ban. I think she does great on Eichenwald.
Yeah, especially just high ground control after you lose point 1. I think Ana is one of the more oppressive supports, so getting rid of them here is not a bad idea. And it kind of puts you into the mindset of Grin Reaper that they might expect that Smoke Wolves probably gonna bring back in Static here, might try to just play dive throughout it with a D.Va or with a Winston, and just try to get something going back here with it. So get rid of the Ana that is so prevalent with those dive compositions. It's a good ban. I mean, I think these are two very smart bans. I feel like Freya's been banned out map 1 and 2 a little bit as a joke, but I mean, Shoreline, if they get their hands on Freya, it's gonna be interesting to see. However, I feel like they'll kind of stick with what their go-to has been this series with the Cass.
Do you think there's gonna be a gentleman's like, let's not play Freya, regardless if she's banned or not? There might be. I wouldn't be surprised because
who's gonna break the handshake?
Who's gonna break the truce? I'm gonna call you out. If I see one Freya, I'm like, oh, I know you are, because they both banned her. They both want to deal with her to an extent, and both teams have very good DPS that can pick up the slack on different characters that we don't really need the Freya. You know, they kind of fulfill her role in some way, shape, or form. The Cassie, the Soldier, and we saw the Genji as well. So, you know, as we go into Eichenwald, I feel like we might be seeing something similar of Ruins. The comps there, save for the Ramatra, not gonna be on the horizon, unfortunately. But otherwise, I feel like it might just be similar, very similar playstyles, very similar game plans executed from either team.
Yeah, and it's gonna be interesting to see who comes back in, because like I said, I feel like Static is gonna come back in here for Smoke Wolves. I think Dr. Jargo, I mean, at times they did good, but at times, like I kind of said, I felt like the Orisa was not really working out for them. Do you see some of those supports come back in? I don't think you see Foolish come back in. I think their computer or their GPU is still cheesed up. But for Grin Reaper, do you bring Source back in? Do you leave Cat Yada on the tank? Do you leave Kuba on the support, or do you bring back in Fainter? I mean, there's a lot of options here for these teams here, and I feel like if you're Smoke Wolves, go back to that lineup you had map 1. If you're Grin Reaper, it's a little bit more of a question, because yeah, they looked really good on Ilios, but I feel like there's some better picks going into this map. Hey, no wait, Foolish is back. They fixed the cheese. They got rid of the cheese.
Yes, the cheese is gone, and we have Static back on the tank lineup, which means we are going to be seeing a D.Va, Dabmaster looking over at the Pharah, but of course is on the spawn room because our defenders are still setting up, and Mara, I'm looking at them. You, and Shoreline Pie, you're both.
Yeah, there was no handshake agreement.
There was no handshake. They did not care.
They do not care.
Oh, that's so funny.
Shoreline, though, covering back over the cast, Dab on this Pharah, we did see Dab play the Pharah a little bit back on the one point they did win on Well. I mean, on Ilios of Well, but eventually they swapped over to Tracer and found a little bit more value. Cat Yada, though, showing us the Orisa. Not necessarily the biggest surprise. I mean, with the Ramatra being banned, this is kind of what you probably expected from them. However, you have this double hit scan right now on Grin Reaper. Dabmaster is going to have a rough time kind of being in the sky.
Yeah, I feel like once Dabmaster sees the absolute unit that is a DPS lineup right now of Grin Reaper, he might go for a little bit of a swap here. But otherwise, as I say that, able to narrowly escape by the skin of his teeth, does get the Mega Pack, and during all that entire exchange, Smoke Wolves is down a very key support, that being the Juno. Destiny gets called out almost immediately. Mara finds a really good pick as well onto Shoreline Pie with the Freya, and suddenly the Grim Reapers, defense-wise, looking very strong, especially as we are seeing them go into the D.Va, and now Shoreline Pie has said, okay, it's time to mirror the Freya. This is what has to happen.
I mean, look at what Mara has already to Ebola. 90%. That was one fight. I mean, they were able to land shots. They're going to have Ebola here pretty early, but again, I see Ebola right now as being a very weak ultimate unless you combo with some damage from someone else. Smoke Wolves, though, they want to play fast just to try to get something to a point, and I mean, this just leaves Cat Yada free to do whatever the hell they want.
And Kayana might. I mean, you might just wait. Like you said, we want to go for. I was gonna say we want to go for like a combination with the Bola shot, but not gonna happen with Kaya down for the count. And typically, you'll see that Terra Surge be the most popular thing to use. Shy and Pie flicking over, exploding Kuba, and then helping get rid of Ruby on that Sojourn. And this is gonna be a full cap with a 5-minute time bank for Smoke Wolves.
Shoreline.
And Mara getting staggered out like that. Okay, man.
Okay, man. Oh, that. I think that's a little bit of a lapse there from Mara, just not expecting that at all. I mean, you have to know that that's coming out here, especially from Shoreline when they're feeling it. But the barrage from Dab, well, they're gonna be taken out.
Oh, there's a little Terror Surge. Now the Feria battle happening. Bola shot does get extended by Shoreline Pie, whereas Mara is still holding on to theirs for an ample amount of time. Oh, we shouldn't have left the... Listen, I like that Shoreline Pie didn't lock Freya immediately. He only went in it because he saw Mara on Freya. And now it's like, oh, this Freya's doing a lot of work for Smoke Wolves.
Yeah, and that's the scary thing right now. But, I mean, you look at Smoke Wolves here, they're only going to have 2 ultimates coming into this fight. Grin Reaper in a good spot. They have both their support ultimates, and Mara has that Bola, which if they can find value with it, much like Shoreline did, it's going to end a fight. It's truly going to end a fight.
Orbital Raid committed on the high ground. Mind you, Cart is still progressing past and onto the actual bridge of Eichenwald. Frey on the Baptiste, no longer in the fight, gets called up by Static Dream, excuse me. Okay, Bomb does find one, it always finds one. I don't know what coding Static Dream has on those Diva Bombs, but someone always dies to it.
And because of how weird that fight really was from Grin Reapers, Smoke Wolves already capped point B. There was really no big contest, none at all. I mean, it was a sectioned off fight from Smoke Wolves. Grin Reapers had to focus 2 different ways and just ended up working out for them. I mean, they have they have one of their DPS ultimates left now. Mara's still holding on to the Bola here, and now it comes out, but it was there.
Yummy lunch. That's called girl dinner, ladies and gentlemen. Eating a Bola shot for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Katyata finds Shoreline Pie. Finally, the evil has been extended only for so long, as Katyata once again is going to put in a lot of the taking a lot of the pressure, especially from Dabmaster, who does get the deflect kill, mind you, onto Mara. In the background and everything. They have 4 minutes. They're going to cap this completely. If there's not a touch from somebody, it's going to be coming in from Kuba, but not for very long. The rally is there to help sustain the fight and destroy everybody who even attempts to approach. The deflect comes in, you shoot yourself, and then the Dragon Blade is here, and Katyata can't even go touch, and that's going to be a full cap, similar to what we saw on Game 1.
This is just deja vu here, honestly, of Watch Point at this point. It's just Smoke Wolves playing how they want to play. Grin Reaper just struggled. I mean, they had that first fight go their way, and I was thinking, okay, Grin Reaper looking very, very good. It seems like they're going to be able to keep up that momentum from Ilios there to start off the round. Maybe get this time bank down a little bit before they give up that first point. And then Smoke Wolves came right back in. Shoreline on the Freya was a big difference maker, and they just played out of their mind after that. It was a really, really good round there from Smoke Wolves. And Dab? Is this real?
This chat is getting a little spicy. We're barking in chat now? No. See, I can't take Overwatch very seriously. I know what we are. Personally, I'm a meower. I'm not really a barker, but everyone does their own thing in that chat. Anyway, Katyata going over to the Sigma so far, at least in that spawn room. And I don't hate it. I think Sigma's really solid, at least on Eichenwald. For good reason, always played on for sure. But I think what we gotta look at is maybe the backline. We saw the Bap Lucio was played by Grin Reaper here. And I feel like that backline doesn't work as well anymore, you know? And then the Bap Brigida, though, a little bit different. I like it, but into the Juno and the Brig, has to be really careful with how be careful? Speaking of being careful, oh my goodness, Dabmaster going for the lineup of all time.
What a way to make sure you don't get headshot almost right away, taking up 30% of your screen right there. But hey,
well.
you know what? If it works, it works, and I'm not going to complain anymore. As this DPS line, I was wondering where they were last map. They're back, and that's not a good thing.
What do you even say? Kind of got sniped out by Shoreline Pie and Dab Master, respectively, onto the pretty solid hit scans on, at least on first round. You have this, you were talking about earlier, this long sideline benefits both characters extremely well, and now Grim Reaper is struggling to find a way to maneuver this bridge safely. Oh, excuse me, I'm still kind of used to this. Trying to maneuver this bridge safely without getting their heads completely blown off. The Shoreline Pie is up in the air, looks over at Mara, who's, again, it's not Mara, Ruby, who's on the Symmetra, so they're trying to bypass this, and Mara does the last laugh on Shoreline Pie, so that could be the opening that Grin Reaper needed.
But you lose Kuba, that's the worst thing. You really did not want to lose them, and then you lose Ruby. So there goes your TP. You lost, I mean, a good source of healing, but hey, if Mara can continue to find picks, you're not out of it.
I mean, they're all backing up. Mara won't be able to find any sort of life in the fight, however, but Katyana pretty much single-handedly pushed back our tank and supports away from the objective for a little bit longer, and everyone else is starting to wrap around. Grifflux will be committed here onto the D.Va, looking at our Baptiste, and we look at the D.Va for a little bit longer. That's going to be the D-Mech into the D.Va bomb. Doesn't find anybody for a first time ever, and then get the remake. But mind you, there's a fight happening in this little room, a rally, that we just now got wind of.
And I mean, Mars is going to be able to find one, but both Briggs are out here. If you're Grin Reapers, you need to go now. You have a slight advantage with just spawns. You need to play fast. Orbital out, though, and oh, that's just going to do it. Damage is too much.
Yeah, like you said, they had to go then, and unfortunately just kind of got overwhelmed by the amount of ultimates being expended. Trying to get a really cheeky squish off. The lamp is at least was alive to keep our tank alive a bit longer, but we're tripling down the time bank. Only a minute and a half left. We used the rally from Kuba. Cray also having the amplification matrix as well in the back pocket. Ruby finally putting some pressure on the Dab Master and shutting them down completely. Oh, hey. That's 2 in a row.
And that's what you need if you're Grin Reapers. You just need to cap this first point to keep the map alive at this point. Here, Shoreline, though, finding Mara out, it's not the best situation, but you still have the numbers advantage.
Bullet shot has also been committed by Shoreline Pine off of this high ground. Well, they're in the air. Shoreline Pine gonna be negating the lamp here, the immortality field, that's what's actually called. Finding Cray, Saturday Dream, keeps the dream alive, comes in for the assist, avoids the accretion, and now might be getting demech'd here. No bomb though, so they're gonna be stuck in the baby form for a little bit too long. However, it doesn't matter. Baby form or full mech form, Saturday Dream is still taking names.
And Dab finding 3 there. Dab paused there. They're typing something. They are definitely typing something. But 30 seconds left to go now. I mean, if you're Grin Reaper, you need to go fast here. Static's not back in the mech. You have Amp. You have Amp Matrix. You have Flux. You're not that far away from Pulse Bomb and Bola. And hey, you just got rid of Dab Master, who was a big problem for you last fight.
Oh, and Foolish. We get the remech, however, so that's at least 3 people left on the objective for Smoke Wolves. 2 people and no one can touch. You manifested it. We're keeping the map alive a little bit longer for at least the next 2.5 minutes here. D.Va Bomb online for Saturday Dream, and Dab Master has been not Dab Master. Ruby has been sought out trying to. That's not Dab Master. That's Ruby. That's Kuba. Kuba can TP out in time, and that's really big opening for Smoke Wolves.
Yeah, and Smoke Wolves need something here. However, the door opening up here, it will give them that something they're truly looking for, which is just some time to get set back up. Ruby, though, finding Shoreline, gonna be immediately traded out there as Destiny finds him out. And I mean, if you're Smoke Wolves, you have really nothing to lose here with trying to do this close hold. And that is certainly a bomb. It finds 2, and oh my goodness, Static.
Not only do we get 2 from that D.Va Pulse, we also get a squish, and then we get the 4K after onto Katyana. Yeah, chills all around. That was massive from Static Dream, and they're still in baby form, not quite going down yet. Finally going to be shut down for their nonsense. A minute and a half left though. Smoke Wolves have done it. They have effectively wasted time. Huge Suzu from Kuba.
Yeah, and that's what they need to do. That's what they need to do. Static finding 3 was icing on top of the cake here. But, I mean, Grin Reaper still have 3 ultimates coming up here. Shoreline, though, shut down Kuba. And finds value with the bola.
Oh man, you can see both the bullet shots were extended, but Shoreline Pie, not Shoreline Pie, Static Dream absorbed Mara's bola, whereas Shoreline Pie was able to get as you can see, so much value with their own. Only, well, less than a minute left on the clock here. Graffiti Flux is online for Cat Yada. Kuba coming up on that continued rush. It's not impossible, it's just gonna be really damn hard, especially when you're down Kuba!
Ruby, though, Ruby's swapping over to this Widow. I've seen what Ruby's been able to do on this Widow in the past. Don't let them get hot. That's all I gotta say here. Don't leave yourself in an invulnerable spot. They will take your head off in a moment. But is this gonna be a thing that really breaks open this map for Grin Reapers? Time will tell, but there's not much time left here, Mod.
Oh man, but Sadri knows that their job is to look at this Widowmaker and make sure that they are not in the fight. Does it beautifully as well. Over to Ray also committed here, allowing Sadri to get a lot of extra pressure being put onto both Mara and Kuba. Not only that, Baptiste and Katyada and Cray both separated. Not couldn't get the effect of that immortality field. Here comes a big bomb, and there is absolutely zero touch. Smoke Wolves takes it 2-1 over Grin Reaper in a arguably relatively long series. Had no idea it was going to go the distance, and it certainly did.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just the tale of 3 different maps here, basically. I mean, Smoke Wolves dominated map 1, struggled on map 2 after the first point, basically. And then map 3 comes around, and they're just playing like their old selves back on map 1 again. I mean, they're staying at the top of the leaderboard here with good reason. But outside of that, I mean, I think they still have some stuff they have to work on. But hey, you'll take sitting number 1 right now.
Yeah, and with that, they have also solidified some really good standings in their favor. I think going second now, correct, in the standings. Whereas, first. Oh, excuse me. Map differential of 5 over Corrupted Guys. Grin Reaper now tied here with once more. I love these names, always have. But that's quite a jump, right? You know, they were so close, neck and neck, and then suddenly, boom, boom, we're up to 3 spaces apart for one another.
Yeah, like I said, coming into this series here tonight, a win either way would guarantee at least a tie with Corrupted Guys. Smoke Wolves, all they need to do was a win, and they would be number 1 just based off map diff here. So, hey, a good win by them, and in the maps they won, they look dominant, like an unstoppable team. But I think some teams are figuring some stuff out about Smoke Wolves here, because you can go back and look at Ilios. They look like a shell of themselves in maps 1 and 3.
Absolutely. I mean, there was no Freya, of course, or, you know, whatever, right? But otherwise, you're right. You know, Ilios round 2 and 3 looked so good for Grin Reaper, and that's just because they got to play the Ramacha. They got to play a good brawl over and over again and really clutch out a lot of moments that they really shouldn't have won, you know, especially on second round Lighthouse. But then, boom, you go to round 3, and I think Smoke Wolves is one of those teams where they do exceptionally well on cart or objective based maps like Gibraltar, like Eichenwald. They have the space to work with, and they work with it really well. I think that's maybe a slight difference we do see between them playing on Control and then them playing on a different map. Now, schedule-wise, as you guys do know, we've been streaming for a very long time today, and there's a lot more coming. So as we move over to the schedule, we have another match coming at you in just a couple of minutes. Here are the updated results of everything Red Pandas and Camp Jumpshot happening right over here, over there on BPL 2, and also on the YouTube stream. Now, Camp Halfburger and Maron Mallows, sorry, you're a little bit late. Well, we're late, my bad, but y'all live. They're happening as soon as possible after this game, after we close out and swap casters. Otherwise, this is today's matches. They have all been absolute banger after banger after banger. As you can see, lots of game 3s, lots, I'm sure, close 2-0s. So we're closing out this fourth week real strong here, Dex.
Yeah, and I mean, we're getting into crunch time for a lot of these teams. A lot of these teams understand that they cannot really afford to get a loss right now, and we've seen a lot of good series here tonight. But Mott, like you said, it's already, well, after 10:30. We're going to throw it over to a quick break and be right back with our final series of the week. Everyone, stick around.
Where did the time go? How do we move so far away?
And of course, just like that, we are back here with some this is the last match of the night, guys, but some more Overwatch action nonetheless. I am here with the wonderful Jace filling in. Thank you so much for the last minute fill, man. It is so appreciated.
Yeah, as per usual, when BPL can get literally nobody else, they call on me. So
Yes.
I'm here to make everyone very, very upset and leave. How are we doing? Camp Halfburger versus Maron Mallows. This game is quite important for seeding. Camp Halfburger, I believe, are currently one win, actually. Just the one win. Yes, sitting at 7th. Maron Mallows at 2-2. So this is really the chance for them to move above Spud and Whoop Troop and Camp Halfburger themselves. Aspen Group is actually really interesting. Like, coming in, I didn't see Polaris Frogs and Pineapple all sitting at 4-1, but it looks like we've got a breakaway top 3, and then everyone else is just, fighting to be 4th. Goodbye, Zephyr. We'll see you next season.
Yeah, for sure. You basically put it beautifully. These guys are duking it out to get at least a smidgen of a better result here. 1-3 minus -5 differential is type crazy, I must say. But Maron Mallows, on the other hand of things, they're 2-2. So it's not like you're going against a really, really insane differential skill disparity team here. They should be relatively even, but being at 7th versus 4th, it puts you at a little bit of a disadvantage. Now, as we go into, of course, Camp Halfburger, we are going to be seeing these guys once again. We have Victory, we have Akiyoto, we have Cranberry, and Mina all filling in that DPS role, whereas Falcon leading the charge all by himself alongside, that's a very interesting looking support, but Illuminous and Almond in that back line. I'm sure Illuminous also likely flexes between the support and the tank role, because I see a Winston favorite character there.
Yeah, and I almost have to double check, but I'm pretty sure this is actually correct. Obviously, it doesn't show off roles. Mina also, she's also available on support, but Illuminous might be tank eligible as well, but I don't think so. Because, yeah, Camp Halfburger basically do have a very solid DPS rotation. Akiyoto, Cranberry, and Victory. I have been impressed with them from what I've seen. I just think this team hasn't quite been able to put it together, and Falcon is in, I think, pretty much 100% on tank. And the one tank, it's do or die, whereas Maron Mallows, I mean, they've got some good flexibility. Bochi and Optical Crash, they're only 2 DPS, but they can pretty much play everything. Optical, I thought coming into this season, Mott was going to be a little bit washed, but no, has been very impressive. In Hagen, I'd say middle of the pack. Anstein, when he's not hate watching Nurture, can sometimes do something. Wi-Fi, Yup, and Walkability are also very solid, and in particular, Wi-Fi's macro is just excellent.
Yeah, great introduction on the Mallows, and I am ready because we are going over to a new map pool. We have Route 66. Starting things out, first of all, these map pools where the first map is not control are very jarring, I must say. But Route 66 gonna be coming in really hot here, and okay, comparing this map pool to Ash's map pool, I think I hate it. It's just dive, and like a little bit of a break with Lijiang Tower, and then you get dive again. How unfortunate.
Yeah. I think the main criticism of this map pool is that it's unbelievably just perma-dive heavy. Obviously, it's also in a hazard meta at the moment. Going in, I think the map pool was predetermined, and I think a lot of the maps that weren't played in BPL 6, but I feel like in BPL 6, people voted for the maps that they wanted. So it might be an unfortunate one that there's a lot of these maps with the new voting system Mott, I just feel like won't actually be picked often in comp. But nonetheless, compositions in Hagen is on J Queen on Route 66 first defense. Definitely the inferior tank compared to Falcon on the Hazard, way more overtuned. But hey, with no Ananade, now gone, might be okay at soaking the dive. Let's find out.
I mean, dreams can be dreams, and I think playing with the Brawl Rush on something like Route 6 is certainly a dream that we're seeing from Maron Mallows, but Camp Halfburger playing with, like I said, the Hazard a little bit more overtuned, a little bit definitely better on this kind of map type. Well, definitely putting a little bit of pressure onto Maron Mallows. Now, going for the corners doesn't really find too much from the axe swing, and now the Tiger is being looked at by, of course, one of the backliners, that being Akiyoto. The wall does kind of separate these supports from our front line of the tank, so Wi-Fi walkability not gonna be able to look at at the tank at all. But the teleport does come in clutch from the Bochi, which I didn't even mention. We have a Symmetra playing as well here.
We do, and it's going to be an important aspect of moving the Jungle Queen around this map, high ground to high ground, particularly when you get the perk. The Sim can be TP'd up, but in Harden, too deep that time, no rescue TP, goodbye Jungle Queen.
Yeah, unfortunately, just couldn't help and Hagen get out of there fast enough. Now this high ground is being looked at by Victory, and as I say that, despite not having a tank or anything like that, Maron Mallows push their own way. They get rid of the rest of the team there, and they're not just waiting for, of course, their queen to come back.
Optical Crash, also known as Woptical Crash, because of the excessive amount of W's that he will accrue in this lobby. I think so far, Optical, great 3k there to completely save the fight. Unfortunately, peeked out at the wrong time and gets on the end of a railgun. That is just a Sojourn moment. And now Maron Mallows have to do it without Bob and without their premier hit jam.
I mean, a little hard to do. Now only 2 minutes on the clock here. Now we are seeing the Symmetra Photon Barrier be expended into the dive from Falcon. Now, this will be... Oh, that's a massive Suzu, actually. And this Ansate onto Inhagen forces them to back up and not really go in the way they wanted to. We also see the downpour be expended, so Camp Halfburger getting a lot of extra value. Bob was there to kind of finish off Falcon, and they're still on the high ground. Despite everything, Inhagen still at least has the Rampage. You also have Wi-Fi still alive, doing their absolute best, and the Sim turrets really putting a lot of hurt onto Akiyoto, allowing Wi-Fi herself to finish things off and again maintain this defense.
Yeah, really nice from Maron Mallows to just sort of soak the damage that came late into that fight, just live. And Inhagen can take a fight on point, and that's where Jungle Queen is most effective. Of course, the Sim turret's actually finding giga value as they go off the side of the map, and Bochi is almost a silly specialist. And now that Sim is, well, legitimately viable into, the Orissas and the Hazards, they're going to get full value out of it. If there's anyone in A-League that I would trust to just pick up Symmetra again, it is absolutely going to be Bochi. Inhagen has this Rampage, and I'm not sure with the Kiriko online, they know if and when to rip it, because they should have just expect Suzu straight down in their face. 40 seconds left, and so far, team's just happy to poke, but Optical falls quite low.
Rampage still online here. Oh, there's that kicker rush you were talking about earlier. Continue rush down the main way. Teleport does get broken relatively quickly here. Turret set up around the corner, and here's a massive Rampage.
Great
does
hold.
find Luminous almost immediately, and really puts a hindrance on the attack phase for Camp Halfburger. Now trickling down to 20 seconds, being down one of your flex supports, being down your Hazard, now down Akiyoto, and getting a slice dagger onto Mina. Maron Mallows is making things work with a brawl of all things.
Yeah, and it's absolutely showing the patience, not only the frag power of walkability and Optical Crash, but also just the patience of the composition. Inaction does not mean that you're, inting and actively losing the game. Maron Mallows have just been so patient this whole game, and sometimes I feel like tanks in this league in general feel like they need to be Thanos all the time, and all Inhagen does is sort of just wait for them to walk in and honestly just allow themselves to be carried. I think on this defense showed up with a huge Rampage when they needed to. No touch from Camp Halfburger, by the way. I think if they were getting back, it was just fed to the wolves or fed to the bison or whatever a Maron is. But yeah, just fed to the pack. And excellent patience from Maron Mallows. So many times Camp Halfburger try and push and try and walk them over, walk their support line out, and Wi-Fi has rally. We've got Sim Wall, etc., etc. As I said, just excellent patience and understanding of inaction is not necessarily a bad thing, versus Camp Halfburger, who I think were just overforcing things.
Pretty much, yeah. I think you said it best when you were talking about how the fact that Inhagen and the rest of Maron Mallows just let them walk to them. I know you want to dive onto me. You're playing Hazard, you're playing this competition where you want to really engage these dives off. Well, I'm playing Queen. I sustain through a lot of these engages. You're also playing with the Brig. You also play with the BAP. These are characters that survive dives 9 times out of 10 with their own abilities, that being the bash, that being the immortality field, that being teleport from Symmetra as well. Really underrated, I think, from the Bochi, where multiple times, if Haga was in a bad spot, or if anyone's in a bad spot, boom, teleport was down, and you're out of there immediately. Now, Wi-Fi, she is going to be going over to the Kiriko. I think just kind of deciding, okay, which one's going to be better here, the Kiriko or the Brig. Looks like she's going to be sticking to the Kiriko, whereas Mina and Luminous are going to be sticking onto the Brig Ana. However, Falcon on the Ramatra. Very interesting.
I think it's important to say that in Hagen's, Junta Queen is definitely worse on attack, and they might need to rely on the TP from the Bochi to try and get any magic here. Double hit stand from Comp Hofberger. I hate it. A bunch of people I know hate it. Yuki is probably ranting in a VC as we speak about how they hate double hit stand. She's not a big fan of that lineup. But luckily, I think they've done a lot of poke damage, and it's going to help because, well, they can just shoot in Hagen. It already takes low on the poke. Wi-Fi is going to help, I think, facilitate this in Hagen rush strategy. And Falcon, wait, Falcon, why is Falcon 1 HP? What are we doing?
Falcon just popped that Nemesis from a little bit too late, or a holding block, and I know that 75% damage reduction is definitely the reduction of all time, but it was not going to negate a fully charged up Symmetra. Cart moving graciously throughout the streets of Route 66. Optical Crash goes over to the Optical Trash, goes over to the Venture here. There is a ball from Falcon. They're going to have to touch right now and ideally not get completely burnt down.
Alive for now, though. No shields means they have to anchor point, and Ball does not want to be on the objective, especially not against the Junta Queen. It's almost like a self-counter pick. I think Junta Queen traditionally doing well, and with Camp Halfburger further back than my hairline, like, yeah, absolutely nothing at all. They can't touch, and Maron Mallows, they walked this out in what, like 5 minutes? And in a first to two, it's match point.
It is match point, and like we mentioned, these are important. This last week is very important for the next coming weeks, right? So as much, I don't know, Maron Mallows taking it like that quickly, you know, very, very clean defense, 4-minute defense, and then going into a, like you said, about a minute and a half attack phase, going all the way to point B. That was all they really needed, and like you said, they have secured themselves in a really nice, comfortable position where they are going to match point, and then on top of that, Jace, let's not forget what our map 2 is, which is Lijiang Tower. I'm pretty confident that they will be more than happy to stick to this queen composition going into map 2.
Yeah. I think unfortunately, though, they do have to sub, unless Anstein is unavailable, they do have to sub in Hagen out. Makes me wonder why they didn't just flip it around, because I'm sure Anstein would have been able to play a Diva, a Winston, or a Hazard here, but maybe just preferring some of the rush tanks that Ants plays compared, or just simply they'd rather play Anstein against the sub lineup of Camp Halfburger, the ones where they sort of have to put in their weaker players because they themselves and maybe don't have as much reps. It's sort of the two-sided coin of two sides of the same coin with 2 tanks, right, Mott? Like, you have 2 tanks, so your flexibility, but you're not as practiced with a tank compared to your other ones. So naturally you just develop like a 1-2, and it can really mess with you. For Camp Halfburger, I don't know. I feel like they should have just been able to find the composition to punish the Junker Queen, and they just weren't able to.
Yeah, but at the same time, we also, I didn't really talk about the bans because they just kind of happened, but there's also the Diva ban. I think you mentioned Diva a little bit earlier as a possibility, and I feel like I would agree if unfortunately she wasn't banned by the Mallows and by the Maron Mallows, and for the fact that she was banned by them means that I think that would have been one of the only little things I would have put a little bit of a hindrance in their game plan. Yeah, they have Symmetra, but you can kind of maneuver around that if you're just kind of going around the Symmetra and diving onto the backline. So as we go to the Lijiang Tower and we facilitate new bans, we open up a little bit more. Freya was also banned by Camp Halfburger, which is completely fair. I love that everyone just goes for a Freya ban almost immediately. But on Lijiang, what would be the most appropriate ban? Sometimes the most popular one is usually like Pharah or something on that sort, maybe even the Ramatra, but otherwise, as we know they're going to play Queen, we know they're going to probably play very similarly to Route 66. Would you go for like a Queen ban? Would you go for a Kiri ban?
So it's Maron Mallows to banned second, right? So they have to ban out something from Camp Halfburger. There wasn't much shown, and obviously Route 66 is vastly different to Lijiang Tower, and my Camp Halfburger ball knowledge is not the highest. I'm going to have a quick double look at their roster just to make sure. Maybe you could ban out Cranberry is probably coming in if they're available. You could ban out a Genji or a Tracer from Cran maybe. They have a Mei in them too. That might be something that will definitely mess with your substitutions. Thank you, Prod. Double checking and showing the rosters. So it looks like Yup Yup and Anstein have to come in if they're available. They could actually keep in Hard In and just take out like Optical if they want to put Anstein on DPS, but I'm not sure if Anstein's DPS matches up to their tank SR. And I think they have been rotating in Hagen and Anstein basically all season as well. So yeah, I'm in a spot. I think Camp Halfburger have a good amount of flexibility that they can throw at the board. And of course, I do think Falcon is a little bit more Ramatra and hazard pilled than some of the heroes that are particularly prevalent on Route 66, for example. Yeah, ban Ram, fair. It's like his best character. Valid.
Yeah, and also the Sim ban, which I thought about, but I didn't know if it was going to be like, boom, boom, we're going to ban Sim here. Even though she's very strong on Control Center, she's strong on Night Market, she's strong on all of them, Guardians as well.
Yeah.
So I actually love these two bans, banning out the Ramatra just in case. I think the Ramatra matchup into JQ is a little bit tough for JQ sometimes, just because he has the Nemesis form, he has the shield. Clearly Hagen, I don't think really cares too much. I can't lie. But regardless, gives it a little bit of an easier time going into this, ideally on the Junker Queen. Now, will it, with the negation of the Symmetra, what will be filling in that space? Will it be the Pharah? Will it be maybe even the Mei to kind of still have that beam pressure and also have the ability to wall off certain areas, have that self-sustain? I'm not sure. I'm kind of looking forward to seeing exactly what each team will be locking in with these respective bans.
Yeah, I think Maron Mallows definitely have a Mei or two in their back pocket. As a now washed but Mei connoisseur myself, I think obviously Lijiang Tower is perfect, particularly against tanks that just sort of want to play a repeated extended uptime. Being able to just cut them down with a good Mei wall. Even if you don't kill, it takes so much of their HP, or, you know, you wall a Ramatra, for example, obviously is banned this map, but let's use Hazard, for example. That right click, that sort of damage reduction, I forget the name of the ability, but it's just the one with the spikes as well. It's just such a ridiculous amount of damage reduction that trading your wall for like most of it just means that, hey, the Hazard has to jump away, but like most of the time, where can he jump to? Then you run him down, and then with no right click, he is just a dead Scott walking. So let's see. I think teams are probably both ready to head in. I think for Camp Halfburger, luckily, you're not getting hit with the 1-2 BPL Classic, which is that you get like kind of rolled on a rush composition on map 1, and then you have to play a rush map again on map 2. At least with Route into Lijiang, you're going from dive map to more sort of poke / brawl centric.
Interesting. Yeah, they should be loading in relatively soon for Lijiang Tower. Slight funny stuff happening on...
Yeah.
It's okay. It'll be fixed. You see it. You see what's going on. But otherwise, hopefully we get started soon as Lijiang Tower. And like you said, this is definitely looking to be a little bit more biased towards Maron Mallows just because of their compositions, and just how they played Root. And if they continue to kind of use the come in, bait in tactic, and then really just punishing, I guess, any sort of approach from the opposing team, they will take this 2-0. There has to be some sort of adjustments being made from Camp Halfburger.
I just wonder what adjustments they're going to make. As I said, it is the complete switch in composition. You lose your primary spearhead with that Ramatra, and of course I think Orisa, to be fair, has a lot of agency. Sometimes she can just be ignored and your team die around you, as I learned the hard way yesterday, because you know, you just kind of stand main and contest point, and you know, front to back, and you can really struggle dealing with the flankers unless you hit like a crazy spear. Mauda is an interesting pick. I guess you know that there's no Ramatra, even though I think it's fine. You know you're going to be potentially going up against Orisa, but yeah, just swap and go Hazard, which also isn't that much better. I think I might actually rather have Mauder than Hazard here. But let's see, the Bochi is on Mei. Okay, so like Mei and Freya both available, so it's just a lot of damage on Falcon, effectively. We're going to have to really care, and with Lucio Kiri, it's difficult.
Yeah, and then you have you're going against the Lucio Kiri into the Bap Lucio, a little more of a traditional brawl. I mean, you saw Anstein hover over the Reinhardt, then we saw the, like you said, the Malga. Now we're sticking onto the Hazard. They're starting to rotate a little bit towards the objective, however, so that's going to force Camp Hatburger to start actually walking in, and my Lucio's in there and out of there. Not before getting a last minute boop onto Wi-Fi off the coast, and now we're also down Yup. No support means that despite everything, we are going to be seeing Maron and Mallows falter a little bit here on their initial attack. We do get the point first for Maron, but it'll be easily flipped right over to Camp Halfburger, and they're going to start walking up and really putting pressure on the fight line.
This fight was completely legal, by the way. Maron Mallows get the rotation to point safely. The Bochi builds Blizzard because they put about 15 headshots into Falcon's big-ass Orisa head hitbox. But both Wi-Fi and Yup just decide to stack on the same pixel, so Ilu sends it one-to-ones, and then Wi-Fi gets speared off the map. Actually an illegal fight win from that position. Cranberry goes down. Rest in peace, the fruit.
Well, we are investing the Amplification Matrix, investing the Blizzard in a trade-off of the Continue Rush from Mina. Interestingly enough, Falcon giving me a last one to go down, having the Terror Surge in the back pocket. However, very quickly, just like that, just like the first fight and this fight, we flipped it over to Maron Mallows, and now again, they're really setting up, and this downpour is starting to become online.
Yeah, in this case, Camp Halfburger just can't effectively stuff the choke. Maron Mallows just sort of burst out with ultimates. And they've got the bowler shot online as well. Anstein is quite deep. Well, that might be a really good wall. However, I think the rest of the cavalry are here. Yeah, this is a dead Hazard. Again, just like overplayed on defense, right? Like, why are we holding that far deep? You've got corner, you've got to walk through choke points, you've got Mei, and you've got Hazard wall as well. Like, just force Halfburger to rotate poorly. And you can punish them for it. It doesn't even need to be poor rotation. It just needs to happen. And, well, this fight was, like, really over before I could even throw it, actually. Sorry, Mott.
No, you're fine. I feel like I agree with you. We were a little bit too out there. I like the high ground position that Anstein was on, and then suddenly he kind of just left it, abandoned the entire... Like you said, the cavalry's here. You die, and you said when he doesn't have his block, he doesn't have his wall, it's kind of like he's a sitting duck, and you know you can blow up Hazard for so many small mistakes like that, which that was a big mistake. But big downpour comes in, there's a deflect, however that happens. It actually it still does catch our tank, unfortunately, for Camp Hatburger. Overclock does get committed there, so we do a trade-off of the flex supports. No Anstein. There is a Dragon Blade gonna be committed onto the Bochi, and that is gonna be another really clean. Fast team fight. Despite everything, you know, Maron, they used everything in that fight. Everything.
Yeah, the numbers might still be up. Wi-Fi should be close to window. Camp Halfburger, a down tank, 3v3 on objective. I think this Bochi Blizzard should just be a game ender there. Okay, no, Anstein is back, so they should just be able to hard force objective. There you go, one dink, one headshot. Goodbye, Ilu. But Camp Halfburger, it's not even that bad, right? Like, you get 92% out of it. It's going to take you a while to build up ult. You might not even get either of Cranberry or Akiyoto's ults again, particularly if Falcon gets staggered here. So you're just looking for what? Kitsune Rush into building one of those ults against Blizzard and Window as well. It's almost a little bit of an ult race here, I feel like. If Maron Mallows, they have potential to whiff their ults, but like, you know, no Suzu and it's a dead Blizzard once Fortify is down as well, if Akiyoto is caught without dash, etc. But Halfburger, they found a pick on the lane, or they found a pick on main to optical.
Quite insane too onto optical, like you said, but we are seeing the Blizzard come through onto Illuminus, onto Akiyoto as well. Cranberry still finding these dash kills onto Yup though, so that's gonna be massive. And then you know Hboki doesn't have any sort of self-sustain, has the wall, but that's really it. Cranberry still finds the last kill needed to give Camp Hatburger a little bit of a lease on life. Here's why I would say Cranberry only at 4 HP, gets called up by Yup, and Wi-Fi swaps over to the Kiriko to help with the fight a little bit longer, or actually a little bit faster, may I say.
Yeah, good trade from Maron Mallows. Definitely has to touch point 99, but no, not a soul in the world that can save them again. Maron Mallows just punished the impatience of Camp Halfburger. Like, Cranberry pulls Blade immediately after the Terror Surge comes in when we know that the Mei has Cryo because it's at the start of the fight, and they just spend the whole time looking at the Mei, no one else. It just feels like Camp Hofburger are so impatient. They just don't want to let the game come to them, and they want to play. Well, they want to play forcefully. And if there's one saying that absolutely grinds my gears, that is peddled around Overwatch in general, it's that the idea if you just need to go first. Overwatch is always been, I think, a reactive game. You can absolutely go second, particularly on characters that Camp Half-Burger are playing. Orisa can peel spear. You've got Genji that can punish dash someone that into their cooldowns. Akioto needs time to build up that railgun. Like, why are we overforcing unless you're just getting, perfect railgun into spear, into Genji dash on someone? Yeah, they're going to get 100 to 0'd, but you're looking for 3 people to be on exactly the same page. But more importantly, Bochi is on the clown character. We are on the J Silly. Again, has only played deeply unserious heroes. Optical Crash following them on the non-binary Rock Eater, and goodbye Cranberry. Just ran off the angle, by the way. Cran can't stand on the same map as the Venture, because they are just dead.
I think these are very deeply unserious characters indeed. Venture coming through for again the armor they get on every move is type crazy. We have Bochi who is just spamming that main area. You saw the first fight was meant to start in that white server room, but then everyone saw, oh, there's a Junkrat, now everyone go main, and then that's when they started really splitting out and getting one-off picks, which Bochi and Optimal Crash on these specific characters are good at winning 1v1s, or at the very least disrupting team comps in that way by just displacing people, making people uncomfortable, things like that. And now as the fight continues to go on throughout this long sideline again, we do see that the trap was triggered, but no follow-up. Optical Crash, unfortunately crashing right into the beautiful spear of Falcon, and that's a really big opening for Camp Halfburger if they can find another one, which they absolutely do onto the aforementioned Junkrat character.
Yeah, so Maron Mallows' comp was really good at being able to stuff these doors and hold choke point. Unfortunately, the Junkrat trap sort of mind controls Optical to go forward and try and follow up on it. I do understand it. Nice spear from Falcon. But it just gives Camp Halfburger the in, and once their comp gets in, they get angles, and once they get angles, Maron Mallows do not, and it's just full overtime for the Bison. Marshmallow, confectionery, I don't know. I don't even know if a Maron is like a Bison type kind of character. But nonetheless, Camp Halfburger, Kitsune Rush is so good here, right? You can just stack choke, and then when inevitably the Maron Mallows comp will 3-2-1 walk, pretty much 5 down main, Kiwi Rush should just stat check it. That's actually a nice window from Wi-Fi. Zones off the Kiwi Rush.
Oh, even better is the connecting Terra Surge from Antstein. It does force the Overclock to be used from Akioto, though. Do a little bit trade-off. Done Junkrat for the Lucio Overclock. Everyone looks over Akioto, shuts it down. But despite everything, despite all that, there is going to be a lot of trading back and forth for either team here. Both Orisas now left to their own devices on the actual objective, while Luminous kind of abandoned ship.
Solo beat this.
Solo beat this, in fact.
Illu, what are we doing? Okay, the solo tire comes on to Illu as well. F that guy, I guess, get rid of him. The Lucio, honestly, it might have been genius because they stored just enough for Cranberry to pull Blade.
Oh, we're not slashing or dashing. We are looking at the rest of the team just for the love of the game. Oh, not a single slash to be seen.
Wait, Akioto falls off the map.
What am I watching?
What am I watching? What am I watching? We have the solo tire into the solo beat, into the blade pull, and then the disengage, which to be fair was actually a good kite from Maron, and then tech shock all on the same pixel.
Might have been the hardest disengage I've ever seen, actually, from Akioto, I must say.
Yeah. That's
Bro, you can't say he wasn't out of there. You can't say he didn't get out. Cranberry also going to be following the same fate, going and joining Akioto in that spawn room, but I mean, we still have the point under Camp Halfburger's belt, so they're going to be going over to that overtime fight relatively soon here, and they might even be able to take us to around 3. They get rid of Yup. We have Terror Surge also being utilized. The window is definitely hopeful, but not going to get anything started.
Yeah,
or done, in fact.
Camp Halfburger, they sort of just play, quote unquote, the default. Like, this is just the most, bread and butter, white woman salad, completely unseasoned comp I have ever seen. There is no seasoning, no spice to the Camp Halfburger comp. It is just what we've been seeing in Overwatch for the last, 18 months. You've been able to pretty much run this comp, and it's been absolutely fine. Maron Mallows, they almost overcook, You got to remember who you're serving to, and Camp Halfburger want none of your spice, none of your zest, none of your seasoning. They're just going to beat you on default, and with some pretty good ultimates as well. And now it's 1-1. Maron Mallows You know, you go from the map win to match point to now you potentially have to go and do it on a map 3, which is, I believe, it's an escort point, I think. So I'm actually not, sorry, it's a hybrid point. So I'm not too sure. Bochi back on May should help win the, hopefully, 2v1 that they're going to be looking to do against Falcon. And I think, honestly, Mark, Falcon got so much value last round. It just, if you're Maron Mallows, it cannot happen again. You can't let Orisa do that much playmaking. Like, the character's just not designed to do that.
Yeah, you just can't let her, you can't allow her to do any of that. And you also can't allow yourself to lose out your Lucio. So that speed boost that chauffeuring around the objective is not going to be available for Camp Halfburger. Neither is their front line. Falcon going down to Wi-Fi of all people with the assistance of Yup, may I say. Point goes over by the side of Maron Mallows. Pretty convincingly so.
Like there's a joke going around in B League that of quote unquote rage bait Baptiste. I think Illu might be on rage bait Lucio. You know what? It's working because like I'm being rage baited right now. Like Illu just can't stay still and not do anything. Speaking of, Anstein gets really caught and completely shoved in a locker. Might be hazard though, so it's okay. Yeah, it's fine. It's chill. Oh, Akioto goes off the map again.
Akioto,
Okay.
I need you to defend yourself right now.
We hate living on Camp Halfburger, don't we? Like living on Camp Halfburger, it's not their day, is it? Oh my god, we hate living.
Part of the team rules is you have to you can't live that long on Camp Halfburger. You have a minute, like a 25.
You are a fruit fly. You are a fruit fly.
You are a fruit fly. Oh, look, committing rush on the right side.
Wait, good rush.
For pinch on the Anstein. Gonna be reversing the rush now, and it still goes by the way of Maron Mallows. I mean, big terror surge. Hold on.
Pause.
Go, girl, give me nothing. Huge. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I'm not too keyed in on like girl boss lingo. My wife uses it a little bit, but I believe the phrase is "ate and left no crumbs." Is that it? I'm not sure because that was a slay blizzard from Bochi actually, like really good blizzard.
Yeah, that was Bochi left and ate and left no crumbs. Yes. Unfortunately, Falcon might have left the entire dinner. I'm not quite sure. Bullet shot ready for auto crash, not needing to use it, but Falcon redeems themselves. Beautiful spear onto Yup. So no Lucios at all. Bullet shot goes completely wide. Akioto redeems themselves for that.
Akioto.
Dying earlier, gets a nice 2K with the overclock.
Okay.
Very nicely done for Camp Halfburger. It's not over for them quite yet.
Yeah, I just managed to see that on the third person. That was a blink and you'll miss it. Absolutely nut spear from Falcon, by the way. And when Akioto, turns out when they're on the map for those 25 seconds before inevitably their fruit fly life expires, they can do something with the OC. Cranberry has Blade now. They've got to rotate into it. Maron Mallows might just be trying to play this against the dry fight, or they beat in response to the Blade, and they just get ran off the map still. I wonder if they could have just dry fighted that, because I think you always know that Cranberry is going to be looking for the Blade there, but even still, 1-for-1 is still fine. This Maron comp mods, I'm not sure how well it can rotate, because again, like the angles, you know, they're either going to be going bridge or white room, and I don't think bridge is ideal, so you almost have to go white room by default. And yes, you've got the May, but Camp Halfburger, no, you've got the May, so they can just play point.
No. Oh no, that's a twofer, the Blizzard and the Downpour.
Late Mina though.
Once again playing Rage Bait Lucio, the first one to go down. No Suzu to be seen. Auto Crash still finds Akioto regardless of the peel from the Kiriko.
Late Mina.
Forward so much, but Camp Halfburger has 2 up, whereas Maron Mallows is only having Auto Crash and Yup. About to go down for the count here, as we are seeing the Tracer come through and get completely shut down by Mina.
Okay, that's my UK flex support player. Dustdale in chat, probably going crazy right now. Yeah, Mina and Falcon, just stable. So much damage, so much util and survivability in their kits as well. Maron Mallows just kind of ape them one by one because it gets into a split fight. And I mean, you know, which 2 characters are better at winning 1v1s than Orisa and Kiriko? Like, genuinely, they beat pretty much all DPS, I'm so sure of it. Those characters so broken. Falcon going for the big Terror Surge. Might be early, let's see.
Oh no, 93%. This is not what Maron Mallows needed right now.
Falcon
There's simply no way. There's simply no way. There's no Wi-Fi. There's no one can touch. Oh wow, big reversal from Camp Halfburger. Maron Mallows walked them down easily game 1, and then game 2, forget about it. Like we were going game 3.
Maron Mallows, I'm not going to say quote unquote vegan gameplay because they were definitely aggressive and not definitely absolutely completely fine to fight. But they did in fact leave. They didn't leave half of their burger. They left all of their burger there on the plate. They didn't even go to the table. I was joking earlier about 8 and left no crumbs. You know, they didn't even order. Dare I say that map felt like Camp Half Burger. Those last 2 points just nowhere to be seen. Nowhere to be seen.
They didn't even order. I'm gonna cry. That's great. I'm stealing that. Girl, you didn't even eat. You just didn't order that. Hello.
Go for it.
Okay, that was beautiful. Let's talk about schedule really fast. Reminder of all the previous matches that have happened, all of which have been game 3. So I think it was just fated. We're gonna get game 3 for our final map. And I think, unfortunately, I kind of forgot. Oh, it was Numbani. Numbani is our last map to go to for the Ash League.
So it's like not as good for Camp Half Burger, right? I think they're gonna struggle because obviously they were looking very confident on that Orisa default comp, but Orisa significantly worse. I mean, you can play Orisa like second and third point. First point Numbani, honestly, you probably still could play it. It's Orisa. Maybe Maron Mallows just hit the ban on it within Harden likely coming back in now. I don't think Anstein showed you enough there, particularly into that Orisa to keep them in. So I think you go back to your stronger lineup. Like if you're playing J Queen on Route 66, you probably do just trust in Harden as your primary tank. So maybe Maron Mallows just hit an Orisa ban and send it to Numbani, because then Falcon has to play Ramatra, and I think you're okay with a Ramatra ban. So with Ramatra being open on Numbani.
Yeah, pretty much. I feel like Maron Mallows should, on paper, take Numbani with relative ease, you know, once they actually unlock that first objective and or defend that first objective. Because I always feel like the first point of Numbani, even after the supposed reworks, is still very awkward to attack, very awkward and difficult to play into if you're on the attacking side of things. So, you know, ideally, should be going by the same way that Route 66 went, where it's the same song and dance of you're going for a dive. Maybe I doubt that Mallows will go for like a brawl again, but like you said, Orisa ban would be really solid here. I think Falcon on the Orisa has been slowly getting better and better as we warm up and move on, but actually going to be the Kiriko ban from Maron Mallows.
Hit the Kiriko ban. That's the Mina Terrified ban. Do not want any of that Kiriko. To be fair, like she was taking and winning a lot of those 1v1s, but like this is still an Ana map, ladies and gentlemen. So let's see. Okay, just getting news in from like my Discord pings about OKC winning the finals. I think everyone knew it was going to happen. But yeah, if you're Camp Half Burger, real quick, let's ban predict. You've got to ban something from Maron Mallows. Maybe you just ban, well, ironically, you just ban maybe like one of the Bochi characters. You could ban, do you ban Torb, Genji? Do you ban a hit stand? Like, do you take away, so could you take away, probably not Orisa. I think you go for a tank ban here, but it's like, what? Do you ban like Winston maybe? Do you ban Diva? Do you ban like Sigma? No. I'm really not sure what you ban if you're Maron Mallows here. Depends what they want to target. I think Falcon should be an absolute prime target. Sorry, not Falcon. In Harden coming in should be an absolute prime target. But maybe you just get rid of like a hero that you really don't want to go into in terms of DPS, like flankers. Sorry, is what I'm trying to say. Maybe you get rid of a flanker, because it looks like Camp Half Burger is sort of a bit more, we'll play Soj and Genji, but never like double flanker on this map. Sombra could be good, but I'm not sure if Maron Mallows have it in their wheelhouse. Bochi and Optical probably do, though.
Yeah, I'm looking, while you were explaining, like, I was looking at the roster and I was also trying to figure out what would I, you know, ban, because I feel like Maron Mallows has a pretty wide character pool. I can't lie, like, there's no real, like, they like JQ, right? But to ban JQ here is arguably a waste of a ban. You know, you maybe the Hazard ban, maybe you go for just a classic Winston ban. You know, something like that maybe can inhibit the dive a little bit. That, you know, most teams will be sticking to on Numbani, but then it's like you banned the Freya first map, which I feel like we could have kept it for Numbani for sure. To kind of just work through Route 66. I feel like Freya's gonna be really strong here. Otherwise, maybe, like you said, the Genji, maybe a flanker of some sort. Genji, Tracer. Arguably, everything about flankers, I might just ban the Tracer off at the end of the day.
I might need staff to. I think the people in a control room, I assume, can hear me. I need to get like Jubilee fact checked on this real quick. But I remember because I was watching the Ignite Memories VOD yesterday, and one of the casters brought up a stat, and it might just be B League, but I'm pretty sure the team that bans Freya on the first map loses that map like 65% of the time.
Oh wow.
So that might be another one in the pool of banning Freya first and then immediately losing. It seems like a trend that's gone on this season. I may have to have like staff look into that and potentially like at and correct me. It's 65%. I think it was 65% loss rate they were saying, but I don't know if that was specifically applied to B League. But either way, I know for sure that Freya gets banned a lot map 1 by teams. So you just don't deal with it. Getting rid of Winston, just a character that Inhargen has been known to play previously. Banning Winston means that you, in terms of tank matchups, like if I think directly watching you play as Winston, you know, like banning Winston, what does that unlock in terms of the tank pool? I guess it unlocks like maybe J Queen like a little bit, but no, that's Maron Mallows that played it. Zarya, but like, are we playing Zarya on Numbani? Like, grow up.
Like, grow up.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, obviously, it just, you know, it means that your Genji is way less contested, right? Because Winston has just historically always been able to just sit on good Genji players, completely deny them. You know, it won the London Spitfire ring like 7 years ago, literally before I met my wife. Jace's wife mentioned, but nonetheless, it's just a tale as old as time, right? And of course, everyone's played Winston on Numbani. You know, this is the old timer. You know, the certified banger, as we say, the BPL veterans' choice. Speaking of veterans' choice, are we playing Reinhardt on defense? We're playing Ryan Sim on defense.
And Lifeweaver.
With Lifeweaver as well, right? So then you have TP and Life Grip plus Petal for the Lifeweaver. Okay. I mean, I know one person in chat, Mr. Cobalt Riku, is going to be loving that we're seeing double Lifeweavers. But honestly, when both of these tanks struggle to access high ground and need that mobility that Lifeweaver provides, like, dare I say it might not be terrible. Both of these teams are going to have so much collective HP with the healing as well, right? Mark, what do you think of this backline, actually? I don't know if you've seen it pop up too much. Like, what do you think of the Lifeweavers? 2 of them on Numbani first here, before we get into this all-important first fight.
Well, I'm a big Lifeweaver fan. That's the first thing. So I'm always happy to see Lifeweaver. In fact, I've been wanting him to become more viable for a very long, since his release, basically, 3 years ago or 2 years ago. So yeah. I'm always happy to see the BAP Lifeweaver. I think the synergy that backline has is actually kind of underrated. However, while we're looking at this little hallway there, Falcon gets completely shut down and killed by optical crash on this Ashe. So the attack from Camp Hatburger, and they're not quite backing up, but they are finding other routes.
Yeah, I mean, you can't go through that room. Reinhardt is there, like, this is what that character is designed to do, particularly on this map. He's going for the pin again. They managed to get Lamp out the first time. They might need, like, a Life Grip or a Petal to get back up to this high ground here. Decides not to invest any of them. But all this Reinhardt is going to do is just stack top right. So, top left from their perspective, for Camp Harper's perspective. So just, I don't know, maybe go main and look right, or just catch Wi-Fi jump peeking. That's happened many. I've seen Baptiste do that so historically, and yeah, down one.
That might be me on Baptiste, I can't lie. Whoa, what a grip. Oh, what a pin. And what a slam. Oh, yeah. Oh, I don't even care who loses the fight at that point. He just got clipped. Oh, that's crazy. Well, we are at 72% to a 32% to a shatter. We also get the kill onto Luminous on the Life Weaver. We're looking a
And
little worse
Harden's
for wear.
dying
No
too.
gold, no spin. Just kind of hold shield for a little bit too
He's
long,
dead.
and the rest of the team comes back and helps secure this fight. Not even a tick having gone by the way of Camp Halfburger. I'm going for the overclock, however, and this actually might be the finisher that we needed for Camp Halfburger to sustain, and also, not just that, but also unlock the objective.
Yeah, and Harden stood there for 2 minutes. I thought it was almost winnable. Just a little bit of a spacing issue for Camp Halfburger. Too many of them fall victim to the melee range of the Reinhardt, and ultimately run out of cooldowns. Went in Harden, wasn't shot that whole fight, so he's just full HP on objective tussle, which is exactly what you want as the Reinhardt player with great overclock from Akioto. I think that was a 4K in that fight actually, so props to Akioto for that Sage play there. Built up OC so fast and then completely ripped it, decimating through the side of the Maron Mallows. And Cranberry got their eyes on the backline with Blade in tow. Let's see if they pull it. No, Akioto gets another one.
They get a trade-off though. Boki finds Cranberry. Of course, Shatter has been utilized there. The Immortality field goes down right at the tail end of that Shatter, so no one really gets too out of touch, but it's just Falcon that is going to be out of the fight. That Tree of Life, unfortunately for Luminous, will be burned down relatively quickly from a high charge Boki, from a high charge Symmetra specifically. Oh, we got really low there. Thankfully, not going to be able to at least staying the fight a little bit longer here. At least is going to be Luminous. Now here comes a Dragon Blade, big life grip onto the high ground.
Yeah, we don't
And
force
no
any
body.
Life Weaver cooldowns. We don't force any Life Weaver cooldowns, and then we just rip the Dry Blade. Never going to work out. Like, Cranberry's in the backline, but it's against Tree of Life. Like, your Sim has been charging up this whole fight as well. Obviously lost their charge, right? But now, look at the beam energy that they're able to get onto the Arista as well, just completely carving through. And Maron Mallows, they've somehow forced Numbani of all maps into like a flat-out front-to-back. I think Camp Halfburger were a bit lost.
Yeah, they seem a little bit lost in seeing what to do. Cranberry goes over to the Pharah, not wanting to deal with that that matchup between themselves and, of course, the Symmetra.
The
But like you said, the turrets, the high charge Sim is just really putting a lot of work onto Falcon there.
Yeah. And I think that Falcon is just sort of, as every Arista player is, just used to like basically walking in front of the enemy team and not dying. You can't do that against Symmetra. Akioto on the off angle here though. Again looking for a pick, finds two with the OC into basically the collateral, I believe is the term. Don't see it too many times in Overwatch, only with the OC, but that is 2 OCs for 2 from Akioto, and that's 2 fight wins. Camp Halfburger adjust. They find the angle, they realize they don't have to go in front of the Ryan shield, they can go around it. They tap the point.
I don't know. I mean, we're committing to Ryan for a really long time. We have the photon barrier also ready for Bochi. Camp Halfburger pushing up a bit here. Jimmy trying to see if they can, you know, get an opening pick, ideally onto Yepa, who is kind of peeking out and about on Lifeweaver. Akioto, I must say, has been really showing out on this Sojourn on, for Numbani, and really getting a like you said, the piercing, you know, you don't really see it all that often because it does go through multiple bodies. And getting the double kill there was a really good opening. Akio is always on these flanks, always on these off angles, and it might do the same as we are waiting for this person to be expended, slides right back to safety, and basically just avoids these shatter. Good Tree of Life, but not for very long. Poor Akioto, no longer in the fight. Now everyone's backed up.
Even without the kill, by the way, it's just an excellent cooldown trade. You're trading Earth Shatter in the year of our Lord 2025 for Tree of Life. And also Tree of Life does build incredibly fast, but it's still a very, very good ultimate, I think. Just being able to anchor and get that over health. Like, the healing on it definitely isn't fate, particularly, I think, into some of these compositions, but still found the pick. Yeah, Akioto should just be so uncontested, no? Like, Bochi can't shoot you. Wi-Fi and Yup don't really want to shoot you. An optical crash, you've kind of got your target, but you can outrange them. And of course, they've got to think about the Pharah as well. We're TPing directly behind the window, and then back to it. Bochi just saved by life grip there again.
Not the imperative life grip. You saw the spear, they were in there, the teleport is offline, but there is going to be, of course, the Tree of Life, which kind of negates a little bit of that Terror Surge alongside Wi-Fi's Immortality field. Optical Crash coming in on the newly found Cassidy gets a really solid, just like finishing touch on this team fight, and this allows Maron Mallows to actually start to follow up once more and hold this primary corner again.
Yeah, I think the Sisyphus boulder has like stopped almost. It stopped rolling down the hill. The snowball has finally dried out in this intense summer heat. Because Maron Mallows now, their whole comp is just, we are going to outlive you, right? Just live on this corner, live in the background, you know, look for anything and hopefully don't get broken with ults. Camp Halfburger, again, they have to rotate into this comp and Yup of all people finds the kill. That's 2 gone. This is fight over before I can even throw it again. Both of these picks just happen like out of nowhere. Maron Mallows comp, like, is it optimal? Definitely not. But does it just live? Yes. And sometimes you just have to live on the corner, you know? Like, again, in Hagen, doesn't really have to do much here, right, Mott? But, like, they're just on the corner living, and it's been a pain point for them to deal with because they can't kill the Ryan, so they've got to go for other people.
And they also gotta go for these other rotation strategies, but they get broken up a little bit here. It's a 3-2 split are happening where you see Akioto and Mina on one side, and then a Falcon and Light Fever going in around and about. Tree of Life does get utilized here, but not, you know, it's so far back that there is not really gonna be any sort of use for it. Now, the opposing Tree of Life actually on the objective, helping out in Hagen, not only giving that overhealth, but also allowing this extra barrier from this high noon to really get a lot of value. Now, do we get anything from it? No. We did see Wi-Fi going over the jump peak, but shifting to the right side of the photon barrier and avoid that Deadeye. Unfortunately, Cranberry cannot say the same to the opposing Deadeye from Optical Crash. That's 1 down. We are also in overtime. Good connection of these life grip into the immortality field, so we can still see Cam Hatburger trying their best, especially as they have the win to accompany this damage output that Mina is trying her best to sustain through. But then you have a sim in the background. Hello, we got completely pincered.
Nah, that was so well played from Bochi. They stall on top the whole time, building beam up off Falcon. And then once the window goes down, that's when everyone on Maron Mallows fronts to try and play with their Reinhardt, play with their window and burn that Orisa. And then he flips the TP into the botline fully charged, and it's basically like Thanos arriving at your doorstep saying, give me my stones, goddammit, and get out of my way. Nice pincer as well. Optical Crash during that whole time is on the off angle. And comps like that, you've got to look at the Reinhardt shield and burn it. You've got to make sure the sim doesn't walk into your team with too much energy. You've got to potentially look at the Life Reaver and the BAP, who aren't that mobile and can be caught out in position. And then just Optical Crash appears on the high noon flank. And then again, you think, okay, surely now we can front to back burn. Surely it's our turn with the window. Nope, because Bochi has TP and they have 1 billion energy. They've fully built up that level 3 beam and it just one-shots. A couple of extra clicks. Dots coming in, I think, from the Maron Mallows backline, and Bochi melts to, like, behind window. Not quite an illegal fight win, but a crazy good play. Okay, we are playing Zarya on Numbani first. Okay, well, I mean, with window, like, it's not bad. I do think Zarya here is a bit terrible because I'm not sure if Camp Halfburger are going to be able to feed in Hagen the energy, but Bubble with Symmetra, like, seems good, and also this is just the most, like, I hate Orisa composition in the world, so Falcon might just lose to, like, lack of muscle memory against this comp, right? Like, not expecting the damage to come in with high energy Zarya, high energy Sim, because how often do you play against Zarya Sim as Orisa, right?
Often I feel like one of the biggest counters. Oh, we forgot somebody important. We forgot someone very important for that pedal. Oh, there we go. All right, it breaks. Okay, beautiful.
Okay.
Rotation for my Mallows over here. Now waiting the extra like 3 seconds. And they're all jumping them on this high ground. Maybe clearing it relatively quickly is Bochi. However, not gonna be able to get any sort of help from the team there as they do get called out. But so is Mina. Clean, just like the low charge Zarya goes for a little bit of the secondary fire as well. Now relying on just the light revealing here. Cranberry does find the trade-off onto Wi-Fi, but unfortunately in Hagen, not really in the line of sight of any of the supports, so they go down almost immediately while they're trying to, you know, focus out on the rest of the team of Camp Halfburger.
Yeah, and Maron Mallows just rush it, right? So Bochi isn't the one that goes up with them. 4 of them go up on that right high ground, I believe. And Bochi tries to push left, I think, and 1v1 Falcon, and of course they just win that. In Hagen there needs to sort of stay high ground, I would say, before they can collapse point and build up energy. With only 1 bubble, you can't drop point without the threat of energy. You're useless, basically below 40 into this composition. But once you have bubbles, you can just infinitely anchor point, and Falcon can never go near you. But this time, Inharden TPs onto the backline, looking away from the Orisa, which gives Optical and Yup this perfect swing angle if Life Weaver doesn't die.
I know, Yup gonna be called out by Falcon. Hagen does get at least the reversal, and Optical Crash by Inhagen.
Hey. Right click, I think.
Hey.
Died to their own right click. Fight one. Got their one.
Fight one, but they're I see Akio kind of, you know, peeking out from the main area. They are a high charge at the very least, so we're waiting for a little bit of a touch, ideally, and we miss it. We miss the touch with slide. Oh,
unlucky.
Unfortunate.
Now they're staggered as well, right? So they need to run for the hills, and I don't think this comp is particularly the most mobile from Camp Halfburger. But we're seeing Bap Lifeweaver be played real. Like, we're seeing Sim, which is of course, you know, an answer and definitely a tech that people have figured out that Sim is just completely fine. I think you've got to have the macro down for it, but Bochi will definitely know when and when not to TP, and particularly if you can just play without the TP, you do so much damage.
Teros committed here, no roll, means that Optical is going to be a victim of the Teros.
No life grip.
Falcon. And again, no grip, also no pedal. The pedal also a very underrated tech, or not even underrated, always used tech against the Terra Surge, but just hasn't been seen at all. Huh?
The interaction is you just petal them up into the air and then you can't get hit by the Terra Surge, right?
You pedal the Orisa into the air and the AoE doesn't affect you if you're on the ground.
Yeah.
Same logic with the Grav.
Yeah, I forgot about that tech, right? But in Hagen here, once life grip gone, all cooldowns gone, this should just be go. This should be the go button for Maron Mallows right now. They sink so many cooldowns, Falcon can't really fight.
Well, it's a Grav.
It is.
Unfortunately, it was on the Tree of Life, so everyone still got that overhealth. Oh, we connected it with the Deadeye. Oh my god, okay, we connected with the Deadeye. There goes Falcon. Cart is moving swimmingly through the streets of Numbani. We also are going to be committing this M-Fiction Matrix from Mina, giving Akioto a little bit of that damage boost, but it might be a little bit too late, maybe even a little bit too overzealous from Camp Halfburger.
CFB, but like, so like the Grav isn't that good, the tree comes out exactly the same time, but like,
hello,
we don't cooldown track, and Cranberry just 1v9 dives into their team with Blade knowing that bubbles can exist. This should really be where Inharden gets crazy value, right? Like, you're on point, you've got bubbles, nothing they can really do against it, just beam them one by one. Yeah, there you go, 100 energy Zarya, right when it matters the least at the end of the fight. But again, like Zarya now, if you're just trying to play Orisa into it, like, you can just anchor Cart, you can take these short fights. They have the easy counter pick with the Winston. So Camp Halfburger, we're on double hit stand. I'm not sure I like it, because Falcon needs to sort of run down Inharden when these bubbles go out. Yeah, we go to the May. That's definitely something I'm a bit more of a fan of. But now Inharden gets to snowball themselves. They've got energy and they've got bubbles. Okay, no bubbles now, but they've got like 1 billion energy for it, with no May wall to be punished.
And they're about to get the second bubble coming up. That cooldown's already halfway through that first bubble being printed. We also are seeing that information matrix, and everyone's walking away from a good wall off. And that is going to be allowing Maron Mallows to push in through that wall. Now, losing out on Bochi, not the best. We see the grab. It's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough. Oh no, we're walled off. We're high charge, but we're signing immortality field. We get gripped to the sliver of the pillar and the wall there, and it gives a little bit of lease on life on Inhagen for a little bit longer, is what I would say.
Nice tracking.
Bro's not care. He's going in. Oh, he's going in.
I mean, luckily you can sort of misplay your Grav and just fail to right-click Akioto there, which absolutely would have killed him because you are on basically full charge on Zarya. But like, just bubble management, kind of all right, and eventually they'll run out of cooldowns. You'll just walk at them and you'll wrap up the series. Zarya on Numbani, guys, you know, in 2025, it can win a game. Lifeweaver Bap, you know, we've seen Lifeweaver, Cassidy, and Zarya, and Sim, and Baptiste. Actually, this comp in general from Maron Mallows was just so many characters that we've not been able to really see in terms of Overwatch in the last couple of, at least from what I've seen in terms of general BPL and overall pro meta. It's definitely stuff that pops in and out or has just popped up recently. But really nice comp. It just felt like Falcon couldn't breathe on the Orisa, and it led to them losing so much space on the map that it didn't matter that your comp was not as mobile, because you just sort of got to walk and take space for free.
Pretty much. I mean, seeing the Rhine, the Czar, Bap Weaver in the Big 25, it's a beautiful thing. I quite like it. Now, Numbani of all places, a little weird, but it worked out nicely for Maron Mallows, as you can possibly imagine. They take it 2-1. And with the updated standings that we'll be getting in a couple of seconds, They're looking pretty good. If
3 and 2, right?
Yep. Looking
Yeah.
at the 4th place spot, 3-2. That is a nice number to see.
Yeah. So in terms of, remember, for playoff format, Polaris and Frogs on Fire and Primal Pineapples, they want to be 2 out of the 3 are going to instantly go through basically into almost the advanced round of playoffs. So it's really 3 through 7 where you're vying for life or death and highest seed possible, and pretty much means that with the final games to go, I don't know if Polaris, Frogs or Pineapples, like I think they might have all played each other. So basically 2 of these teams out of our top 3 are guaranteed to finish top 3, but Maron Mallows really staked their case on that fourth seed. Not sure who they've got left. I think Maron Mallows have played Zephyr, who are our 0-5 team, basically eliminated mathematically now as well. Maron Mallows' last 2 games. Oh, never mind. Maron Mallows' last 2 games against Whoop and Zephyr, which you would think for Maron are definitely winnable. Camp Halfburger, yeah. It looks like they might be all but doomed, because I think both Spud Clusters and Primal Pineapples should be heavy favourites in those games. But after the minor toilet bowl I saw from Spuds last week, I ain't so sure. Hello, Solomon.
Hello.
Hello.
It's the classic. Let's yap for a little bit now that the weekend is over.
The weekend is in fact over.
Dude, it's been one hell of a day. I mean, look at that. I mean, come on.
I know. And we had the other replays also on here that we also casted.
We not on here, but we did also have another third map of a series. So
this is a long day.
It was a long day. I don't know what it is. For some reason, sometimes in BPL, you just have a week where like it's all 2-0s, and another one where it's all 2-1s. I don't understand why. It just happens. Maybe it's something to do with the map pool, but I think we've even looked into like
it might be
a map rotation, and it just doesn't make a difference. I don't know. It's a curse. I mean, I guess also in the first 2, it's either 2-0 or 2-1, 50-50, right? So it's probably not actually that unlikely.
Yeah,
you know?
I think that the problem is as well is that if 2 teams are like evenly matched, I think in a best of 5 it can be like 3-1 or a close 3-1. But like there are so many maps in Overwatch where it can be close and you lose, and it can be close and you lose, and it's like 2-0 series over. But you know me, I'm like a little bit anti first to 2, but obviously I understand why BPL is and first to 2. So I'm not I'm not here to contest that obviously, because but I think that's just the nature, as I said, of the regular season. It can be really cutthroat. Fundamentally, you can't really afford to make mistakes.
Yeah, quite a different space to playoffs, which we can talk about a little bit.
Yes.
We talked about it a little bit earlier.
Go on.
We have the A and B playoff formats finalized. It looks a little funky on here, but that's just showing you some of the rounds. But it is an 8-team double elimination bracket with play-ins. That's it. That's simple as that.
So to clarify,
and they get selections.
Yes, so they get to pick as well. And I believe, how do you decide who picks first out of Aspen or Ash? Is it just, do they play? Is it a coin flip? Is it better season? Is it better record in map
I
wins
assume
between
we'll go with
Aspen
better
or
record.
Ash?
Yeah, I don't think we're going to... It's either better record, and if they're still tied after all of that, then we'll do a coin flip. I don't think we're going to make them play. There's no picking in play-ins just because of time constraints, but they will be in play-ins.
Are play-ins F2-2 or F3?
I believe, I'm not so sure, everything in playoffs, including play-ins, is first to 3.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Yep. But no map picks, though.
Yeah, map picks as well.
Oh, map picks as well, right? Okay.
I'm not sure about map 1. They might be preset map 1s, but...
That's fine. That's fine.
I can't remember. The exact details are probably already on the article, which you can find on bpl.com.gg. And quick, just want to flash C-League as well. It's similar, but it's just a 4-team double LM, because we're going to have 8. So top 7, we drop level first, just like in the other ones. It's basically exactly the same, but we just only have 1 group. So
yeah,
and we will have our top 4 make our double LM playoffs there as well.
Yeah,
I
do like that the top seeds of both group, the top 2 seeds of both group just basically instantly go, and they have like almost like a week or 2 off just to go straight into the winners bracket. It's like a good and a bad thing, because obviously the lower bracket demon run, it always happens, Solomon. I say it in Kitsune League as well. The lower bracket demon run of going from like the 7th seed all the way to the grand finals, because you just get time to perfect your map picks and perfect your team synergy. It always happens. But also on the same time, if you're a good team in the regular season, you're probably a good team. And I think in this bracket, it's the same as last season, because who was it? BeatCheck. BeatCheck won 2 games in playoffs, and they were in like grand finals. Like BeatCheck played like 2 or 3 games in playoffs because they just went win, and then grand finals won.
Yep, it's crazy. But you can kind of do that still if you do the upper bracket run in playoffs. I think there might even be less buys in this format because in previous seasons we kind of really staggered and really put a lot of emphasis on how important the regular season is. So if you're starting from the bottom, you're 7th in your group or whatever, you'll be really far back in the start, and you have to go through like 3 different rounds of single elim essentially to even make it to the top. Whereas this is a little bit evening the playing ground. I want to quickly run through the standings. I have been cooking my computer. As you know, we do things called folder sheets, which basically run every single permutation of results that can still happen, and then work out out of those where everyone lands and where people are locked in. Unfortunately, at the moment, it's about 1 million each for each group, which, as you can imagine, Google Chrome doesn't quite like calculating all of those. So I will calculate them later and put them out so people can see where people are locked in. I think the only thing we know is in the B League is the only people Nurture is out of playoff contention. I think there is still, although I'm looking at Zephyr and I'm thinking,
is Zephyr not out?
I don't know.
As you noticed, Zephyr could win their last 2 games, and Camp Halfbird could lose their last 2 games.
Yeah, I think there is still a fight. I'm going to set that off cooking while we have a look at A-League real quick.
Yeah, as I said, just pretty sure, like Camp Halfbird don't have 2 wins, then I think Zephyr are actually still in it. Just Zephyr could win their last 2 games, Camp Halfbird could lose their last 2 games, and then boom, they have more wins than them. For Campfire Song and Seal the Deal, again, it's probably looking like a Seal the Deal 07. But the thing is, as well, is making it to playoffs is sort of just like, it gives you a chance, but realistically, we're getting 14 teams in playoffs. And then after 1 weekend, I'm thinking, right, like it's basically an 8-team bracket or a 10-team bracket. Because July 11th, 12th, and 13th, pretty much like we're losing like 4, 5 teams, 6 teams there instantly, right? Because of single elim.
Yep.
So yeah, it's
so it's done over. I've just run the numbers. Zephyr can still come 5th. Isn't that interesting? I guess if they win everything and people around them lose, then it's very possible.
True.
So the top 4 in that group, so Marimellas and Up, are locked into playoffs. At least they can't lose, but Whoop and Down can all be. Oh, I guess Spud and Down.
Spud and Down, yeah.
Spud and Down can all actually finish last in that group.
Is anyone locked into a top 2 seed? I assume not. Anyone locked into like a top 3 seed, maybe?
Not quite yet for A2. I'll run some other numbers as well. But
I would assume
not for
not.
A2.
It'll be easier to figure out. That's 2 games left, right? So.
Yeah, we have 8 games left to play in each group. Well, like 2 per team, because we do 4 each week. Let's have a quick look at B as well, while I'm running numbers for A1, just to see if there's anything interesting there. We will say goodbye to Nurture, who have been looking better and had a heartbreaking match against AR High Noon, where they looked like they were on the edge of getting a map win, and it just didn't happen. And unfortunately are eliminated from playoffs contention. They'll still have 2 more matches where they can, still refine and play spoiler maybe, but that is it for them.
Now, first team eliminated. Such is the case of.
It's just meant to happen. It's okay.
Exactly.
It happens, and sometimes seasons are like that, and in draft leagues things are like that. It is what it is. We still have undefeated team in Mothmania who've looked even stronger today as well.
Nice.
But pretty consistently today. in these groups, everyone can kind of take everyone. And other than some of the groups where they are a little more top heavy and there's a bit of a break, it's these standings are pretty whatever, right? In Birch, all the way down 2nd through 7th, just 1 game will flip the standings on its head.
Yeah, and like at least for my team, who are currently sat in 6th, basically the exact same record as AR High Noon, with the head-to-head advantage over them. Like we played Borealis and Requiem in our final 2 games, which will like completely throw the standings completely wild. I think that'll throw them all over the place. And I think Aurora's final 2 are. I think they might have to play. I mean, just to see who Aurora have to play in their final 2 games. I think it's just like High Noon and it's not High Noon. It's
Daybreak and Nurture.
Daybreak and Nurture, yeah. So we will see. What do you think of the strength of the individual group, Solomon? Actually, I don't know if you think it would be fair to comment, but I think there's a common consensus going around that one group might be a little bit stronger than the other one in B League. I don't know if you think there's one group that you think maybe has more people to potentially like top 4 or go all the way.
To be honest, I don't know. I wouldn't be able to say. I think the main thing I'm thinking is that I'm happy that the groups have been competitive.
Yes, they have. Yes.
Frankly, regardless of league, and obviously we're looking. We've been showing Nurture and Zephyr who are yet to pick up a win, but by and large, even those matches have looked competitive, and we've had some pretty close stuff in every league.
I think in 2 16-team leagues, if you have 30 teams out of 32 that you would say are competitive, like that,
pretty good.
Sounds not too bad, eh? Like, sounds not too bad.
Let's have a quick look at C League as well. Who are basically essentially the same as everything else, but just have one of the groups. Who also have a crazy top 3, where they're all 4-1, which I guess is probably an indicator that maybe there is more of a skill disparity in C, which maybe would make more sense because the same level of players are spread across less teams, so I guess that makes sense. But I mean, that was crazy after the result the other day, where it's now we have 3 4-1 teams, and we're looking forward to 2 more matches, and we'll see where the hell they end up.
Yeah, Umphy Goatmen and Boa definitely just on paper look like the strongest teams. Of course, like pretty much led by their captains. I think Ronan, Taken, and Andrew have just been maybe the top 3 players in C League from what I've seen. I think Goatmen's tank is also not too bad as well. But yeah, hope for a competitive C League playoffs. Looks like you've got a top 3 and cut from there. Shout out the C League Union.
That 4th spot is going to be pretty rough to get through in play-ins. I am currently 70% of the way calculating C League. So give me a second. I put it in the microwave. It's about to ding. It's 90%. It's a 65,000 scenarios. Okay, here we go. So Umphy is locked top 5, which means at worst they would be in the top section of play-ins. So they like, I can't put up the graphic that easily, but 6 and 7 play each other to then play 3 in the seeding. So at worst they will be in the 4th, 5th fight and just have to win 1. In fact, whatever happens, they will only need to win 1 in play-ins to get to playoffs. And everyone, okay, so there are 3 teams who are not yet locked up in, which is Noctis, The Bear, and Sanunos. Log Racers have locked in. So, yeah. Log Racers locked in. Noctis are not actually locked in playoffs yet. There are still scenarios where they can drop out.
I see.
And Sanunos can even finish 6th if the tea leaves go their way, which I imagine is just 2-0ing everything. That's how it goes. But that is week 4, round 5. 2 more to go. 2 more weeks of regular season remaining. We'll get the final 2 of the 7 matches every team will play, and then play-ins, and then playoffs after that. It kind of very quickly sneaks up on us. But
yeah, BPL goes so quick, I feel like.
Yeah. Once you kind of get into the rhythm of regular season, it's almost over. So it's been fun. It's been some long days, and we have some interesting weeks coming up with lots of implications. So big thank you, especially to everyone today, because it's been a hell of a day, and we are ending about an hour behind schedule, which is wonderful.
Well,
almost 12
everyone
of
wanted
you.
to go all 3 maps, so that's not us.
They just wanted to give us content, and I respect them for that. You know, like
Yeah.
that's nice of them. Yes, thank you so much, everybody. We will see you next week for even more. We'll get to week 5 of season 7 on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next week. Bye.
I don't know what it means, but there's a smile upon your face, and I see something shimmering in your eyes. And they say if you want to glimpse the future, you need space. And you said you'll put down your morning guns. Would you follow me to wander? Take my hand and walk beside me in a world of thunder. Fear is an imposter. When you look at me this way, I find it hard to not give in. So the days became weeks, it felt just like the night before. You were slowly fading in my mind. When you left, I was so completely gone, but now I'm sure you were some of the best of things to find. Would you follow me to wander? If you're everything that matters to me, makes me wonder why I can't get over you. When you look at me this way, I find